What's up, guys? I'm here and I'm ready. Alright. Speaker wasn't working, but I wanted to start off with that song. And I don't think I've used it before, so it's pretty good. But I love that, especially that intro. It's kind of funny. It's such a brilliant song. That's Strawberry Switchblades, Rose McDowell. She's amazing. So what's up, gang? We finally did the typing session with Eric. I figured I would have a little special title here to mark the occasion. I'm gonna start doing a little. I want to go through. I've been meaning to do this. I want to go through the go through my Chill Island videos and add some stuff to the titles to delineate stuff, because mostly the music stuff, maybe some special conversation stuff like that would be really worthwhile, even literally just for me, because it's really good to know which ones are which. And the thing about the thumbnail is that it's just the perfect thumbnail, and I've had no other thumbnail to use. I'll have to start switching them up, whatever. But kind of works out well to talk a little bit about. Hopefully this stuff isn't buffering too bad, by the way. Kind of works out well to do a little intro here to see, kind of make sure the most people are here to see. I mean, whatever, they can watch it later if they want, right? This is the good thing about having the title here. Although, which Eric? I don't know. You guys know which Eric. Mr. Eric Strauss. So without further ado, I'd like to also, I'm gonna have to plug in my stupid laptop here. So let's get into it a little bit. I mean, I don't want to do what I'm always tempted to do, which is just rant and rave and then beat a dead horse over little things like, oh, and then this part and this part. But I'm going to pull up the typing video just for literally myself to remember the most important points, which I'm not going to lie, I do remember them, but I just kind of want to have it on deck. And it would be it's probably kind of funny. I've actually always kind of wanted to do something like this to I won't really do a press play and pause thing, but hold on a second, guys. Cuz let's not be, again, you've all and I appreciate you guys watching it, by the way, and I appreciate everyone caring about what type Mr. Eric Strauss will type me as. It's been a long time coming. Also, what up to Carrot? What up, Winston's mom? What up, Ruben? Thank you guys for being here. So let's pop in here. I'll show you guys what the deal is here. So gonna have to swap in John Lurie's painting for Eric Strauss, which is so funny because he kind of reminds me of John Lurie. Happy Mother's Day to everyone too. I wound up sleeping for a long ass time after because I stayed up for like 24 hours and then I slept. Jeff Shaw has never been in here. What up, Karma's Pimp? Jeff Shaw has never been in here. Although he was quick to come to my aid. We're gonna get into it. Okay, so first, like, what I want to do first is go through some important stuff on the video, not beat a dead horse, but just kind of go to the important parts and go over them a little bit, and then talk about a few of the comments. But yes, I was gonna say I've slept for a while. I'm probably just gonna wind up staying up and having Mother's Day breakfast in a few hours, not a few hours, but in like 8 hours or something. Probably a little less than that. Probably like 10 a.m. So it'll probably be in like 7 hours. So this kind of works out well. Um, and yes, we probably will do another typing session. So let's not fret. Although maybe I'm projecting, right? But no, you know how it is. Generally speaking, let's not fret. We'll be getting back into it, of course. So, all right. So of course I feel obligated to kind of preface this by saying I was definitely a bit nervous and I also didn't this oh yeah. Okay, wait. Hold on. I don't know. Is that unprofessional? I don't know. I'll wait a little bit to take a hit of this joint. I haven't smoked weed in like 2 days. Well, almost 2 days. Oh, all right. And I do have to plug this in. All right, we're gonna switch out the vibe. I'm gonna do this whole goofy ass thing. Still not super bright, but it's good enough. Can do my spelunking. Remember those days? It's only a year ago. All right. So, without getting too bogged down in essentials, it was definitely a wacky, not that wacky, but it was a little bit of a wacky morning because I was gonna do a session early with him, and then I missed the boat because I was having technical difficulties. But then I was finally able to get on. He was streaming, and then I was streaming. I was like, "Hey," I'm like, "Yo, let's do it." So he was able to do it. So yeah, I was a little bit nervous, and I brought up the weed thing because I hadn't smoked weed, and I still haven't smoked weed, and I, but I was kind of caffeinated, and I do have this just kind of reactive way about me, and I kind of knew this was gonna happen. I knew I was probably gonna be kind of smiley and goofy. I've never really talked to Eric outside of like. There was one time years ago. There was one time years ago where we were on the whereby, and he said, "Oh, well, you're not a very talkative ENFP." By the way, I'm gonna repeat myself a bit here for the sake of the stream because I put a special title here, and if this happens to draw any people, it's important that they know my arc. Okay, so let's really quickly. Okay, I swear. I typed ENFP years ago. I took the 16 personalities test, just like everybody else probably did. Okay, don't beat up on me too much. Got ENFP, and I was like, "Whoa, it's me!" Right? I knew that there were some things that didn't add up. I'm not Mr. Fun, adventurous guy, right? And I'm not even that super like, let's try out this new thing and this new thing. So there were things that didn't add up. But as far as growing up as a kid, I was very much kind of a class clown. It was a bit of a coping mechanism because I never really wanted to go to school. I think I'm like I've always been a bit of like a secret introvert who's just pretty good with extroverting, who basically you could say probably I have pretty good FE, right? So you'll see where this goes. So basically, ENFP vibes, right? But there are certain things that don't add up. Okay. I don't know. There's so much good stuff in the chat, but just let me do my little prologue here really quick. So So inevitably, though, there's a reality to the situation, right? And then once I kind of turn to Eric's channel and find out about Polar TI, um, now for a while I thought to myself, well, okay, I'm not. I didn't like the idea. I I thought of it as being thanks, Winston's mom. She says I was, being my kind of my usual chill CJ self. Thank you. I appreciate that. So I'm gonna get into this too because there's a certain dynamic that is important that I don't know. I'd like to get real about. So, all right. Inevitably, though, I took the Polar TI thing as being like, well, what is this anyway? TI supremacy. They think they have objective logic. They don't really right? It's like, but what it turns out is that it's not necessarily objective logic. It's more like pure logic. And I'm also probably just not Polar TI. So reality begins to set in. I start to say, you know what? I'm probably an INFP, okay? Not a far cry. In fact, some of it makes more sense. Polar SE resonates. The whole function stack, frankly, kind of resonates. FI DOM is a little bit intense, yes, right? Um, for those of you who may know someone like Duels, and I every time he comes up, I'm like, oh, that Duels, because he's so chill and zen the way that I would like to be. Um, but people are kind of right to point out that he's a bit archetypal in that way. Like he's not. There's something about the INFP. I think I don't think of my I think of myself as being very like low energy, but I think that energy comes out in the way that I speak, the way that I talk, and I think I build up a lot of energy. And so when I pop on here and things like that, it all kind of comes out, and I actually come across fairly energetic. And it's a strange dichotomy, which may in fact be FE or at least good FE. Okay. Um, okay. So regardless, this winds up being about around 2019, 2020. We're in 2023 now, right? So let's, catch up a bit. Oh, okay. So back in the day on the whereby, I did catch Eric one time. This is why it's important to bring up all of this, but it's also important to mention kind of the arc with Eric specifically. So I've been watching his stuff forever. The first video I found from him was, ENFP, there's nothing wrong with you, right? Now that immediately sets a tone that's kind of funny, and I don't mean to be a bit double think here, but it kind of implies that if you're an ENFP, you think there's something wrong with you, right? And then here comes Eric telling you, and by the way, I love Eric very much, and I don't mean that in a weird way, but I do. I mean, he's been very influential to me, and I practically consider him like a friend at this point. So if I say anything that comes off critical, it's no hard feelings kind of thing. But the way he feels about ENFPs is obvious. He's an ENTP. ENFPs are basically just wrong ENTPs, right? Because they're judging based on their subjective kind of feelings. Um, and don't mind me because I think all of what I'm going to bring up is important, even if it is a little bit redundant or things that a lot of you may already know. Uh, which is the same thing, ironically. Right? Redundant, but you get what I'm saying because I've said these things before. People probably and I mean what I mean is that I've said a lot of these things before, like multiple times, and that a lot of people here probably even know these things without me even explaining them. But basically, Eric thinks of ENFPs as kind of being like wrong ENTPs, right? They're kind of like postmodernist and these kinds of people, right? Not entirely wrong. The point being though that while I was identifying as such, I caught him on the whereby at the end of one session, and this was at the time where Taylor and a lot of people were on there. Um, there's a lot of sort of more dominating forces, if you know what I'm saying. So I would very much so wait until the crowd died down a little bit, and then it would be my time to shine a little bit, start talking about stuff that I'm into the way that I do now, basically, right? And this would lead people to basically never question my type. They would just think, I mean, no one ever questioned my type. Everyone thought I was an ENFP. The question that came up was about Enneagram, me being a 9 versus a 4, but that's kind of a different story. But I've already talked about it. And yeah, I'm probably like a 946, maybe a 947 for anyone curious, right? So, write that down. Just kidding, of course. But the the point being that's also fairly consistent, especially with the INFP type. Eric popped. So there's one time where Eric was like, "Well, you're not a particularly talkative ENFP," and that was interesting. But that was inevitably because I had waited to speak, right? I mean, King Eric was there, and you get someone like Taylor, you get people there who are like, "Hey, da, da, da." That's kind of, the club, and I'm kind of over here like, "Hi, yeah," right? This is years ago, and so I don't know, right? I'm waiting to, I'm having my perks of being a wallflower moment, I'm like, "Hey guys," and waiting, and so finally at the end, I wound up chilling with Eric for a bit, and I don't even remember the conversation, but I just remember that one quote because this was probably in like 2018, right? Back in the day. At this point, right? It was like 5 years ago, and he was like, "Well, you're not a particularly talkative ENFP," and I was like, "Okay, well that's interesting." Although I did wait. All right, so let's fast forward a little bit. So in 2019, some other people start. There's kind of a general consensus going on, being like, "What up, KME9? Thank you for being here. Glad everyone's here. Let's get through this and get to the typing session itself." So INFP becomes a consideration, right? Because I am a bit more concise. I'm very talkative and all of that, but I can be very like, I'm a lot more concise. People are saying, well, they don't have a hard time following what I'm saying, which is good. Thank God for that, right? Um, yes, I can be tangential a bit in these things, but nevertheless, there was a guy who's an ENFP, just comparing against other ENFPs. It's like, well, I can follow what he's saying. Finally, two people who knew me very well from the chat would eventually say, okay, we've been talking about this, and you know what, or thinking and talking about this, and you know what, I actually think he's an INFP, but an NE subtype, which is basically an ENFP. And I was like, okay, I'm open to that. Now, even then, it was funny because there was almost a little bit of sadness to the idea that I would sacrifice my idea of myself as being able to, extrovert convincingly or something, right? But once 2020 rolled around, very typical, right? With the frickin' COVID, with the frickin' pandemic and everything, um, I know that this is meaningless, right? But I kind of realized, you know what? I probably am an INFP, especially because of, I'm sure, what a lot of people found, which was as horrible as the situation was in a general type of way. I really did not mind. I didn't have to change anything really about my lifestyle. Certain things definitely, um, got worse in terms of being very stagnant and not wanting to even go outside, right? Um, it was bad, but I didn't have the same kind of visceral, like, I was just kind of like, well, it's like, whatever. I mean, it's not whatever, but let's not get all political and social, right? You get the idea. I was comfortable with the idea of chilling or whatever on my chill island. And honestly, wasn't that bad. I mean, I remember just always watching a ton of movies, a ton of music and stuff, hopping on Eric's stream sometimes. And eventually I started the stream last year. And that, of course, COVID was starting to die down. Um, and I did get COVID briefly at the end of last year. Wasn't that bad. Recovered. Knock on wood, God forbid. Um, so I got it late, but so 2020, right? So I'm kind of like, okay, I'm an INFP. 2021, nothing really changes. Okay, and it works out well because I think, well, I have access to NI and TI. That makes sense. Okay, my TI is decent, right? The stream starts, the same kind of sentiment begins. This is 2022. Okay, I'm almost there. I've done a decent job so far, right? Right, guys? No, but um, TI access kind of thing, right? Oh God, and so God, it's so boring. All right, okay, I'm getting there. Um, One time on the stream, I said something like "tisk tisk" to Eric, and he was kind of like, "You might be INFP, dude." He's like, "I feel very supervised by that," and I was like, "Okay." Again, not really, just these little bits and pieces. But I started to kind of go on the stream more again after a while. Um, and once the stream finally started, he started thinking, "Oh, dude, you're definitely an ENTP, right?" So this was a common sentiment. Leading up to now, basically, it was like, "Oh, he's totally an ENTP, this and that." Okay, and this is all very important because this leads to the typing session we finally did, and we've been meaning to do this, and I'll admit, I've been kind of nervous to do it. Um, but inevitably, um, ooh, sorry, I could crack my neck here. Inevitably, um, I always knew that I probably wasn't exactly an ENTP. I just took it as sort of like a compliment. Um, by the way, I'm having this True North right now that I've been having, and I knew it was gonna be like this. I hope it doesn't give me a headache because this is like Mandarin Yuzu, and like it's all right. I just knew it was gonna be the cucumber lime is the best, the most clean and clear. This has a little bit of a fragrant element. I don't know. I probably just have a bit of a headache because I slept for a long ass time. Um, that's how it goes. Stay up for 24 hours, sleep 24 hours. This is something. Also, by the way, I have a very love hate relationship with SI stuff. Um, it's very strange. It's like I'm bad at it and good at it at the same time. Uh, and this is also important because it's all revelatory of that's a word that Eric used that I like. It's a good word. Um, where you would see, okay, so from the stream it wound up being ENTP, then I'm streaming, and then but other people start to say other things, right? So my friend John, Melting Zero, they start positing ISTJ, especially given the way that I kind of now John actually the first thing that he said was ISFJ, which I thought when I first heard it was a little bit ridiculous. Um, I mean, not as ridiculous as like ENTJ or something, right? But a little bit ridiculous. But then he inevitably started thinking ISTJ, and I was like a little more amenable to that because of the function stack. Then this Melting Zero guy, he thought the same thing, but not without me. I swear, it's like I don't try to get anyone to think anything. It's all part of my try to be authentic, right? Well, whatever the hell, right? No, I mean really, I try to just be real. And with just talking to Melting Zero for a while, he started thinking he thought ISTJ at first, then he was like, "Nah, you know what? You're definitely INFP because of the we're in the deliberative space together. It's you wouldn't be able to be as good at that stuff." And I was like, "Well, thank you, right?" Not that there's everything is amazing about INFP for sure, right? I mean, I'll get into that, but you get the idea. It was like, well, that's what you seem like, and even Ruben, when he was catching up to just kind of the last few months here, um, I did say one thing about thinking of my SI selfish thing at the expense of SE. He actually helped put me onto that. He was like, "Oh, you're SEing at the expense of your SE," and I'm like, "Yes." He thought INFP as well, without me really having to get into it, which was good. But at the same time, it is possible that it's ignoring instead of polar. You know what I'm saying? Um, so again, open to the whatever the discourse, right? Uh, and Discord discourse, of course, lols. So anyway, the uh, the point being is, in my own family, who I still live with, are pretty. They tend to think of me, I think, as being a bit of an INFP character. Um, Although perhaps a bit, well, especially with them, a bit bold or something, demonstrative. It's just I can be kind of temperamental and angry and things, but it does, um, it's always something I feel horrible about. Anyway, that's a proclivity. And you could even say this is something. So now we're finally getting into Eric's typing session. Um, he like he squared that with having like a this is consistent with um a certain idea that I've come across in my life. It'll be like this, okay? It'll be like everyone thinks I'm like this like nice and chill guy, right? And it's nice. Well, okay, in school I was like disruptive and everything like that. But in although the teachers give a hard time, I was able to and be likable, I guess. Honestly, without really trying, I swear to God, it's like I do try to be mindful or whatever it is, but I'm not thinking to myself, what can I do to enamor myself? What can I do to be likable? I try, well, I don't try, but I just be myself and hope that it works out well. And lucky for me, right? I'm blessed in that way that it's always kind of worked out. And the class clown stuff, I mean, I was voted the funniest whatever, the funniest guy in my class. So, of like people thinking, "Oh, you're so nice and chill," right? But then it's like behind closed doors, I'm a miserable bastard, right? And um, and my parents, my poor parents, they'll just kind of be like, "Yeah, that's like a thing that you do with people, like, especially my dad, because you know how it is, like, it's like, the dad's gonna be the one who kind of tells you how it is. I don't know about you guys, but it's kind of like, I remember even when I first got into this stuff and I was saying, yeah, I'm an ENFP. I'll never forget it. My dad being like, he's like, that's great and everything, but it's also kind of a thing that you've, in terms of being, he wasn't necessarily talking about the whole ENFP archetype, but he was speaking to the likability thing, this whole thing. He was saying like, but this is also kind of a thing that you've like built with other people, like that. It's like, so you get the idea, right? It's like you're actually not that nice and chill, and it's like people that, it's like we know, he's basically saying it's like we know the real you. You're not that nice and chill. This is something that you build with other people that you don't know. It's kind of a tragic thing, right? It's like, but it's kind of like that song, it's like you only hate the ones you love, right? But I mean, it's kind of always been like that though, whether it's family or like close friends who who have seen like my temper and anger and things like that are incredibly unflattering. And there's an interesting dichotomy there I just wanted to bring up, where it's like, well, maybe I am FEing, right? Maybe this is the thing, you know, but that I do have access to the FI. So, but I'm too busy FEing. I mean, it's possible, right? So so this brings me to this clown here talking about me. I think that kind of sums it up, right? And then you have, so you've had the speculation. It's pretty much been these like top four types. It's something like, ENFP, INFP, ISTJ and ENTP, with a side sprinkling of like maybe INFJ, maybe ISFJ, Um, maybe even like INTJ or something, but probably not. Really ridiculous, but it's probably one of those top four. Okay. So there's this goofy guy here. Who's this? Oh, it's me. Hope it's not buffering too bad. The connection says it's good. I don't know. Can only do the I can only do the best I can here. I don't know. Sorry. So bear with me if it buffers. If it gets too bad, let me know. Obviously, I'm gonna close out of everything else. I barely have anything else open. So like I said, had never really talked to Eric in real life that much, so I was a little bit nervous going into it, and I kind of knew that this was going to happen, and I did have an idea of going into it what I thought he was going to type me as, and this was what I was thinking. I was thinking basically four types. Okay, I knew that he was not going to type me as an ISTJ, especially. I knew there was really probably no way that he was going to type me an ISTJ, and I also knew that there was probably almost no way that he was going to type me an ENFP, but that maybe INFP and certainly ENTP. Okay, I was mostly leaning towards ENTP. Um, but I did have it in my mind thinking there's also a high likelihood that, since, put it this way, the most likely types that I thought he was going to type me as were ENTP, ISFJ, INFJ, or INFP, right? So, that being said, let's get in the session a little bit, right? Hey, finally I did it! Only took me, what, a half hour? Not bad. It's necessary. So, and I'm not going to go through every last bit here, but you kind of see it's like, all right, so, I knew this was kind of going to happen. I get into it. We barely prefaced it with anything, he was kind of like, oh, yeah, we missed the thing, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, oh, yeah. And this is just how I am. I just have this reflex about me with my stupid dimples, and I get silly, I get goofy. And I'm just kind of like smiling and coming off all happy and kind of FE, right? Um, so, we start off, he's like, oh, doing the whole showman thing. And then I'm just kind of like, oh, it's been good, blah, blah, blah. So, a hidden gem here, right? Like, so he asked me about. so, so this is something I want to say that, again, is going to come off kind of critical, but, like right off the bat, I started to. This was something interesting that I noticed that I don't know if Eric would share the sentiment, but in I look, listen. This was a very very good natured typing, and it was also a very good typing session. Okay, there are problems with it though that I'm going to get into, and maybe they don't negate the result of the type, but they do impact the session itself. Um, but something that I noticed straight off the bat was a certain propensity to. We kind of both wanted to talk a little bit, I think. And I realized, and it's cool. I know that it's his show, right? It's kind of like a weird mixture of being on like a game show and like a interview that's like kind of casual but also kind of professional. So in other words, there are a lot of moments that you might see where it's kind of like there's a lot of stuff that I want to say that I kind of feel like I don't get to say. But at the same time though, it's already an hour and a half, right? So I mean, how long is this thing going to be? You know what I mean? So I'm not gonna complain too much, but there is some thing of like, it's like, oh, you go and, um, and those kinds of things do tend to make me very like. So I'll just wind up laughing and playing along instead or whatever, right? Now the first problem I think comes up when he asked me about the weed step by step thing or whatever. How many steps does it take? And I misunderstood him and said, "Here I am laughing away about nothing, probably." But he was very nice, even right here. He's like, "Oh, it's fun to get in conversation with you and all of this." Right? He was very, very, very nice. And um, but the weed question. Okay, so I immediately misunderstand him. The TE thing, right? I thought he said break down the steps to smoke weed, to pack a bong, and he asked me how many steps. Okay, and I made a little joke, 3A, 3B, haha, or 4. But this was a thing of like, no, I asked you how many steps. So had I known that, I would have went like this. This was me if I heard him correctly. I would go, it would be like 3 or 4 steps. I'd say 4 steps. And then he would go, okay. But instead, I start laying it. You know that well, I mean, you're being typed, right? I mean, what are you gonna do, right? So anyway, so then comes the fucking shit. Okay, now this is where it kind of gets fun for me to talk about, right? Because it's like the TI questions were busting my ass, and I kind of knew this was gonna happen. The mothers, sisters stuff, that stuff I'm good at, okay? And I'm sorry I'm kind of not seeing the chat and stuff, but what the hell, guys? I don't know why it's buffering so much. I'm pinging back and forth with people. Slangry, yeah. Do you think you're ISFJ now, Carrot? Hold on. I'm gonna the fuck is this? Hold on a sec. Quitting stuff. Go through here, maybe delete a few quins. All right, we're coming along nicely here in terms of the analysis. Okay. Kind of be able to knock this out in like an hour, right? To really get to the bottom of the situation, which is good. Not bad, at least. It's pretty good. I mean, I wish I could do it in like 20 minutes, but that's just not possible. Especially if you want the background and the analysis, right, to get a kind of fully proper understanding, right? What are you going to do? Gotta be accurate, right? So anyway, yeah, well, it's I can sort of relate to that, Carrot, because she said, she says, and that's also true, Ruben. I noticed that. I thought of that. You're good at the SI flavored TI questions. I would have gotten the Disneyland Six Flags one just because it's something I like. Yeah, I finally settled. That one was fucking confusing. Yeah, I just can't. I need to write these things down. She goes, yeah, I finally settled on ISFJ. I was living with INFP confusion too long. That's relatable. So we'll get to this. So then Kimi says, what type do you identify as, Carrot? Well, that's probably ISFJ. Whatever, talk it through. You get the idea, though. These TI questions were busting my ass, okay? And I kind of knew that was going to happen. Could have been worse, but the ones that are like maybe let's if Speedy goes spelunking. Yeah, this is embarrassing. Either of them, yeah.
And now repeat the whole question from the top to the end.
I had also been up all night. I don't know, right? But I don't think that I really think any time you would have caught me, these kinds of things would. And there I go, laughing my ass off. It's a kind of a nervous laugh, right? It's whatever. I'm kind of reactive like that, but yeah, I just can't. I mean, it's just again, if I wrote it down, that would be great. But I couldn't really do them very well. Eric thought it was interesting. He thought that it was interesting that I was getting them wrong, but he still doesn't think I'm TI polar. He thinks I use TI and then I'm not TI polar. Okay, so we're about kind of like a half hour in to this hour and a half session, making pretty good time here. Because I'm being SI mindful. No, I just don't want to get bogged down in the inessentials here, because you know how it is. Because I can be like that, whatever it is. It's definitely some kind of any SI thing. But what's going on here? So oh yeah, well there's also other things too. He asked me like, well, how you get popular, and it's like it's all FE shit. What are you joking me? So of course it's going to be I'm going to be pleasant, and then I'm going to bond, and then I'm going to show my utility, right? And then I'm going to show my worth in some way, right? I mean, how would you guys become popular? I mean, yeah, well, I'm going to start doing a little song and dance, and that's going to, I mean, it could, but I don't know. Sure, though, that's where my mind goes to. I'm not, um, based on this session, I'm not surprised that he got the result that he did. But something about procrastination and things. Oh, sorry. He asked me about fun trips. So he's got kind of getting into relationship kind of things. Um, well, Rachel comes in, starts asking about relationship stuff. I recount the dream. It's kind of a bizarre dream, and I'm hearing myself when I'm talking about these things, by the way, and I'm thinking, damn, I really am coming off like very effy. Even the dream that I'm talking about, which again I was saying is unusual. It was a very unusual dream, and things like that. And then the memory from the trip was something I wouldn't say it was FE, but it was definitely. I mean, I thought it was being, I don't know, kind of FI or something, SIFI or something. I don't know. But tee hee, here he is with a beautiful FE smile. You know what I mean? I'm already kind of obviously have spoiled the result here, right? But Eric very quickly into the conversation was like, okay, I think I already know what your type is. But then by the end, okay, this part was fucking lame. All right. So, by the way, okay, the TI questions are like clusterfucks, and I really I was floundering. Okay, but then I think we're gonna start having some fun building a scene, like he said we were gonna do. He spends like 5 minutes building some convoluted scene about Thanksgiving, and he asked me to add an element. So once he finally explains the situation, and then I understand it, I add a few elements on top, and I thought we were going to do a little improv. But instead, he talks about Thanksgiving dinner, and then I'm like, oh, okay, so, well, we'll definitely be doing like a little song and dance routine, and then we'll FaceTime in Rachel and stuff and get them all in together. Again, sounding like an FE guy, right? And it's like, and then he stopped and he's like, okay, I think I already know what it is. And I'm like, no. And I'm like laughing because I know what the vibe is, right? Like I'm coming off so fucking like FE. And it's like we didn't even get into like anything. Well, then we do talk about guitar, and then that's so interesting how you play, blah 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 blah. But then this was where I felt like I started to unwind a bit more and kind of be comfortable, right? this kind of area, not really surprising, right? Um, but the relationship stuff, it's just it's talking about communication and connection and things like that. I mean, FI to FI, I mean, sorry, to, SIFE or whatever, right? So the Inky Pinkies come up, right? And I was tragically confident that I was going to do well at these. But then we only did like 4 of them. Well, he did 2, and then I did 2, and he's just so fucking good at them. And it did take me a while to even understand the game. I was talking about this with Mac Daddy on the chat yesterday before the stream. We're just kind of like, what is this game? And like, it's not an inherently easy game. Like I kind of don't feel like, and I've seen some of the other sessions. It's not like Eric makes it that easy for these things, right? But at the same time, you don't want to be given softballs, right? And it's a good typing session. It's just kind of like, okay, great. So I kind of like barely get to NE at all, and then for like the one moment, right, that I could, I flounder a bit again, right? It is what it is, you know? So inevitably, and he's already obviously had his mind up since probably a half hour in, right? Once we're finally at, and that's, to be fair, it's, how long does it, is it at an hour and a half? I think this is where I start pondering, right? Because he must have already said it.
That's interesting though, because
Close to an hour and a half in. So he does give it a lot more time before giving the final judgment, but inevitably he winds up typing me as ISFJ. So he types me in ISFJ, and I'm like, oh, that's interesting. So we start talking about it, and so he has a very, fittingly, I guess, a very kind of kind and charitable vision of ISFJs. And there are a lot of ISFJs that come on the channel that are not typical, no pun intended, right? Like James Carolus, Oliver Linehan. These are very kind of quick and bright individuals. And James Carolus especially has a very extensive knowledge of film. He's one of the people that comes on here who actually really know. I actually think he's, I don't want to dox him or anything, but I think he's or at least has been around my area, which is East Coast, kind of around near Boston and stuff. I'm not trying to dox him or anything, but I kind of did. But I don't know if he still does, but he seemed to be familiar with the area. It's just interesting because it was kind of like, so we are pretty similar, but he was typed ISFJ as well, into script writing and things like that. Eric goes in to explain, ISFJs can be creative. One of his best friends, probably his best friend of all time, is an ISFJ. I mean, this, for all intents and purposes, was, a pretty good typing session, and it was pretty, and he was, very kind in his analysis, right? Um, hold on a second.
it doesn't matter if the things
So he kind of gets in a little bit about. So then I ask him about, like, well, how do you square the sort of getting angry and stuff? And he's like, well, because you're FE, and then you're ignoring the FI a bit, and then that's how you really are, right? And it's like, okay, interesting. And then also, right, so I'm kind of like, well, what about low NE? You can be creative. He's like, no, you can certainly be creative. He does say that his friend was not only a good musician, but a good fine artist. I'm not very good with visual art. He said he got his visual art, a degree in fine art. I've never been very good at visual art. I don't know. Again, I can say, I think of myself as not being very good at SI and SE. Okay, that's just the reality of my situation. And I actually think of myself as being pretty good at NE and NI. And then FI and FE, and then TI and TE. But I put SI and SE like at the bottom, right? Now, I understand in the way that I kind of live my life, I kind of can be very SI, and that I do have very good memory recall and things like that. However, I don't feel like this was something I was thinking of yesterday, okay? Um I feel in some way forced by my conditions of way by way of often not feeling very well and dealing with OCD, like diagnosed OCD, as being forced into doing SI stuff and not being very good at it. But with NE stuff, I feel in some ways forced to get into it with kind of things of like possibilities and things like that. But primarily in the creative realm, I feel as though I have choice in that regard, a lot more choice in that regard, right? And that I'm good at it, right? So SI, no choice, not good. NE, choice, good. Um, I mean, it's like it could be, I could still be SI Dom, right? But it's like asking quite a bit of me to like reconfigure my conception of myself because inevitably like NE4 is not good. Like I mean it's not very good at NE stuff, right? Um and there are certain ideas
Oh yeah,
about
I
this
mean,
stuff. This is where I want to kind of finish up and get kind of be over this analysis thing. Get into my little hang-ups and see what you
master,
guys think.
being you're vetting for accuracy. It's like as a receiving type. I mean,
Receiving
I
type, right? It's like okay, but I
hmm,
actually do like to actively engage with the movies and the music as well. Um, Interesting stuff though because it's not NISE, it's NESI. Okay. Um,
yeah, we'll see what the people
See what the people think.
thank you.
What else? I think there's just kind of one more thing here at the very end, and then let me check the chat. Doing a good job trying to be pretty balanced here, right? Mr.
I
ISFJ
appreciate
here, right? It's not. It's very, possible, right? Hold on.
thing. I as
I,
though I
I.
had prompted, walk through the steps of this, right?
Right. This kind of bullshit about the steps. Yeah. All right. There were some miscommunications and some things here that they could have gone better, but by and large, you know, a decent typing. I mean, dare I say, even a good typing, because it's like, I mean, he gives a good hour and a half here, and he was nice enough to do it for free, assuming I published it, which I was glad to do. And it turns out you guys have all been nice enough to check it out and give your, takes, um, which I appreciate. It's pretty good. Um, on the other hand, I forget what I was gonna say, but something about basically like, well, basically just that I appreciate him doing it, and I'm glad we finally did it, right? But I think there was something at the end here about the right. It's like okay, but I'm not that passive in that way. But I get what he was saying. It's like and engaging with the media. Oh yes, he also said that I have it's a little bit like Rachel, who he types and she self types as INFJ. It's a little bit like that, but I have a bit more arty sensibilities. So, and he also said you're a particularly musically talented ISFJ. Um, cool and everything. They're all cool, but it's like you're. I mean, I don't know if he exactly said you're very creative, which it's like fair enough because when you're creative, you actually have to really create things, right? And I mean, this stream and doing this kind of stuff is probably the most creative stuff that I've done in like years. But I did used to be a lot more creative in the productive sense, and this is kind of a what is good. It's about where my attention is at and what I'm good at, and this is kind of where I want to get you guys' takes here. And so I'll finally kind of go to chat. But yeah, again, a very nice and good kind of take on the matter. But I do inevitably feel as though, well, and he did say in a recent stream, he did say that ISFJs can be creative yet again, and yeah, so musically creative, kind of ISFJ with arty tastes. Not a bad, in fact, it kind of hits a sweet spot that I don't think some of the other types like ISTJ and even ENTP were able to, fully encapsulate. I mean, me thinking of myself as being an INFP and him typing me ISFJ is somewhat again revelatory, right? Of a kind of sweet spot that, in as he said in the recent stream, it may very well be the truth, right? Um, and the FI would also be FI demonstrative. Um, the everything is placed somewhat well, but the things that I have, like problems with, I think are all on the NE and the SI and sort of the NI as he was explaining it in a stream today or yesterday now, but basically today. He was like if I was NI roll, that would be something that would give me a lot of problems even more than the polar. But for me, it's actually much more of a problem with oh, good lord, you guys. Okay, so listen to this. So then it's like, because this is where it's inevitably going. It's like, unfortunately, yet again, another thing that kind of, okay, so what about ESFJ? It's like, in what fucking world am I an ESFJ? Is getting ridiculous, right? It's like my mom's an ESFJ. You know, I'm the one sitting here spouting off all this NE stuff, and this is what she does. She goes, interesting, and then and maybe throws in a little something now and then. She could even be an ISFJ. Um, my sister thinks of herself as being an ENFP, and she always tests ENFP. But I have way better NE than her. I'm always the one coming through with all the NE. I sound so bitter, don't I? And then Eric's, Mr. ENTP, right? It's like, you can never top that NE, right? And I don't know, guys. It's a little bit of bullshit to me. I'm not gonna lie. I know what I'm saying and I agree, and I don't want to sound duplicitous here, right? But I feel on one hand like that this was a good typing and that Eric was very good about the typing. But on the other hand, I feel yet again very just like misunderstood and like under like just under recognized, for like what it is that I'm actually good at. But it would definitely be silly though to completely discount the decent FE and all of that, right? I get it. And I was raised in a very kind of FE environment, Um, although, as a kid and growing up, I mean, it was very consistent with something like FE ignoring. It was kind of like not seeing it, but being able to key into it. It's gotten better as I've gotten older. Um, there's always been a bit of obliviousness. It's just that I have a relative agreeableness. I mean, bearing with me, guys. I appreciate that. I think how long has it been? Like an hour? Yeah, perfect. Right around an hour here. I think that covers just about everything. Um, not bad in terms of covering everything here. Oh yeah, nicely summarized, CJ. Thank you, thank you. Um, but no, if you asked again, my family, for example, and I know that it's supposed to be functional. This is the thing. We get into functions and archetypes, okay? The idea of me being ISFJ to my family, for example, is laughable. The idea of me being ISFJ even to all of the friends, all of like the close friends that I've had in my life that are not privy to typology, for example, it's laughable. I had a friend who typed ISFJ, and he may even be an ISTJ. He was kind of my first real best friend from the tween years on. And I was always the one coming through with the NE, and I was always the one saying, let's do the video. We would make videos, okay? This was like our thing. We made videos all the time. And he was kind of like my actor, you know what I mean? I acted too, but these were these were my videos, okay? And I really did all the work. And he typed ISFJ, um, and this was when I was very much so more of an ENFP type of person, right? Um, and again, I bring him up because, and I don't want to badmouth him or anything, but he is probably one of the most boring people that I've ever met in my entire life. Um, and to the point where people would be like, and it may not even be a type thing, but people would be like, what's his deal? Like, he's literally completely silent and like offers nothing. Um, well, now he's a nurse. He's a nurse, and I bet he's actually a darn good nurse, okay? Although even my dad, who thinks of himself as being perhaps an INFJ or ISFJ even, has said of him, well, he doesn't have it's kind of funny to imagine him being a nurse because it's not like he would exactly have the best bedside manner. So again, he might be ISTJ. But I'm not trying to knock him or anything. It's just like he thinks of himself as ISFJ, and he probably is. And he's just like one of. Don't get me wrong. He's handsome, right? He's a handsome guy. He's chill. He's nice and he's good. Okay, but he's very literal, very concrete, very boring, and very robotic. Even we would always say, we'd always kind of joke that he was a robot, which is kind of mean. And I should also reach out to him because he's you know always been a pretty good friend. But another thing too, if I'm gonna be a little jerk right now, he was also always kind of a follower. I mean, I remember growing up, for example, when he would hang out with other people that were a little bit more of jerks. I never really got bullied, which is lucky of me, but there was always a weird sentiment around sometimes where it felt like people would tease me a little bit, you know? And I remember when he would get around some of those people, we were best friends, right? And anyway, I don't hold that against him too much. We were very young. This was when this is when we were like 12, you know. Um, but then as we would get older, and he's a very sweet guy. I remember him, telling me once he's kind of like, we're always gonna be friends. Like a very nice thing. I should really hit him up. It's like he's a good dude. But you get the idea though. It's just kind of like he definitely would not. He would follow the crowd, and then furthermore, if there was ever a time, like there was one time where we went to dine and dash at Olive Garden, and he conveniently was saying, "Oh, my mom got me to go home." It turned out to be a good idea because we got busted and had to use our friend's credit card to pay the bill because right when we were out of there, the waiter came out and was like, "Guys," he was like, "You can't do that. It's gonna come out of my paycheck." And then I was the one who had to deal with it too. And we were like, all right, I'm sorry, 1 second. So we had to like go. Um, we left like a few bucks. Like, this is a crappy thing to do. Don't dine and dash anyone, right? It's like, especially because it will come out of their paychecks. So we had to go to our friend, and he had to pay like $100 off of his freaking credit card. Oh my god. But the friend who I'm saying is an ISFJ or maybe an ISTJ, which is probably more accurate. He didn't he bailed on that, and he had the foresight there to that it was not a good idea. Um but you would also never catch him moralizing about anything. I mean, for example, he never thought, like when we were young and things like that, like he would always say things like, "Oh, sex is like not a big deal." And so he's not an uppity like type of character in any way. Like and he's very chill. He's actually much more chill than me and much more practical than me. He did very well in school. He and now he's a nurse. You know what I mean? I think he's probably a pretty good nurse. I don't know that. I think he's also improved his FE a little bit. In any case, he was always a very good person for me to. He always had a very good on me. You know what I mean? Um, and conversely, once I started getting into typing stuff, he was also very nice once when he said something like something like I told him something that like he has a nice grounding influence on me, and then he told me something that was very nice, which was like hearing you think out loud about things helps me to kind of think about things, and that was honestly probably one of the nicest things he ever said to me, because it wasn't um he's also not incredibly he's just not very emotional at all. So, and that's not even like a really emotional thing, but that to me was like him showing, I was like, thank you so much. Like that is meaningful so that I'm not just spouting off a bunch of crap and not being, in any way helpful, even if a lot of it is just about me. You know what I mean? Which again, I always thought was consistent with kind of FINE stuff. Um, with a nice little side dish of kind of good fe, kind of hoping, it's like, but does this help? And it's like, do you want to join in now? Like there's a lot of like with my mom, for example, where it'll kind of be like, it's kind of like, okay, but what do you think? I really do want to hear what people think. It's just, other than you guys who go on here and know about the lack of outside world activity, lack of interfacing that I've had, to where I don't in some ways even know what I'm actually good at. I mean, I know that I'm good at music and film and writing and speaking and things like that, basically. I mean, that's basically it. Okay? And with a nice little again, a side, I'll call it a side dish, right? Of kind of socialization of sociability. Um if I'm so inclined, which is interesting because even Eric said that that's FE tool. It's you're good at it if you're so inclined. Something to consider, sure, right? Um, I just think I just think his definition of it like is much more charitable, or lending itself to more openness to character than the archetypes tend to present themselves as. Um, but there's a certain reality of the situation, right? Where it's like, okay, but if your fourth slot NE, it's like you can't be good at it. And I kind of feel like I'm pretty good at it. And slot NI, and that's supposed to give me problems. It's like, no, like the TE gives me problems, more than anything. Uh, so let me play some music now to demonstrate how creative and whatever I am. No, fuck that. I mean, I'll play later, but um, be real about it, because it's not like um oh right, this the archetype of the thing, it's like you he was also saying it's like, well, you should change it to, it needs to be functional, not archetypal. It's like, okay, but it does add up to an archetype, right? You are being, if you're an ISFJ, you are practical at the expense of creative. You know what I'm saying? And that has its benefits, of course. You know what I mean? It's like I could actually do well to be more like that, and maybe that is what I will find is me, my real me, you know? Um it's just a strange thing, you guys, because I just feel like this type stuff has a way of as Mark would always put it, it has a way of casting a bit of a spell on you, because it's like suddenly now I'm thinking of myself as being this kind of like I'm an ISFJ now, so I'm like this ineffective but like kindly fellow. And it's just kind of like, it makes me think of like a wet sandwich. I mean, and again, it's like, okay, Eric has like a very charitable definition of these things, right? It's like, no, ISFJs can be creative. They can, they're brilliant. It's like, I mean, yeah, maybe, but at the same time, like what? Not everyone gets to be, creative and brilliant. I'm not saying that I'm creative and brilliant. Believe me, I don't even think anymore that I'm like an NE dom necessarily, I don't, I'm not delusional, you know what I mean? I keep wanting to, I'm not delusional, right? But it's like language, for example, like I since I was a little kid, I have a command of language, that was another thing when I was saying, oh, I start writing stuff and the songs come off as basic. But I did say, I'm like, but that's because of how I play. You know what I'm saying? Look at that amazing shot. And it's like, but if I was to write songs on the piano, anyway, whatever. I don't want to, Ruben's right. He's like, he goes, nothing has changed about you, man. Yeah. But there's a serious thing that gets into this, right? Where you're kind of like, I guess I have an investment in myself as being somehow basically just good with NE stuff, good at NF stuff, right? Um, and, you know, but mostly NEFI. And while understanding I'm not necessarily this like super novel person, um, that I'm good at these things, especially like verbally, writing wise, blah blah blah. And I have very kind of eclectic taste. And I try not to, whatever. I mean, I've gotten much more in touch with I think my FI in recent years. Like instead of just focusing on things that are new or novel, I try to focus on things that are actually good. Which I think of as being NI or FI. I don't know. I'm damn good at this stuff though. What can I say? Um, but what I'm saying though is like I'm not making it up. It's like there's a bit of a not to have a fucking existential crisis on you guys. I'll keep it short. It's just you know I'm a little it's just like it's a little embarrassing. It's just kind of like when did I become this guy? You know what I'm saying? Um, who's this FE like shell of a person or this kind of SI, this guy who's been like kind of forced to focus on SI and has kind of become this FE deflective kind of nervous laughter kind of he goo goo. I'm just like what the fuck, like I want to start fucking smacking myself. You know what I mean? It's like, buddy, get with it. Like for years and years, you were this you had serious potential and then you started squandering it in this like SI comfort land. And to kind of counteract that almost, it's like you kind of start getting good at FE shit. Honestly, probably so that people fucking leave you alone so they don't ask you like, "Hey, why aren't you working? Like why aren't you doing anything good?" You know what I mean? And so inevitably, it's like you get kind of reduced to like, oh, he's just like a chill, nice guy, and like that's kind of like his thing. And it's like, okay, that's nice, but that's not the full extent of me. And people who have known me my whole life don't even really think of me as being chill or even necessarily nice. It's more of like a persona that I've built or something. I mean, I love having good rapport with people and having just good vibes and but what I like most is to bond with people, and I also just like most to be authentic and to be myself. I don't you know follow the herd. I know that people don't like that, but it's like come on guys, it's like we can sit here all day and we can talk about challenging the stereotypes and things like that, but there's a reason ISFJs and ISTJs are very common because they are practical people, which is good, but you have to be if you're practical at the expense of creativity. And I guess what I'm saying to wrap that up would be I feel like I've been practical as as opposed to creativity almost at like my own expense. But you know what I'm saying? I've been in hibernation mode and I've been kind of overly concerned with like maintaining homeostasis, due to kind of just again like just kind of not feeling well and OCD stuff. And I feel like this is very important to understand about me. Um, on the other hand, or I shouldn't even say on the other hand, it's more like and what if and I mean not exactly what if, but like it could easily turn out though as I get older, right? And kind of become more in tune with my needs, right? That I actually am an SI dom and that it's like but again, here I go back and forth. But at the same time, you guys, doesn't everybody have to do SIFE shit, SITE shit in order to function? Like, you get what I'm saying? And I want to say that again because this is something like an important delineation. It's like, doesn't everybody good, obviously, and then I start getting on here, I start getting in my bag or whatever, getting in my mood, kind of being like, you got to have responsibility and you got to do good and everything. It's like, well, that's coming from me knowing that I've forsaken this stuff for years and years and then I have to do it. But it's kind of like, but everyone has to fucking do it, right? I don't know, man. But no doubt the personality stuff is genius because it helps to like contextualize it into a, more concrete reality. But again, I guess I just have issue with the thing of like the intentionality and what you're good at. It's like take Eric for example, right? People could say there are a lot of people who actually think that he's an ISFJ, but there's no way he could be an ISFJ if he's that good at NE, right? So he's probably an ENTP, you know? And his NE probably is a bit better than mine, you know? Um, it's not a contest, but I'm just saying, it's a good example because it's like not only is his attentionality there, but he's good at it, right? So it kind of debunks, the idea. But to me, it's kind of like, okay, well, it's like, what's going on here? Like, am I, if I am an ISFJ, I would have to be, wrongly, like wrongly configured in this way. But it doesn't make sense though because I am pretty good at it anyway. Whatever. I'm not gonna sit here and try to fucking tell everyone how good I am at something and give no examples other than whatever, right? SI shit, I guess, stuff from the past and stuff from but example things that I am skilled at, but not necessarily demonstrating it, not right now. But this is a little bit of a meta conversation. I'm not, I'm analyzing it from above the situation, so try not to look too much for any here. I mean, if there is, great, but I'm talking about NE and stuff. Naturally, I'm not going to be, you know, I guess you could be NEing about NE, but probably not. Anyway, so I'm not going to read out loud every comment here because there's a lot, but I just want to address some things that maybe are like important. So yeah, we'll do another typing session soon enough. Yeah, Jeff Shaw was going hard. Um, The FE was popping. Yeah, maybe I can look at some of the comments. Let's see what's going on here. But I was imagining because pressing the deep VVs. They have this molten core thing. And bags that have a black hole at their core. This thing, I mean, it's like I feel that I know myself relatively well in terms of like my values and morals and things. I mean, Winston's mom was asking me, well, what do you think about, morale versus morals? And it's like, is that even like a real question? It's like, obviously morals. But I don't know. Maybe there's some people who would say morale over morals. But I just look. I see where that is. Morale is obviously FE, and FI is obviously morals or something. I guess. But then there are going to be people who are going to object to that because it's like FI is not morality. Blah blah blah. Back and forth all day long. At the end of the day, you know what you value is going to be your morality. Your personal values, right? Um, that because I honestly think that that's what I do. Look, I'm not gonna sit here and try to convince anyone of anything. I just am telling you the way that I see what I do is making my FI palatable to people through FE work, and I happen to be pretty good at it. So it's good. I just think of it being pretty good at both. It could be ISFJ though in that way because you're FI demonstrative, you know. So and maybe INFP is overselling it a little bit, right? Like FI Dom, like, oh my gosh. And plus, I am pretty kind of reactive. I'm not really, um, as duels chill about everything as I kind of wish that I was. Anyway, any of my, do you think do you think values are in the cognitive functions? Well, it's like probably FI. I mean, things there's something wrong with them, especially on its own slot. I know I do this nice concept. Something wrong with me. It's not broken how I thought. And polar T, being SE ignoring and polar T also has a bit of sense to it, but it also has sense to it if it was TE, or no, sorry, actually, that would make sense too if it was TE ignoring and SE polar. It's just ridiculous. You just start making a case for a bunch of types, but anyway, whatever, It's definitely top of the list right now. You know, 9-4 makes sense. All right, well, at least you guys get the vibe there. Hooey. Some stop. Yeah. Yeah, well, I sure can talk, whatever's going on there. I don't know. Yeah, warm 6.7. Yeah, thanks. Probably. Paranoid people. Yeah. Well, this is good, and a proclivity to a certain potential paranoia, security. But yeah, I mean that's a very negative portrayal. I feel like you always do this, Boba Fett. You'll be like, "Oh, FIs are the ones who are fucking, snowflakes, and the sixes are obsessed, paranoid people." It's like, okay, I mean, yeah, shit, man, I guess. As opposed to what, freaking the 9 and the FE or something being like good. I mean, it's like, they've all got bad and good to them, right? But you know what I mean. 6, 7 broadest range of my behavior. Well, that's the thing. I mean, yeah, but you're not wrong. I'm just how it is. And you do have the numbers correct here. And then yeah, there's also unhealthy and healthy elements that come into this type stuff as well, where it's like, you know, whatever type I am is probably not the most healthy. So it's like whatever. That's something to be kind of considered and understood. The guys go. So yeah, Winston's mom doesn't really think INFP. Congressman thinks perhaps, or well, I guess ENFP, FI tool. Remember the CJ props putting yourself out there. Seriously, I get nervous about these things too, but isn't it rewarding to have done it? Yeah, kind of. I've had to what I'm gonna do now, I'm gonna get a coffee in a sec, and then I'm gonna kind of chill finally, kind of sit with it a little bit. You know what I'm saying? So I can actually feel a bit rewarded. But yeah, no, it's cool. It's just I get a little absorbed in the analysis and the discourse. But I mean, it's fun. I just is it rewarding? I mean, kind of, but it's I'm glad to have finally done it. Sure, you know, not to sound like so prickly about it or something, but I'm just kind of like, yeah, sure, kinda. It's like, yeah, I don't know. I kind of fucking hate type. But maybe you guys are just better at being detached from it than me. You know what I mean? I get attached in this way where I'm just kind of like, this is what I am. I wish I didn't, but I do. Lena made a very convincing argument to me too. Sold me on IFP, TBH. He makes a good point. Melting zero, that is. Like a male. He's like a male Heidi Pride. Okay. I'll have to check her out. That's funny. She's kind of like the resident ENFP. I even got a book from. I have a book from her. Not it's. I got it as a gift from someone. Like Heidi Bree. I mean, what do you guys think? She's actually good or not? This is the most noticeable to Ruben as well, though, and that's interesting. I mean, of course, it does. I mean, but it's like quotes like that are relatable, but at the same time say nothing, right? No offense, Winston's mom. It's just like the constant tug of war between, yes, I want to go experience everything right now, and wow, I need a lot of time to process these experiences. Can I take a breather? Heidi Ribe, the comprehensive ENFP survival guide. It's just like, okay, you're talking about being a fucking human being. You know? This stuff kind of, pisses me off sometimes. But it's cool. It's cool. I'm FE. I'm an ISFJ. No, I'm kidding. But no, I just the whole ENF, just like, oh, you're such a unicorn. Like, what is that really? Come on. I get it. It's like two extremes, I guess, but like maybe that's not so relatable to other people, but I kind of just feel like, yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's just pretty relatable to probably like 8 out of 12 personality types. Maybe that's maybe not an ironically, I guess, or coincidentally, I guess maybe not so much with an ISTJ or an ISFJ. Or yeah, but you would think though that probably most people and most types could relate to that to some capacity. Um Carrot does say though, I like Heidi's stuff. She's one cool ENFP. KM9, I find myself still married to the idea that he's an EDOM, but I've seen you make good points on here. Yeah, it's like I know what you mean though, Ruben. It's like I mean that's literally how I feel about myself. Or but it's not just with it's with anybody though. When someone you can people got to remember this, the real spell that it can cast. It's like once you start making a case and it makes sense, it's like you can find yourself again, kind of being able to see like most of the types in people. If not all of them. But obviously there are going to be some that just are kind of like very unlikely, right? Like for me, it would be like it's very unlikely that I'm an ENTJ, an ISTP, an ESTP, um, or like an ESFP. Yeah, those are like the most unlikely ones, I think, right? I mean, I have a list, like you can pull it up, but let's not be too freaking ridiculous here, right? Because I'm kind of over it right now. I mean, what people think is freaking. She doesn't want to come from wire for her heart. Right. Yeah, well, yeah, it's like I wish. Maybe we'll see. Slang gray as if Jay needs 10 hours of sleep. Right though. Well, it's true. I do need a lot of sleep. I mean, of course, that's after staying up for 24 hours and then sleeping like 24 hours. Um. What's your other guys? See, questions are terrible. So I addressed most of these here. I could relate to see. Do you relate to see sometimes you could see it? You're fatigued at the time. Okay, never mind. Yeah, a bit. I mean, that's why I'd almost like to do it again, maybe like right after I wake up or something. He goes, they don't need to go. I mean, yeah. Thanks, Ruben. I mean, it could have been. Well, Kami says, do you think you'll get tight by anyone else? I mean, maybe that would be, an interesting. I was thinking about it just now. I was like, maybe, but, probably have to pay for that, and I don't, we'll see. I'd rather kind of just see what people think on my stream, and then see, do another session with Eric soon. I think that's enough for now. But Ruben also said, he says no, they weren't kicking your ass. You just FE over TI. I know how you were able to speak. Let's understand TI, no problem. Yeah, definitely within reason. So yeah, I appreciate that. Not bad. I think I could do better on them too, if I was again maybe just wake up. But you can't write them down. That is a problem. I don't know that I'd be able to um, do some of those really well without really writing them down. I think just getting INFP arena dream is going to make me feel like I really don't want it to be. Realistically, I think I'm more grounded. Yeah, I can sort of, I kind of know what you mean about that though, Carrot. It's like you you're a bit more grounded than I do feel like I'm a bit more grounded than most of the INFP, at least the stereotypes. But if you, it's not just stereotypes, it's the archetype, right? So a bit more grounded than even the archetype if you're being as accurate as possible, right? I want to retest. Duel is a perfect form in INFP, and he is grounded even while desiring more time to dream. SI third is developed through nurture, and his background shaped his conscientiousness. I'll tell you guys my big five in a minute. I think I'll do a retest though. CJ O'Connell. Oh yeah, when his mom says, "Channel, please give us a brief description of FE versus FI." This is very far back. I don't know. I'll do it. I'll keep that in mind. If you guys want to hear me do that, I'll do it. But I kind of feel like I've already done enough here with the type talk. Not saying I can't do it, but that just seems like a waste of time right now. No offense. Opposite of INFP. Well, the opposite of INFP. Well, the true opposite of INFP. Yeah, maybe ESFP. But even you paying attention to the thought of thinking I'm coming off very FE is FE, you are noticing perceptions. Yeah, sure, but I'm just hearing what I'm saying. Like, I don't know, whatever. I'm breezing through these a little bit. He has a J or ENFJ. Duels is so lovely. Yeah, Duels is a lovely man. I need to watch more of his stuff. Um, the whole guitar upside to get yeah. Well, thanks, once a month. People are always very intrigued by the upside down guitar thing. I'm almost a little embarrassed by it. I don't think it's you know what I mean. Because I think it's a little limiting, and I also I guess uh, I guess I want to focus more on like if it's actually good, right? I was just part and parcel with that same thing. It's like, well, okay, it's interesting, but it's like, am I a good player, right? I don't mean necessarily FE good player. I don't know, right? But just like FI, FE, whatever. Kind of just feeling like I'm good at it. Because I think I'm pretty good at guitar the way that I play. But sometimes I get this thing of like, I do this weird thing sometimes where I downplay things. So it'll be like, that's fucking weird that you play like that, right? And I'm like, okay, well, like, calm down, right? Like, I don't. It's not that weird. I suddenly almost start getting like nervous. You know what I mean? No, you said I'm not talking about you though, Winston's mom. I'm just saying in general. Like, I do this. I do this a lot. There's a downplaying element. Maybe it's Fe. I don't know, right? It's just kind of like, well, it's actually not that crazy. It's simultaneously contrarian, but also like self-preservatory, if that's even a word. Because I don't, as much as I like to be original or something, right? I don't want to be like original and like weird are kind of different, right? Not that I mind being a little weird. I just weird is definitely not always good, right? Anyway, you could I'm a little bit in a side there, but yeah, the whole thing of the how I play, I'm just kind of like, okay, sure, but I don't know. It just seems to fascinate people in a way where I'm just kind of like, yeah, I mean, it's a little unusual, but so what, right? I don't know. I don't know. You know what I mean? Does that you know what I mean? But anyway, um, you know, be for a year. Ooh, yeah, we got that. For a year. Been zoned out. The bank's gonna remember Inky Pinkies. Yeah, we did Inky Pinkies for like 2 seconds. I was so sad because I thought we were gonna be good. I thought I was gonna be, good with them, and I fucking flopped. To be honest with you, do good that you didn't get enough time. Don't worry about it. Yeah, exactly. Thank you to everybody for tuning in here. He said he knew like he said he knew like immediately. Yeah, it was an unhealthy floor. It was a bit of a different flavor. It was very creative. It was fun, but also difficult. Type have you dated that you would date? That's cool. We have similar. me, me and Kami's ex have a very similar taste level. That's cool. Charming, charismatic. Wings relationship been with an INTP, ESTP, and been with an ENTP for a year now. Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, you have a boyfriend. R.I.P. No, I'm just kidding, but that's funny. That's good. Um, yes, SI is more than just memory because SI is your frame. Your scorecards is not something you do. It's who you are. That's true too. Yeah. Hold on, like I'm rooting for him. The INTP would be low maintenance. Okay, wait. Let me breeze through these a little more. I will highlight this though. Carrot does say SI is having an internal impression of everything around you. Everything gives you a special feeling / reaction. You see the world through your own personal lens. I mean, that resonates on a certain level, but at the same time, it, it just feels like people aren't I mean, am I wrong about this? It just feels like maybe around here everyone's trying to give like a more well-rounded picture of what SI can be, but it's like no. I mean, like I just feel like something like everything gives you a special feeling slash reaction. Like yes, it's an internal impression of everything around you, but like everything gives you a special feeling slash reaction. It's like okay, now we're starting to get into like FI, but now by the time you see the world through your own personal lens, it's like, I mean, kind of, but like that sounds like very FI. And then Boba Fett says, routine repetition SI. It's like, like that's the way kind of people think more about it. But I'm down for more, more well-rounded portrayal of these things, I was telling Eric earlier, I mean, he should come out with more archetype, like nutshell type videos that, I mean, Michael Pierce has excellent ones. I just watched the ISFJ ones, like they're pretty good, sure. But it's like, did I see myself in some of it? Yes. Did I not see myself in some of it? Yes. It's like kind of just like with every other type, unfortunately. Um, well, again, with the exception of like the bottom four types, right? Everything else, I can kind of pick out thing. I'm like, oh yeah, that's not me, and that's me. Anyway, Kara says it's all subjective, but you are kind of right about that sort of subjective element there. I suppose the impressions and like it is very possible. I like again. I feel that I just have sort of bad, but also sort of good SI. It's weird. Um, I don't mean like, oh, it's weird, like, cause whatever. I'm trying to, make you think I'm something. Just what it is. It's just a strange relationship I feel that I have with it. It's a love hate relationship, But anyway, do you make art? She says I doodle sometimes. I used to like painting, but it's so messy and I don't got room. So you do the pro bono over the book. Paint. I think you're talking about your identity, your experience. That's an interesting thing though about conception of self, right? It's like I really want to be, and generally am pretty congruent in my self conception and of others' conception of me. Regardless, functionally, some elements of ISFJ make sense. Archetypally, it does not make that much sense. Um, but this is still true here. Yeah, it's like self conception perhaps is a bit of an SI thing. Although again, it's just like kind of FI. I don't know. We'll see though. I'm open to kind of understanding more here about this stuff. Um, just having some kind of proper, understanding of this stuff, if there even is one. It kind of feels like it's ever changing. You'll say one thing about a type or a function, and then it'll be like, well, not necessarily because this and that, and like maybe that's kind of that's like fun, but it's also like so speculative, right? Um, and I think when it comes down to just like nailing it, being accurate about it, it's like just so hard to, not want to just be like, okay, it's like, but like, what is it really though? You know, it's like seems like everyone has different definitions, and from them you can gather a consensus. But even then, people will argue with your consensus. You know what I mean? Anyway, Ruben says, take this with a grain of salt. Fourth position isn't bad. Fourth slot is your relationship to it. You're seeking ideation. You're seeking convo. You're seeking new experiences. That is true too. Yeah. Um. Thank you, Winston's mom. Kara says ESFJ Mafia boss. That's interesting. Should be the happy to be ISFJ god of aesthetic Pinterest boards. Yeah. It's like whatever. I mean, back in the day, I tried to get into Tumblr, but I couldn't keep up with it too much. And then it got overrun by the SJWs. Tumblr is where it all began. I'll get into that. We'll move on and talk about some other stuff now and do a little music and chill out a little bit. My mom is in the SFJ. I think honestly, it's just thinking too much about my like identity after a long time or whatever starts to kind of actually just get stressful because it's like it's just a back and forth that is not even necessarily productive and positive, you know. But it's good, and I do appreciate the feedback, and I'm glad that we're kind of finally kind of helping to get this nailed down a little bit. You know what I mean? More solid takes here. You know what I mean? It's pretty good. Anyway, that was a nice jam. What type do you believe you are? ENTP, INFP. Well, I still lean towards kind of INFP, but at the same time, like ISFJs, I've it's close. You know what I mean? ENTP, maybe I might even knock a little below it at this point, and then ENFP probably after that, or vice versa, something like that. The list has changed. I'll maybe show you guys, but you get the idea. It's pretty good. Well, it's like if that's me, I need to do a lot more of that. I mean, I do anyway, but it's just kind of like if that's hashtag literally me. No, but if that's literally me, then it's like I'm definitely failing at my duty even more than I thought. I don't know. Yeah, whatever. Let's not get too caught up here. ISFJ is very judgy. An ENFP type of person. Well, yeah. I mean, I was more of an ENFP from the ages of like from when I was a kid to when I was like, a teenager, and then even then, I still had those proclivities, but I think it kind of changed over time to be more of an INFP, and then to the point where I'm at now, where it could be, ISFJ, ISTJ, or even ENTP. That's what I would say. It's a pretty good. It's pretty good, right? We got five. That's top five. Okay, good, right? Um, but INFP and INFJ, I mean ISFJ may in fact be the most likely at this juncture. I'm still bristling a little bit at ISFJ to be honest, but I'm open to it. Obviously. Back when I right, so yeah, I mean, I would hate being a nurse because it's like, I mean, for me, I have way too high of like a disgust sensitivity, and it would just be very stressful on all fronts, you know, and whatever that may be, it's like, and that's just the reality of the situation. I'm not saying that to kind of debunk ISFJ. I could still be ISFJ, but I'm telling you, I would not handle that well at all. So, I don't know. Anyway, there's all people in crabby people. Right, he probably is. My friend is probably an ISTJ. Calling ISFJ robotic. There's a career for the ISFJ brother. I'd be the nickname, the healer, right? Which is a little more esoteric, but it's kind of like interesting, pretty good. Potato peeler, yeah, literally. It's like I know you. I mean, I will. I do agree that there needs to be more expansion on the probably the SJ types the most. But on the other hand, they generally speaking don't seem very interested in typology and whatnot, so they don't get too into it. And again, that's not me, but it's just like it's not me. But I'm telling, it's like the types in general, though they don't care about this stuff. I don't know, whatever. Anyway, I'm ridiculous. I'm just kind of like getting into everything, and then I go, whatever. They're going to hold back their many and project a war at the ones I know do this. I mean, I think of myself as the kind of person who holds back my opinion and projects a warmth for like 10 minutes. And then I'll tell you what I really think. But I'll still try to be, chill about it. But if you don't like it, it's like we might have to get into it a little bit. But, I don't like conflict very much, though, as a general rule. You know, so. But it's like whoever says, like, I love conflict, right? Pretty sure it's like wired into human beings, unless you're like a psychopath, to not actually really enjoy conflict, like genuine conflict, right? Like, it's never good. I mean, it's literally never good, but it also literally never feels good, right? It's kind of my point, right? I mean, it's never good, but it never feels good, I mean, every now and then, if you want to assert yourself in some way that maybe you will feel accomplished, as I'm reading the word accomplish here, you know, sure. Sounds like a very SFJ thing, though. That's like what my mom needs to do of more. I mean, she'll literally be the first person to tell you, like, oh, yeah, I prioritize other people's needs over my own. Um, and don't really even know exactly how I feel about certain things. And that's just something I don't relate to. On the other hand, it gives me a bit of existential anxiety to think of what that would be like, let alone to think of what it would be like if that is me and I just don't realize that it's me, you know? It's why it can be so kind of ontologically distressing. But inevitably, that is not me. It's not something that I relate to. And my mom will be the first person to tell you that. She's been telling me since I was a kid, people can like what they want to like, and it doesn't mean anything. I'm like, no, it means everything, right? Would be it would be interesting if I am ISFJ, because wouldn't it be critical parent FI? So it actually could be something like, you have the wrong beliefs, or you have the wrong, not even belief, like the wrong values or something like that, whether it's in art, like in art and in life. You know what I mean? So it's possible. On the other hand, there could be the FE critical parent, which is a little bit like, you're not being very diplomatic. You're not approaching this in the way that's gonna, get you the most what's the word? I don't know, positivity or something like that. Like with Master Bobby or something sometimes, you know what I mean? It's like love him to death, but you know how it is. It's kind of like, dude, I've said this a million times. It'll be like, dude, you catch more flies with honey than vinegar, though. It's like, if you want to get into it with people about morality and spirituality, like, you can't just be saying like you're wrong and you're not good. It's like, well, I mean, everyone has things that are not right, and that are not, and that are kind of, bad. Everyone deals with this stuff. Anyway, well, it's just kind of like when the preacher gets up and is talking about like fire and brimstone and you're going to go to hell. It's like, well, why don't you talk more about heaven, right? Instead of talking so much about evil, like, why don't you talk more about good? I mean, it comes off sounding naive or something like that, but it's kind of like, well, if you get people, if you're able to persuade people, or whatever you want to call it, right, to, like, let's say if you're gonna be evangelizing, right, then it's like you need to, like, speak of the glory of God and Jesus Christ and good and heaven and everything, right? Like it can't all just be you're damned to hell if you don't do the right thing, right? It's like, I mean, if you want to start there, you can, but you have to get to some more positive conclusion. I think that's what gives people the good feeling that draws them towards the light, right? But if you just tell people they're fucking sorry, I mean a curse, but you know, if you just tell people that they're freaking heathens or whatever, right? I'm not saying I'm not, you know, I'm just speaking in general. I'm just using him as an example. No offense, Mr. Bobby, but you know, it's like just generally speaking, you know, I've gotten into this a lot, like just where it's like you're gonna get probably more people to. You don't want to be naive about it, but you also want to just kind of give people that positivity to move towards the good, to move towards good. You know what I mean? Anyway, that was a little bit of an aside, but just with relevance to FE stuff. You know what I mean? Running this under terms because you SI absolute. I can relate that with 7 slots. SI absolute. Well, yeah, I mean, I am a pretty kind of particular kind of person. Particular, even picky. I'd like to say discerning. You know, discerning. You know, even kind of scrupulous in both senses of the word, in the literal sense and in the kind of more you know, metaphorical sense or whatever you want to call it. Not necessarily metaphorical, but you know, well, just with the mental and the physical, but also the moral and the spiritual. You know what I mean? Literally. So anyway, sense of superior, intuitive to get out, amazing. Because yeah, sparring is a big part of intimacy. Sense there's a superior, intuitive to get out. Sorry, I gotta kind of just, you know, I'm change right, but if it says none of these type descriptions will 100% encapsulate you, amazing. This being an ENFJ doesn't make me scared to TI. I just have to choose where to spend my TI tonight to predict such a bag won't get the thing. Interesting. Any of I which is why INFP or ISFJ make most sense. I definitely agree with that. I mean, the way you talk about it, Ruben, it's like, and I only say this because you've said this kind of thing many times. Like, I mean, is it possible that, like, I mean, I don't even know how to ask this without sounding insulting, but it's like, do you just have like a memory issue, or like I just don't know, like, or is that really just like what with like SI polar people? Because like I just maybe it is just such a stark difference or something, right? I just can't. Well, the I mean, look, you say like telling you what I ate for lunch. Someone asked me, so what's happening in your life? I answer, oh, you know, work, fun, spending time with friends, because I can't remember specifically. Like, that's fine. I get speaking like generally, but also saying like if you can't remember what you ate for lunch, and maybe even if you can't remember like a specific what the fuck just happened? Hold on, sorry. A specific event or whatever. It's like, I mean, I just can't even relate to that at all. What the fuck is this, right? Sorry. You see how the chat isn't showing up anymore? One sec. Yeah, no, it's just after a certain time of hearing this, I'm tempted to kind of push back and just kind of be like, okay, like honestly though, like is this like typological, or is this like um something outside of type? I mean, I'm not trying to play diagnostician or be in any way kind of, I'm not trying to be like, you have fucking, like you're talking about, it's like brain damage or anything. I just feel like even if you were polar SI, like is it really that bad? You know what I mean? Like you can't even remember what you like had for lunch. It's just, and again, it really could be my bias too. It's just that's such a foreign like concept to me, you know. But anyway, sorry. I just had to say that. Um, oh wait. Which I might have said once before, but see, because I can remember. I don't know. I might have said that at least once before, but I haven't. It's just you've said it enough times, even like in this conversation, where I'm just kind of like, all right, maybe like this is like an issue that it just sounds almost a little bit extreme. Like, but anyway, I'm not trying to like worry you or anything. Not like I mean, that would be polar SI. It's just sort of surprising to me. Anyway, sorry, I'm kind of circling. Probably don't even really care that much. I mean, he even says here, well, hold on. I have to look on the chat on here now. Instead of on the OBS chat, because it's refreshed. Oh my gosh, guys, so much shit. So much shit. Okay. It says balance and all. Interesting. Not anything. So, well, I mean, mom says 10% of our ISFJ, and most of those are women. I know one male ISFJ, and you're not anything like him. And then, of course, Fly Guy is like, I guess playing the guitar backwards is TE blind. Well, I think the intuitive bias really poison the community. I mean, that's true, KM9. Science experiential, homeostasis, FE is social. Homeostasis character really has. And that's NE. All over the place, the whole upside down weird guitar. Dogged practice, fix that in a hurry. Doing as like the scrapboard thing CJ does. This is SI and talking to us in his FE about his TI hobbies for his NE baby precisely, specifically, obviously, clearly. What is that me saying precisely, specifically, obviously, clearly? No. Ruben goes, don't mean I'm not. No, it's cool. You're not messing with me existentially. Sorry, it's buffering. It's fucking bullshit. All right. He goes, and also, yo, what up, Fly Guy? Some of these good essentially, the more I hear, the more I think ISFJ makes sense. The absolute SI is very clear and has been this whole stream. Plus, you're supervising me. I don't know, man. I mean, I wouldn't. I don't really know how I'm supervising you. I said that I am saying this one thing now, but like this is kind of the biggest thing that stands out. I mean, I don't. I mean, I think we get along, and I don't know. I don't feel like I'm supervising you. I mean, if I am, then I don't know. You would have to tell me. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not sitting here being like, Ruben and his like ENFJ-ness. Like, I have to set him straight. It's like, not doing that at all. No, you're good, man. Appreciate it. Yeah, Jeff is in love with Eric. All right, I'm almost caught up here, guys. There you go. Nice. That's good. I think it was rewarding. Is this like that? I'm sorry, I missed it. No, I wish I was a little bit more rewarded by that kind of thing. I mean, it's like it's not the same reward as like, you know, and again, this is also my bias. It's not a type fucking thing. It's just I would feel more rewarded by like providing something like super worthwhile at this time in my life, you know? So doing a typing session, I mean, you know what I mean? Like it's not rewarding in the way that like doing something I know I really need to do would be. And it's not type shit. It's just human beings shit stuff. It's not types. I'm gonna curse. It's not type stuff. It's human being stuff. But um, like if I didn't it would probably be more rewarding if this wasn't my life right now. But right now it would be probably more rewarding to like mow the lawn or get exercise or especially go on a date with a girl or or do something like really good for my family, I mean it's but this is not I don't think it's some bullshit. It's just what I literally need to actually do it would be more rewarding than doing a type session with Eric. Like that's like a fun, or at least it should be, right? It's kind of supposed to be like a fun thing. It's like not that serious. But for me it's like actually not that fun and it actually is kind of serious. I don't know. I hate to be like that though. But it's just the reality of my situation. I can't lie and be like, "Oh, I'm so rewarding." Like, yeah, it's fine. It's just kind of like. It's not like I've accomplished anything, right? I mean, I guess I finally did it, and that's good, and I'm happy that you guys are happy to see it. You know what I mean? And I do appreciate it for real. Um, but no, it's not rewarding in that way of actually accomplishing something really good. I mean, I just feel like that's a human being, not a. It's just a that's just a general truth. Um, I mean, I'm sorry. I just think it's, and I don't mean to pick on you. Maybe am I supervising you? I'm sorry. I think about this kind of stuff a lot though, of like what is actually rewarding and like what is actually kind of good. And it's like, yeah, this is like fine, but it's not like rewarding in the way that I would feel like, oh man, I've really done something that I've needed to do, for years, and this is really gonna like benefit me amazingly. It's like, no. I mean, I'll tell you the one thing, not to sound like a douchebag, but like if this gets people to like check out my channel more, then that's great. But I mean, honestly, like I wish I could even just talk. It's kind of an aside, but like I wish I could just like talk to Eric more like as like a friend. You know what I mean? Instead of always having some kind of weird like parasocial element. Um, that's a little bit of an aside, but do you know what I mean? Like I would almost feel more accomplished. I don't know. Again, gonna sound like a freaking ISFJ or something, but I would almost I don't know, whatever. You get the idea. It's just more accomplishing, I guess, to kind of be like, I've done something really good, or like, but as a bit of an aside, not necessarily an accomplishment, but just as kind of like a friendship type of thing. It would feel more like I would actually feel honestly like very rewarded. I don't care if this makes me sound like a fucking ISFJ. I fuck it. Like I would feel more rewarded having like a private conversation with Eric and like having a really good conversation with him that has nothing to do with being typed or, you know, doing some kind of, you know what I mean? Thing with people, doing some kind of thing. Um like that would make me feel a bit more like whole inside. You know what I mean? I felt like, and put it this way, and that's no knock against Eric or you guys or anything. It's just I wish that the typing session was longer so that I would just be able to like talk with him more. You know what I mean? Not for any necessary purpose, but just for the fact of like, oh shit, I'm finally talking to Eric. You know what I mean? You guys can probably relate to that. I don't even think that's a type thing. I mean, it's just again a human being thing. It's like oh my god, I'm finally, it's like I have a hold of him, right? It's like right, but it's just for the type video, I'm like, can I come over? You know what I mean? I'm like knocking at the door. I'm here. Like honestly, I'd love to just fucking sit and shoot the shit, just talk about like music and film and stuff. You know what I mean? Like it would just be the best ever. Anyway, but I'm saying even that, I feel like that would make me feel more like good, right? Anyway, no, this is good too, and I really and it's but if I'm gonna be purely utilitarian, yeah, I kind of just am like, sweet, let's get more views, get people, up. I mean, well, I don't mean like using Eric in that way, but he even said too, look, if it gets us both views and things, that's great. I mean, what I mean by views, and I'm not just saying this either, like I want more people here. I want to build a sort of little community. We want to build a chill island of oasis of truth and reality here. You know what I mean? Not have it just be like 10 people. Anyway, how's your sense of direction, CJ? Um, my sense of direction? I don't know. Somewhere in between coordinated and clumsy. I don't know. Could you be a little more specific? Like direct? Do you just mean like physical direction? Like on a map, like if I was like, okay, I have to like get here and like follow the map or something like that. um I could probably do that well as long as I'm not missing street signs or something stupid, right? That like that, right? Like again, the SI is better than the SE. That's for damn sure. The SE is the problem. I might miss a street sign or something like that. How about that? That's which again, that could be SE ignoring, that could be SE polar, I don't know. Anyway, current is 1.0 seems a really word. Kimian says, I'm going back and forth between the NFP and INFP. Yeah, okay, no one feel too bad. I hope I've explained a lot here and, don't want to necessarily be driving anyone in any directions, but, and no pun intended. But, I've kind of done a pretty amazing analysis here. Um, if I do say so myself. Um, it might be worth trying that out. But yeah, Boba Fett also goes drive around enough and it ingrains your mind roots, etc. Doubt it's an SI thing. Human says I would get typed by someone else. Might be worth a try. My guess is, and this is based on the look on your face, that you feel you're an intuitive who does not swim in the same waters as the sensors, and now you've been told to go back and swim in the sensors' waters. Think you're an intuitive. I mean, that's literally what I feel like, but I don't want to. Again, I don't want to drive anyone in the certain direction without just you know what I mean? Just being real about it without any kind of directionality, nudging anyone, right? But yeah, totally. And yeah, it honestly feels like I'm like having to reevaluate my like fucking personhood. And it's just like, what? All this shit that I thought I was good at, I'm not that good at, and all the stuff I thought I was bad at, I'm actually pretty good at. Like, come on, they're a little bit challenging, right? A little bit of a challenge to my ontology, but it is what it is. Can't take it too too seriously. Anyway, it's like I am what I am, right? Amazing truth and reality. Tumblr chick, yeah. Well, Tumblr. I wish I had access to my old Tumblr. Like, it was cool for a minute, and then it got all SJW. Oh my god, guys, I'm honestly so happy to just stop talking about type right now. Hold on. Well, ENFJ is at least, a pretty productive and positive person with the kind of intuitive credit because you've got that NI tool. So, but I hear you. It is what it because didn't you think you're an ENFP, but now you're ENFJ? So that is a bit of like a flip there, but it's not. It's a bit radical functionally, yeah, but archetypally it's not super radical, right? But it's probably definitely enough to where you're like. But to be honest, I didn't know you were bristling too much. You said it's known, but I actually didn't really know that you were bristling too much at it. I'm sure people feel a lot like, more bristling about it than maybe they let on. Like when Mac Daddy's like, "Oh, I'm an ESTP." I sense something where I mean, she's even said stuff where it's kind of like, "But are you really?" Or like, "Did Eric just type you that?" Like again, no disrespect to Eric, but it's kind of like the way that these types are together, there's such an authoritative element to it to where you're like, okay, so like I guess I'm this now. And it's like, but I just get the sense from a lot of people that that they don't feel like they're that. But I can't argue with the result. And I'm sure people feel that way. Where there's a bit of cognitive dissonance where you're like, okay, I don't feel like I'm that, but I understand that I tested as such. And like, you know, again, like massive disclaimer, it's not like Eric is trying to be misleading or anything, right? And you test how you test. I mean, he does have his way that he tests, right? But whatever, right? But like for what it is, it's not surprising that a person would test how they do. I just think there probably is a bit. Sorry, it's buffering. Fucking bullshit. Um, there's probably a bit more cognitive dissonance than people let on because they don't want to seem rude or something like that. I don't know. Anyway, but nah, I mean ENFJ is cool. ISFJ is a little too nice to everyone. Bitch. You said butch. It's funny, but yeah, bitch to be in another ISFJ. I don't know what that means. Oh, is in an ISFJ. What? Oh, but okay, maybe you did mean that. Anyway, all right. I'm almost here, guys. Amazing. Now to drop some wisdom. Now to find. I just combine these two. Now to find a woman who loves me for my sociotics. ENFP, FE critic, right? Wins his mom. Um, sorry guys, this very bizarre buffering issue keeps happening. There's no reason why. My connection is good. I don't have pretty much everything else is closed. Okay. And the my data is like fine. Anyway. Um thanks, Ruben. I appreciate that. He goes, DJ dropping some wisdom, emotional intelligence. For your polar, where's Mr. I know, I want him in church repenting. Amazing. I know he's sitting there like kneeling. Amazing truth and reality. Hey man, you gotta get right with God. Okay? Real talk though. I mean I say it jokingly, but it's kinda true. I mean it's literally true. It's literally true. Anyway. Effie's group values if you're in a criminal gang, you're gonna be one bad meanie ISFJ thing like Effie's forcing it, being aware of it, pretty good use of it. I'm interested in like what you mean by that. I think I get what you mean, but the thing about like the criminal ISFJ, interesting, because if you think, oh yeah, well sure, I mean maybe you'd be the good guy in the group of evil guys or something. I don't know. Amazing Truth in Reality. Gosh, I'm so far behind. Well, actually, no, it's not bad. Heck yeah. Oh no, just kidding. I am actually a bit behind. No, wait. No. No, it's actually not that bad. Okay. Uh, well, Ruben just recalled his day. You just recalled your day very well. Yeah, you're clearly an SI dom. Yeah. Dude, heck yeah, that Always Sunny reference. I see you, my man. I'm supervising you. No, dude, fuck that. I don't. We don't. It's hey, you have to tell me. Is that how it works? Like does I wonder what you guys think. Does the supervisor not realize they're supervising, but it's the supervisee that feels supervised, right? This post game analysis feels like the team lost this season. The censor stamp is seriously devastating. Listen, I did a good job for like an hour. I gave my backdrop, and then I get about right around 2 hours. The feelings come through because I'm gonna ISFJ. I'm FEing, and then I'm finally FIing. Nah, I've been pretty good about it. It's not. I was trying to be real about it. You know what I mean? Anyway, yeah, but it is retarded. Whatever. I know people don't like that word, but screw it. It's like MBTI. Sounds like FE attention everyone offers you isn't rewarding your FI. I mean, it's like it's nice as opposed to good, right? Like FE and FI in general. But it's no, it's a start. It's not to say I'm not appreciative. It's just FE attention. No, I like it. It's just I don't want to fish for compliments. It's just like I would rather be complimented for the things that I think I'm good at, right? Or something like that. I don't know. You have to explain a little bit more there. But I do resonate with that. It's just not you know, I wouldn't go as far as to say like it's not it's all this FE shit is nothing to me. It's like no, it's nice. It's just sort of like with all this stuff, it just feels like I'm not quite in the wheelhouse that I feel meant for. Whatever. Not sure exactly though what that means. It's just about proving my worth, right? Just like proving the stuff that I'm good at. That's all it is. This is like the whole overarching message here, right? Fly Guy says MBTI ought to say you're the creative artist genius oddball, not the mom potato peeler. Well, it is ridiculous. But at the same time, though, I sort of feel like people would. I agree with what you're saying, but it's like, but there are plenty of things about ISFJs, for example, that are like just straight up good. You know, like the buzzwords. Practical, sensible, reliable, family oriented. I am fairly oriented. I just need to do a lot better, more good. Um, you know, um, upstanding citizen kind of person, kind of just morally upright in a way that they're even more objective and things like that. ISFJ even more than ISTJ, which that's like it's good. It's just doesn't feel like he gets at the fullness of the picture. But of course, I just want to know there's a fine line between because it does have to be specific. You lose all the weight in the system if you start saying, but they can be creative too. It's like, yeah, they can be, but they don't, right? This is a serious distinction, okay? That I want to underline here that I've been meaning to say. Sure, maybe they can be, but they don't. Why? Why don't they? Probably because they're not that good at it. It's like you do what you're good at, generally speaking. But that's also funny, by the way. Not even Ruben can boost the mood. Nah, Ruben always boosts the mood. That's something I really do love about Ruben. He's always boosts the mood. Good vibes. There's the red in the bullseye. Tarot. Amazing. That's an inky pinky right there. This is one thing ISFJ seem to have in common. They want to have another follow-up session and argue their type. Going from NF to ISFJ is like getting demoted, like going from unicorn to horse. I mean, what are you going to do, right? I mean, it is like that, right? Unicorn to cow. I love cows. I'll never miss a turn. I love the moment execution driving smoothly and dancing all the humans around me never miss an opportunity. I'm headed. Amazing truth and reality. It's all about the journey. Oh, maybe you're talking about driving in general, but that's deep. Not sure about the rest of the folk here, but I remain thoroughly unconvinced about timing. All caps. Oops, sorry for caps. TE wasn't logic. I know TE. We could maybe talk about that a little bit. What TE actually is. Hold on a second, guys. Sure, though. Forgetting what you're talking about when you really get going, it makes sense. And also, yes, Ruben does not have brain damage that he knows of. Thank God for that. Literally. There's no joke there. It just sounds like a joke. And we are all very happy that Ruben does not have any brain damage. Let's all thank God for that. For ourselves, too. Shouts out to any brain damage victims. Hope you guys are doing all right. Try taking some vitamin B12 and vitamin D. It's been helping me with my brain damage. No, I'm just kidding, but it does. I have low vitamin B12 and vitamin D. That's pretty good. I'm gonna take it now, actually. Get fucking high off fucking supplements, dude. Just kidding, but anyway. No, I agree though that there needs to be a bit of expansion for the SJs. It's just, but again though, you can't have your cake and eat it too, you guys. You know what I'm saying? But maybe you can. No, I'm just kidding. But if the system is gonna have validity, you can't, right? I mean, you're gonna do things at the expense of other things, right? So anyway, blah 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 blah. I was chatting about testing. You didn't have an ENFJ 5. I got it right personally. Okay, yes, and I don't mean to speak for Mac Daddy. I remember it just seemed like just kind of iffy on it. You know what I mean? Boba Fett says I sometimes feel like I'm just a very loser ESTP, but it's aspirational. Nice, Melting Zero. What up, dude? He goes, got drunk yesterday with friends and lost my glasses. That's I hope that was fun. Maybe you needed that, lose your glasses. Classic INTP. That's could you get? I'm sorry, man. That's like stereotypical INTP, right? Oh man, I got drunk and I lost my glasses. Because you've all got glasses. And if you get drunk, then you lose them. Dude, every INTP has glasses. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. And if you get drunk, you lose them. I am not sure what this means. This reminds me of something, by the way, that I want to ask y'all about, you guys about. I'll get to a few comments too. Yeah, I mean, dude, I'd love to talk to you too, even just for funsies. um, you love that FE shit. Yeah, maybe, dude. I mean, I like to have good vibes with people. What can I say, you know? If possible, you know what I'm saying? Why you gonna do about it? Juniper berries. I might not have seen the message, but he doesn't have a monopoly. And he doesn't have a monopoly on creativity. That's true. It might even just be more connectivity than creativity, but it is seemingly very verbal and it is seemingly very ideational. So it's kind of hard to shake that, you know, my little investment in that, right? Um, because I'm just like, fuck y'all, I'm good at it. I'm getting drunk. Yeah, but you're right. You know, I mean, it's just creativity as such. I mean, sometimes Annie's just straight up stupid, right? I mean, but then again, being creative doesn't necessarily make you smart. Just interesting delineations, right? No, but Annie can be straight up stupid. People think of creative and they think of it as being like just like smart and like good. But it's like it can also be dumb and evil. Literally. But, you know. But no, it doesn't have a monopoly on creativity. Boba Fett says SI is an anchor like yeah, radiation and electromagnetism, NE/NI. B12 deficient. Yeah, man. Take those shots. Freebasing B12. Boofing. Oh no, he said boof. He said bum. He said bum. 5 years old. No, but he said it right then. I know. It's like I didn't want to be crude. Had to say it. Boba Fett said it too. Melting Zero says it doesn't get more INTP than that. It really doesn't. I want to know what you think, by the way, about the typing session. I mean, or at least just the type itself. You don't have to watch it if you don't want, obviously. Because I've got such good FE. But no, seriously, because it's like you already know what I'm like. Dude, I haven't even watched like Johnson. Dude, I never watch anyone's typing session. I'm just gonna be real with you guys, okay? I like have seen premieres and things and stuff, but ironically, of all the people that like you guys who I care about deeply, I've like never watched anyone's typing sessions. They're just long and like, so that's why. And I really do appreciate you guys' willingness to watch me prattle on the fucking type session. But I'm curious what you think of. I know now I'm finally caught up, and I'm gonna grab a coffee really quickly. Um, but yeah, I'd love to know what you think about it. Melting Zero. Get a healthy amount of viewers now. I don't want to lose anybody, but I gotta. I gotta start screaming. You know. Oh. Oh. I'm gonna start making, you know, sexy woman noises right now. Start howling. No, but I gotta fix this here. Link it up here, and then I'm gonna fix this over here. Over here. Oh, yeah, now I gotta let loose a little bit. So let's fucking talk and maybe I'll play a little music or something. You know what? I feel a little bit accomplished right now, Ruben. I feel like a little bit accomplished now because I feel like I've processed this with you guys. We've gone through it together, and now I feel accomplished. Now I feel accomplished and good. Um, you know, once the actual fucking processing has gone through. Hold up. Hold up. Wait a minute. Just tidying up the place a little bit. I'm an ISFJ mom. No. I'm actually just a man. I'm an ESTP. God, why didn't he type me as an ESTP? I'm so pissed. So fucking pissed off. Man, I didn't get the type that I wanted. I want a do-over. You're telling me I'm not an INFJ INFP hybrid? Fuck you. Fuck you. Sorry, that was vitriolic. That was very vitriolic of me. You heard that? You feel that? Oh. I'm about to go death grips on y'all. All right. Okay. I'm gonna grab a coffee. I'll be right back, friends. One sec. I'm back. Did you miss me? It's your boy 100, 100, 100, y'all gang, 1017, Brick Squad. Y'all already know what it is. It's happening here. Coming through swagging out 100, 100, 1,000, 100 million. Y'all already know I got that bang. I got them stacks going 100 stack. 100 stack, nigga, we already know what it is. It's a boy coming through. Zip code. Repping Boston, you know what it is. Boston's gang. Blah, blah, blah. Blue, blue. Grr, grr. Skirt, skirt. Yeah. Skirt, skirt on them. Skeet. Seating on these bitches. I got mad bitches. I already know what it is. You already know what it is. Coming through swagging out. Swag. We're squad swagged out. You already know. You already know what it is. Alright. Sorry about that. Whew. My inner mumble rapper came out. I love that shit though. You can't even like understand what they're saying. So good. So good. Good morning, Vietnam. Me not even having seen that movie but understanding the reference. Cute. Cute and good. Very cute of me. Very cultural. Very, very, just like such good NE, I think. Very creative. Extremely creative. Extremely quirky. Oh my god. This is don't know if I should judge before watching the session, but ISFJ is plausible yet unlikely. Mia. Ruben says it's actually great to hear, CJ. Yeah, thanks, Ruben. I'm glad you appreciate that. Sounds good. NFP clearly is who? Oh man, that'd be ridiculous too. Like, I mean, I've been tardy, fucking late my whole life. It's not good. I wouldn't. I don't want to be like that. It's not good. But it is what it is. You know what I mean? Sounds good, Ruben. I'll do maybe do a little ASMR for you. Hi. It's ASMR CJ. ASMR CJO. Anyway, what's up, Genzennial? I addressed the reference, but not the person making it. Thank you for being here, Genzennial. I wonder what you think of the typing session as well. I'm very typed out right now, though. Which is a nice play on words of tapped out as well, but yeah. No, I haven't seen it yet. It's sort of a classic, though. You got Robin Williams. I've seen a lot of like the good, Robin Williams ones, like Dead Poet Society and like even 1 hour photo and things like that. I haven't seen as many. Oh, Good Will Hunting is good. No pun intended. I haven't seen a lot of his more comical roles. I've seen a little bit of Mrs. Doubtfire. I haven't really seen. No, I haven't seen Good Morning Vietnam. Is that who did we? Oh, okay, it's not. I thought maybe Oliver Stone did that too, but no, he did Platoon. Eric was just saying he was like scarred. He was like disturbed by Platoon. Still haven't seen that. The Fisher King though. Been meaning to watch that. That's Terry Gilliam, right? Yeah, nice. Yeah, damn. Robin Williams was in a A lot of good movies. Robin Williams and Jeff Bridges. Amazing Truth and Reality. Ruben, yes, that's how the saying goes. When an ENFJ goes to sleep, somewhere else an ISTP wakes up. Amazing Truth and Reality. Garters. What even are garters? Oh shit. These things, right. Straight up pornography. Straight up porno. Yeah, true. What the heck? Garters. Those are epic. Amazingly sexy, but unnecessary. Yeah, Jeff Bridges is good. I mean, obviously the dude, obviously the Big Lebowski is like his kind of pivotal role. It must kind of suck in some way when you do a character like that, because it's like that's what you are now. I'm sorry, dude. But he's been in a lot of movies. In fact, actually, not that recently. It's like a year ago now. But it has been. Wait. Yeah, I guess I watched it like a year ago. I watched The Last Picture Show, which has Jeff Bridges in it in an early role. Sybil Shepherd, my queen, Sybil Shepherd, who's really good in Taxi Driver as well. Um, I mean, she doesn't go that hard or anything, but you know, she's a queen. I love how Charles Carroll likes her as well. Last Picture Show is pretty good. Peter Bogdanovich, the first Peter Bogdanovich movie I've seen. Yeah, that was pretty enjoyable. It wasn't like as amazing as I thought it was going to be, but it was still pretty great. Oh yeah, it's Sybil with two L's. She might be one. She might be going up on the wall here, especially in Last Picture Show or Taxi Driver for that matter. Two excellent films, especially Taxi Driver. Wish it could have showed up in my dream last night. I was watching some Scorsese films. Showed up in my dream last night for some reason. Oh my goodness. Epic pictures here. The Gen Zennial says, just like INFP, I find it difficult to accept that CJ is an introvert and even more difficult that he's NE4. That said, I'm no expert. Boba says, I agree with the high FE typing of him. Not sure about the SIFE bit, but fairly easy to figure too. Yeah, it's a little bit weird like that, you know? You might want to type me when I'm like 40 or something. See what's up then. See what's really going on. You know what I mean? Young Bruce Willis is a king. Some people think he's an ISFJ, which is pretty cool. He's a cool guy. Cool guy known for playing a lot of like STP kind of roles, certainly, but ISFJ. Some other people I've seen, Anthony Hopkins, a few people. Helps me to kind of try to find people that I like that are the types as well, that kind of enamor me to them, right? But, gotta be honest, not too many. I mean, Personality Database has Luke Wilson's Anthony Adams from Bottle Rocket typed as an ISFJ, which is pretty cool, and I love his character. I do relate to his character, too. He's also interesting because he just gets out of a voluntary sort of hospital at the beginning of it. and then he's kind of sucked in by the Owen Wilson character to be do some criminal stuff, but he doesn't really want to do it that much. That's the first and one of the best Wes Anderson movies. Underrated too. It's one of my favorite movies of all time. But yeah, you guys know how it is. PDB. Perhaps not the most reliable, but yeah, he could be an ISFJ character. I mean, people think of Luke Wilson as being an INFP, a very interesting thing because he's an INFP playing an ISFJ. It's literally me, and I do relate to his character very much. So that's cool. It's kind of on both levels there, right? Owen Wilson tends to be more of an ENFP character. And in the movie, people think of him as being an ENFP, which is funny. I'm sorry, Wes Anderson, I sound like Charles Carroll, but he said this too, and I was like, amazing. He really makes the best movies of all time. Keenan says, I had a dream that Bo Burnham got me pregnant. Is that in the DSM-5? Yeah, I think that's under Stockholm Syndrome. No, I don't know. That's under theater boy-itis from Massachusetts. He's from Massachusetts, and he got his degree in experimental theater. You guys like Bo Burnham? I liked him back in the day. I did. And then my sister, who's 8 years younger than me, she liked the Netflix special Inside, which is pretty good. Very timely though. You know, Eric was just talking about this. It's like when you make a piece like that though, that's precisely of the time. Like, okay, sure, of course it has its place, but like you're gonna lose a bit of timelessness with it. I mean, but it's still pretty good. I think the thing about Bo Burnham though is like him trying to like wow me with his cleverness and relative intelligence is just not that impressive to me, as opposed to just actually being funny. But like that one sketch he does in that special where he's reacting to his reacting video and things like that was funny. And when he did that one serious bit years ago, oh yeah, he actually showed up in my dream the other night. Speaking of that, where he was doing some kind of weird, he was using like glass instruments and things. Like he was doing this amazing performance, and I talked to my sister, and I was like, "Oh, it's pretty good," but it was completely not. It was like him doing this amazing musical performance. It wasn't even like funny. But speaking of which, that bit that he did about like art is dead and all that, that's a good one. That was when he was being kind of more serious. And of course, you know, you juxtapose that. He's very theatrical, but he's pretty good. My eyes are a little bit itchy. Uh-oh. Why? I think it's because of I was fixing the blankets and the cat was up there. I just used eye drops and stuff. Put some water on my eyeballs. No joke, it's actually pretty good. Is this the right fucking water? Whatever, dude. You know? Fucking bullshit ass. OCD ass bullshit. It's like, what's the right water? Like, what do you mean the right water? Like, yeah, that's another thing. It's like, my uptight ass, gotta relax, you know? Because it's like, you know, it's like very indicative to me of a certain reality why I'm giving people SJ vibes, but it's not good. No, I mean it could be good. I could grow into it, right? But at the same time, I don't see it as being reflective of my healthiest self. You know, my happiest self. You know what I'm saying? I see it as being like a fucking OCD worrywart trying to manage the perception with my fucking FE or something, you know? But it's true. Probably not FE polar. It's a little ridiculous, but you know, it's just fucking funny. Fucking hilarious. No. I just feel like that also causes a certain misrepresentation. That's all. That's all I'm going to say about it. I've said everything that there is to possibly say about it in this one stream right now. But I do just want to make that very clear. Because you know, again, it's something you guys know I've talked about, but I don't. I may downplay it a bit. I don't like to be like, I'm, you know, I mean, you know, it's a little embarrassing. I'm not about to, whatever. It's just, um, I'm not looking for pity or looking for any kind of to say like I'm, you know, really, really fucked up or something. I just, but it's the reality of the situation that you know maybe I downplay a little bit, and but it's like very relevant though. You know what I mean? So like it's like again, I'm paying attention to SI stuff, but not because I necessarily want to. I'm paying attention to. It's like I'm forced to pay attention to SI stuff, and I don't feel like I'm very good at it. I am not forced to pay attention to NE stuff, and I feel like I'm pretty good at it. It's an interesting dichotomy, but you know, we'll see what I grow into. I mean, certainly ISFJ, ISTJ, they have the upper hand in terms of being kind of productive and positive. You know what I mean? I mean, I have to be more like that. It could turn out though that that's actually you know what I am. I'm not averse to it. It's a good way of being. It's just have a this kind of weird relationship to it, right? Who knows? I mean, it's like what you resist persists. So, you know, I shouldn't be resistant to it. Um, I was talking about this earlier too. It's like it's another kind of OCD thing. Not being, I don't like the unknown and uncertainty in the sense that I don't want negative outcomes. So it's like, it's not that I'm necessarily uncomfortable. Like, I want to say I am a bit uncomfortable with uncertainty, with like the unknown and uncertainty, but only with regards to, you know, having horrible outcomes, right? Or something, right? Like getting sick or dying. You know, those are the things that, you know, pervade the consciousness, um, whether I want them to or not. But they can really, the real only antidote to that, though, is to do good. And I think that kind of is across the board. Like it's not just me; it's everyone. But it is also me. It's me. It's me, and it's everyone. I'm sorry. I mean, I'm not sorry. Clean your room, Bucko. You know, it's like you want to clown so much on Jordan Peterson, and it's like, look, maybe he's not exactly a genius. You know, we were just talking about this, but it's like, but he tells you the things that you didn't know you knew, and that are pretty good. It's not exactly it's not exactly new, but it's good. And he's synthesizing. That was what Melting Zero said. It's like it's not novel, but it's an excellent like synthesis. It's just some guy the other day was comparing Andrew. He was saying Jordan Peterson is the same as Andrew on this chick stream. She's like, oh, Jordan Peterson, Andrew Tate are the two sides of the same coin. I'm like, bro, I don't want to be Mr. Jordan Peterson chill because guess what? I was into him in like the late tens. Okay, you know, I would like I would binge watch a lot of his stuff because there was so much stuff. And you know, that was me in like 2018, 2019. So let's not get me into defending Jordan Peterson in 2023. Okay? But to compare him to Andrew Tate is absolutely laughable. Absolutely asinine. No, it's fucking laughable. He's planets away, just miles better than him. Anyway. Hi. Hi, cuties. Who's here? Hi. What's up, Oliver Linehan? I feel like you rarely come around here. I am talking to you guys. Yeah, I had the computer down for a second. The TI stuff is hardcore. I agree. You know, the funny thing is about it's not even like I'm that creative. It would be, you know, the way the INFJ is painted, like it'd be so much better than ISFJ. No, Eric is right. Like there's a certain the as is nature of say, for example, watching a film would be much more INFJ than ISFJ. I mean, I'm probably on the NESI axis. But you know what I'm saying? Like it'd be more actually prone to a certain analysis than just kind of being like, you know, it is what it is. I mean, it would be nice to be like that a little bit more, but that I thought that was an interesting point. Sorry if it's buffering. But he said, I'm pissed off. If pissing me off. What? Oh. Just has a big old loading symbol here. 10 viewers though. Nice. Thanks for being here, you guys. All right. Yeah, just it was interesting. He said that I have it's like Rachel, but it's more I just have artier sensibilities. Furthermore, the analysis maybe it is more ISFJ. So anyway, I'm saying that because there might be a proclivity to be like, oh yeah, dude, I'm totally no, I'm an INFJ instead. It's like, well, I mean, you know, you're also would maybe be a little more accepting of things as they are, which is good, but you wouldn't have the same analytical prowess, perhaps. I don't know. Maybe that's overstating it, but you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? I might have to use eye drops again. But Michael Haneke, I watched Benny's video. That was really good. And what I like about him is how he addresses not just violence, but violence in film itself. Like violence itself, but also violence in film itself. And he does it without making a big bloody show of it. I mean, it's disturbing, but it's also very matter of fact. You know, like Dog Made 95 or whatever. It's kind of like that. It's very minimal, very simple, which I appreciate in that way because if you're going to do something like that, do it like that. You know what I mean? And he doesn't care what it chances about, much less FE3 caring about what people might make of your weirdo NE Miaz. I don't even really know what that means. Oh, I hear what you're. I mean, I got this one part. I um Boba Fett. Boba Fett has watched me a lot. Thanks. Shouts out to Boba Fett. Thank you for the input. But he's saying like NE doesn't care what it chance is about, much less FE3 caring about what people might make if you're weirdo. NE, yes. Yeah, I don't know what that was. Oh, chances upon. I hate typos. But yeah, I'm not sure about that. You know, I mean, I don't know if it relates to me or in general or what, but no, it's interesting. I mean, I hear what you're saying. I'm just trying to make it relevant here. You know what I'm saying? Not exactly share. Genzennial ex-wife typed has an ENTJ actually tests the ESFP at work. She's a fucking CEO. Oh, TI Polar isn't stupid. Sure, yeah. Ooh, is a good thing. Fusing her insecurity issues with bulldozer TE. That's interesting. I know what you're talking about. Thanks, Mo, but it's a good thing. I haven't been this happy in decades. Nice. That's good, dude. Um, life is buffering. That's good, man. That's fucking good. Uh, Melting Zero has achieved the Nirvana. I love that band, Nirvana. Just kidding. Had to do it. Oh my gosh, why is there a swastika on this guy? Literal Nazi. Just kidding, obviously. Really SINE front stack. Definitely not an STJ and definitely not an NTP. That leaves ISFJ, ESFJ, INFP, ENFP. Honestly, ENFP is the least likely of those. The other three are all reasonable. Yeah, I mean, ESFJ seems a little ridiculous, but ISFJ, INFP, yeah. I feel the vibe. I get it. I do. I start crying. Plus, I would still have demonstrative FI. I just have a bit of a hang up on the SE. I mean, the NI. Fuck me. The NESI stuff. You know, it's like, I don't necessarily think I'm fucking Mr. NE Dom, but NE4, I'm like, what the? Excuse me? I'm getting all, indignant about it, but whatever. Again, Eric's, it all makes sense. The session itself and the way, he has a very, charitable definition of the thing. It's good. It's just functionally, some of it makes sense. Archetypally, a lot of it does not make sense. But again, I could very easily grow into it. It's not unrealistic. In fact, it's gone from ISFJ after this session. I meant to say this. After this typing session, ISFJ has skyrocketed from like number 6 or 7 on my list to like number 2 or 3. Easily. So I'll say that. You know what I mean? Might have to use eye drops and stuff again. But skirt. Let me give this a little bit of a charge. And I'm going to go pop some eye drops in really quick because they're a little itchy. So, I don't I might pop an Allegra real quick. These seasonal allergies too. Seasonal allergies. Oh, oh. All right, one sec. I'll be right back, fam. Yo. So put it this way, and if anyone, you know, is proof of this being a very realistic potential, you know, I'm absolutely very open and amenable to the ISFJ type. Um, if you were to add a bunch of caveats, um, like being a particularly creative and artistic, or at least creatively minded and artistically minded, because when I say that, I'm not trying to act like whatever freaking some amazing anything. It's just where my mind's at, and I'm saying, like, I mean, what I feel that I'm kind of skilled at, what I'm good at, and I'm like saying, it's like, in other words, you could say, if you want, I'd be amenable to saying I'm an ISFJ who's very good at NE and FI stuff. Um, you know, um, um, and quite frankly, I think NI stuff as well. Honestly, you know, um, everything else fits quite well. It's just the NE, the FI. Well, it's actually half of them. The NEFI, SI, and NI placements, I just feel like are a bit off. Um, but hey, you can only get as close as you can, to like one that's gonna fit best. So again, I'd be amenable to that. I'd be a particularly creative and artistic, um, kind of like individualistic, and um, I almost want to say, I mean, frankly, kind of unhealthy, right? But I'm kind of unhappy. ISFJ, you know. The point is though is that I'm actually good at those things, generally speaking. Um, it's not just where like my mind is at. I'm actually pretty good. Oh, right, with language, very verbal. Oh, right, right, very talkative. So it'd be like a creative, artistic, talkative, kind of unhealthy ISFJ. That just sounds like a lot of caveats, right? Um, Also more holistically minded, able to kind of kind of understand themes and symbolism and things like that. It's kind of like NI stuff. So yeah, I mean, it just seems like a pain in the ass to have to add all that shit on top. You know, it's like why not just INFP? It's like cause reasons. I mean, sure, I get that my FE is decent, but it's like really, you know what I mean? Hmm. That's all I've got to say about it. I just figure, the thing that has the least amount of caveats would be the most accurate. I mean, what's the fucking point of even typing if you have to add a bunch of shit to it to qualify it, you know? Plus, I don't want to sound like a douchebag and just be like, "Oh yeah, 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 no, I'm one of the special ISFJs," you know? But again, there's someone like Oliver and James, it's like if they are actually ISFJs, which might not even be true, um, they are obviously particularly kind of creative and artistic ISFJs. Um, at least in terms of Oliver's humor, the things that he says. I don't know if he's actually he seems relatively creative. Um, I'm not sure about artistic, but it seems like James is relatively creative and artistic. But regardless, they both disprove certain ISFJ stereotypes, right? So it's like, um, but even with them, I almost feel the need to add the caveats for them. I mean, but if you guys, like feel that they're the most accurate, I'm not gonna tell you it's wrong. You know, um, it just fourth slot is also repressed though, so it's like I understand the idea of like not doing things in novel ways, but NE is ideational. It's not action oriented. Spacey himself from TWFP said years ago when I typed ENFP, he was like, well, NE can be relatively inert, right? In other words, it's all about the connectivity, the sort of ideation and especially the verbal, well, not especially, but it follows that the verbal acumen or intelligence or whatever is all that. But you don't even have to move a muscle, right? Or change your ways of being. Um, the NE works off of the SI and vice versa. The NI and the SE, I would think of as being much more kind of open to novelty in that way of daily life. You know what I mean? I mean, I'm just saying it just sounds a lot more like SE, you're much more open to new experiences. Um, I'd say this: I'm open to new ideas, especially good ideas. um, and I'm less open to new experiences, especially bad experiences. It's just stupid though, right? It's like that's just what everyone does. So anyway, sorry. Let me look at the chat now. Uni SFJ will literally eat my own face because I know nothing. Yeah, I don't know, man. Play. Well, I should work first then play. I mean, it's like what I've had to learn. What I'm still learning is that that's kind of what you have to do if you want to get anything done. If you want to do anything good. He's actually more like, how about a joint first? The same 4K. I know. I've been cutting down. I haven't even smoked in the last like 2 days. Um, I might take a hit of a joint now, but well, it's like I'm not very actionable. I mean, maybe I could be, but not generally. Kind of my whole life too. It's been like this, to this day. I only ever did stuff back in the day because I was forced to. Anytime I ever have to do anything, it's basically because I'm being forced to do it. Which, that could also be SI. You know what I mean? Like, it's not, I'm not saying that that's anything like, I'm INFP then. It's like, no, it could be ISFJ too. It's just, it's like shit though. I mean, you would think, like, once you, right? You're actually good at it though. Like, you're good at SIFE stuff. I mean, you'd be like having to act more. I don't know. Maybe not. It's not NE. I honestly at this point I don't think that I'm NE Dom or SI Dom. I'm sorry. You know what I mean? But anyway. I'll say that, right? I'll commit to that. I don't think I'm NE Dom or SI Dom. I'm sorry. You can ramble on. See reminds me of interesting. When's the time to think? Come with the frog here. Today's lesson is brought to you by letter 3 in the number joint. Joint. Some kind of brainwashing, M. Killage brainwashing scheme from Kermit. Telling you to smoke weed. It's like that Family Guy thing. Smoke. Neither the INFPs I know, nor the ISFJs I know will ramble on maybe in their inner circles. INFPs go. Well, my grandfather types INFP. He could even be an ISTJ or actually an ISFJ. I'm very much like him. It's very interesting, but he is Mr. Conversation. He thinks he's an INFP, but he's always gets going. And my parents they always say I'm like just like him, which is funny. For better or worse. I mean, he's also a major hypochondriac. He's very interesting. I don't want to get sidetracked, but he's a very interesting guy. He's like a writer, and he is quite spiritual as well. But he's also very funny and he's warm, but he's not outwardly. He's not he's never been that guy that's like really super there for you. He's just but he'd give some decent kinds of words of encouragement and we get along quite well, but he's not super present. He's just but he can be very talkative when you get him going. It's just an interesting, very similar thing, and like that's literally me. Think about something that's within their FI anyway. Yeah, and sometimes even to hit two, it's like me too. It can be a little much, you know. INFPs aren't likely to want to share since they're privacy conscious, but when someone is rambling on, it's the INFP, not the ISFJ. Sounds like an INFP, but not enough data. Def didn't get to do enough TE or NE. I'm not sure if you're talking about me, but yeah, didn't get to do enough of either of those. But I know Oliver literally vibe. He's like, maybe this whole typology thing just be bullshit. I mean, you said it, brother. I mean, Winston's mom said it is not. There's bullshit. Well, it's not entirely bullshit, but there's a certain there's a certain bullshitness to it. Bit of a bullshit art. You know what I mean? Which, you know, I'm not saying Eric's a bullshit artist, but it's like it's a sincere art. It's just, and it's very convincing and very interesting and at best good, but it's also not scientific. I mean, I'm not the first person to kind of be like, hey, it's not scientific, it doesn't matter. But the way in this kind of community, the way we talk about it, it's like, okay, you do want it to be kind of scientifically valid, and it's just not. And the more you kind of get into it, the more cases you start making for other types and function placements, and it's like, well, this makes sense, this makes sense. It's like, no, you can't. That's not how science works, you know. But the thing about Eric is that it's very admirable. I think he probably does it the best of anybody, which is, you know, I'm very lucky. We're all very lucky to have him as kind of our guy, you know. At the same time, though, it's kind of like his whole thing is defensible typology, right? He's which it's kind of funny because I didn't even think about this until now, but it's kind of like trying to make something that is fundamentally a bit indefensible or at least kind of flimsy, right? Into something very defensible, very, very black and white. And I mean, it can at least be defensible, but I don't think it's that black and white, and like that's where it begins to fall apart a little bit in terms of like, you know, scientific validity and blah whatnot. I mean, you know, it's like you can get worse and better at certain functions and therefore basically become different types throughout your whole life. I mean, the thing is like you can definitely choose one that is the most consistent with your whole life, right? But you're going to need a lot of data for that. Experience, data, whatever you want to call it. So that's why I honestly mean it when I say like maybe it would be it's even better to do it to be more like serious about it when you're like 40. You know what I mean? Because it's like, you know, because then you actually have like a large volume of data to work off of. Um, because it just kind of, I mean, you know, it's like the thing that confuses people about me, right? Is a very very simple concept, okay? It's that I'm 27 years old and from the ages of 0 to from the ages of 0 to 15, I was an ENFP. And then I start crying. No, I'm sorry, I just burped. Sorry, excuse me. And then from the ages of like 15 to 27, I've like kind of become an ISTJ, right? And like that is fundamentally what is like confusing about me, right? To people, to myself, and to people. Um and so, it's like it leads one to make more balanced claims like that I'm an INFP or an ISFJ, right? I mean, it makes a lot of sense, right? It really, really does. You know, it's not entirely bullshit. But the fact is, though, is, I have changed. And to be honest, I don't think a lot of it's for the better. I mean, I'm sorry to say, I mean, certain things have gotten better. I think I've gotten a better understanding of like morality and spirituality over the last half of my life. Um, the first, but nah, man, INFP and ISFJ. But you take, it's a give and take though. You do stuff at the expense of other stuff. You know, sad to say, but when you can't SI and NE at the same time, right? Um, you know, doesn't matter what I used to do and how good I could be at it. It's like, I mean, what I'm doing to a certain extent is, whether I want to or not, paying attention to SI bullshit. Um, to the point that it actually begins to look SI dumb. But to me, that's not really informative of what I am. It's more informative of where I'm at, right? Um, Again, though, I could grow into it. That's what I'm saying. It's kind of, it's tempting to just kind of say, well, let's go revisit when I'm like 40 years old, as it's 6:40 a.m. Amazing truth and reality. People are not humble and self-aware, most prone to type themselves upside down. I don't see CJ that way. Also, I see it seems heavy. I mean, thank you, Jen. I mean, like, that's why also, I was raised with very kind of FE, a very kind of FE family, so I was practically, it's practically in my, not just in my DNA, but in my like experience, in my toolbox. You know what I mean? To just kind of have decent FE. And it also was not very good when I was younger either. It's gotten a bit better. But again, at the expense of other things, right? But I don't think I've lost touch. I actually think I've gotten more in touch with my FI, for better or worse. And that, but the SE has always suffered. That's for sure. It's never been good. But no, Spacey didn't type me ENFP. He just believed that I was for a while, and then he made that one claim that always stood out, in my mind. That I will say, on the other hand, though, that there was one time where I've mentioned this, but there was one time where he said, he was like, "Oh man, I was just hanging out with this ENFP chick, and man, you guys are crazy." And I was just kind of like, "Haha, yeah." I felt a little like an imposter, because I was thinking to myself, my life, which is comparably more SI, even then, like 5 years ago, yeah, 4 or 5 years ago. he said that, and I was kind of like, I mean, yes and no. You know what I mean? With regards to myself. You know what I mean? Because again, I'm not. Um, I mean, I'm not dyeing my hair blue. You know what I mean? Although, if I was gonna dye my hair a hair color, it would be that, like freaking Destiny. You know what I mean? That freaking leftist. Destiny's all right. I disagree with him on certain things, but he's kind of good. Just saying. Anyway, um, he does. He is because he's sensible about certain things. I don't know any more people though who are the left has flailed in terms of providing a new voice in a while that I can only think of Destiny. In fact, and he's not even he's like Zizek, right? He's kind of an un-PC leftist, but he's much more, so-called quote unquote together than Zizek. But I don't agree with him about the kind of open marriage stuff, and I don't agree with him about like the trans surgeries for kids thing. Although I understand that's a difficult issue because it's like you don't want kids killing themselves. And I don't mean to be dark. I'm just as I'm reading darkness here, but no joke though. I mean, it's more important, right, that you kind of not have a freaking suicide on your hands. That's a difficult position to be in, but I don't want to get political. I'm just saying that guy, this guy Destiny, I get why he has the positions he does in that regard. But the open marriage thing is a little bit ridiculous. And as far as actually doing the surgery goes, I do think that you should wait until you're like 18 if you're going to do it. I just understand the problem. If you've got a 12, let's say you're like you're 12 or something. I've talked about it with Melting Zero too. I think 12. It's like 12 minimum. I mean, sorry, maximum. 12 maximum. Wait, what? No, I'm sorry. 12 minimum. Why does that not sound right? I'm saying that you should at least be 12 years old to even be considering doing some kind of surgery because the problem becomes when the puberty hits, and that can go either way. But we're talking about an irreversible surgery. That was a good point that Melting Zero said. Not to put him on the spot. It's just I'm just saying please be you should probably want to be between the ages of 12 and 18. It's like 12 minimum, but 8 right, 12 minimum, but then like 18 is like ideal, something like that, if you're gonna do it, right? If you feel so inclined, you know that you have to do it. But if you're like 8 years old, it's like, what? Get out of here. Because he's Destiny. This is, and I'm only saying this because Destiny thinks that like 5 year olds should be able to do it. And I'm like, okay, that's like ridiculous. I get it. It's a real kind of moral, ethical concern, but at the same time, no, right? It's like, you gotta wait, buddy. Come on. Please. Can you do it for us? You know what I mean? It's like, plus, it just doesn't even really make sense. I mean, to do to do an irreversible surgery. Anyway, I'm sorry. I don't even like talking about this stuff, but I mentioned him because I'm not out here getting blue hair. I'm not Mr. Wild ENFP guy, right? Um, and that kind of had some imposter syndrome when just made me think of Destiny, of being this kind of wild and crazy guy. Isn't that an SNL bit? No, that's that's some kind of conception of myself that is not grounded in reality. Maybe a bit when I was a kid, certainly not now in the last sort of latter, second half of my life. You know what I mean? Not true, right? Just not truth in reality. Amazingly lies and falsehoods, right? Um, but no, Spacey had said that NE can be relatively inert. It's like you. I feel like a lot of people are thinking of SE when they're talking about NE. Kind of physical novelty and whatnot. I mean, it's true, but that's why I don't fucking think. Sorry to curse, but it's like that's why I don't think that My SE is good, right? But I definitely think my NE is pretty good. I don't think it's a NE dom necessarily, or but it's definitely decent. It's definitely pretty good overall. You know, it's like I mean I have a talent there. If it's fourth slot and you can make a case for that, sure, sure. But let's be real. You're gonna, a lot of people with with NE fourth slot, they're not gonna do that stuff because they're not good at it. It's a double whammy. It just doesn't make sense, right? Anyway, so Oliver says, I mean, even in the live chat, you have people making unfounded claims, some of which contradict with other people's unfounded claims, and we're typing based on behavioral descriptions. This is textbook bullshitting. We're all just intellectual jackasses. Only once his mom says, forgive me, but speak for yourself. I am not in the business of proving my stuff to anyone anymore. I think studying personality theory and engaging in discussion on types helps light a candle in the darkness, and I'm proud to be participating. Amen, WM. I mean, yeah. Um, hmm. Well, I hate to be boring, ISFJ, right? But I'm kind of in the middle on you guys. I mean, it depends on my mood, you know. I mean, especially after talking about this for so long, I'm kind of on Oliver's side, but at the same time, it's like when you just say personality theory and engaging in discussions on types and this and that. I mean, of course it's good, but but right, rigid. I was just gonna say that Boba Fett. It's like you just don't want to get rigid and dogmatic about it. And look, I don't want to project because maybe even I'm doing that, right? But at the same time, there's an inclination to do it because if the system is going to mean anything, it has to be kind of just separate, right? You know what I mean? It's just kind of like, look, I'm sorry, right? It's like, but ISFJs are not going to be that creative. They could be, but they're often not going to be. Anyway, sorry, it's just like, and I'm not trying to just speak for myself or anything, right? It's just archetypally, you have to be SIing at the expense of the NE. You can't have your cake and eat it too if the system is going to mean anything, right? Um, it's like that's when it starts being like fucking. Sorry, I don't mean to curse, but it's just like that's when it starts being like freaking astrology. You know what I mean? You know when you read these descriptions, and it's like it's like saying you're like adaptable, but it would be like, I mean, rigid was a good word. It'd be like you're saying like rigid but adaptable. It's like what the fuck? No. you know, um, closed off but emotional or socially or whatever. You know, closed off but emotionally intelligent or something like that. It's like no. I mean, you know what I mean. Sociable. You know, reserved but sociable. That's a good one, right? Well, it's like they're pretty reserved, but they can also be pretty sociable. It's like that's a fucking completely meaningless statement. Oh, so you mean you're a human being? That's why that ENFP thing was so funny, right? It's like being torn between wanting to do all the things and do nothing. Meaningless. Dreck. But, I get it. I'm sure some people get it more than others, but it's, the push and pull there. But generally speaking, that's quite the meaningless dichotomy. Like, you know, you know, um, it'd be like saying, experimental but traditional. You know what I mean? Well, which is it? It's like fucking. You can't be both. Maybe me. That one is one that I almost resonate with. Experimental but traditional. but it's only because I'm experimental ideationally, but I'm traditional, morally, right? So fuck you. No, I'm just kidding, but you know what I mean though? Those are different functions though. That is where it becomes, helpful. You don't want to just completely disregard it and but hopefully my little rant just now was in some way good, because it has to be delineated in that way, or else it kind of falls apart. It's not bullshit if you do it right, smug face. Right, if not, just go. I mean, look, and it's like maybe it's not rigid or something, or maybe it's not supposed to be, or whatever. It just feels like it just starts getting into astrology. I mean, Carl Jung himself, right, the godfather of typology, who created cognitive functions. Guess what? He was all into the occult, and he was all into astrology. And by the end of his life, that's apparently, allegedly, he was all into astrology. He went complete. He came up with the genius idea, absolutely right, of the cognitive functions, these modes of being, etc. By the end of his life, though, he's doing astrology, right? And it's like people like Eric and people like us, right? We want to kind of, you know, have validity to the thing, or when Dario Nardi, right, is doing brain scans of people, right? This is the truth and the amazing truth and reality that we're seeking of, like, what is it really like? This isn't just astrology. This is sort of science, but it's like, no. I mean, it could be, but it's got a ways to go. I mean, if honestly, there may be work to be done. There may need to be more than 8 functions. There may need to certainly be more than 16 types. You ever hear that though? There's 256 types. Cuz isn't it like 16 times 16 or something? Heck yeah, dude. It's 256, right? That's amazing. Okay, anyway, thanks. That's my little rant. That was good. Um I needed that. No, but I just needed to get into that a little bit. I've said stuff like that before, but that was pretty concise. That was pretty good. Um so talking about Young a little bit, nice. The science and hypothesis testing degrees draw meaningful. It's true though. You can still draw meaningful distinctions. Like I'm saying, like, it's true though. You can still draw meaningful distinctions from typology. Absolutely. I mean, that's why we all love it, right? Amazing truth and reality. It's pretty good. It's just not perfect. I mean, even Eric says as much. I mean, he's been very open about, the truth and reality of the situation, right? Oh shit, look at that. Talking about Dario Nardi. Exact guys, I swear I wasn't reading the chat at all, and you guys all just cuz it's we all get the same fucking this is something else too, by the way, is like this kind of talk, right? Gets into theory and this and that, you know, which again goes beyond type. Like either you're interested in theoretical stuff or you're not, right? Um Now if you want to make a typological claim, look, I'm saying, guys, SJs are not that into this stuff, right? They're just not. They don't fucking care. No, maybe some of them do. Sure, sure. But they're not. Once you start talking functions, once you start talking truth and reality, you're losing 90% of the audience. The 10% that stick around are people like us, you guys, okay? And I don't think maybe it is typological, maybe it's not, but I think that it's not really. It's kind of something even more specific. It's like either you're interested in like theoretical ideas about how people operate in life, or you're not, and you would rather just do the thing and not even think about that stuff. And to be honest, I start to wonder if I'm more like the latter. But it's still interesting to an extent. Like right now, like I told myself I wasn't gonna keep doing this. It's been 4 hours. I'm mostly talking about type. Like I am over it. You know what I mean? After a while, it's just kind of like I at least feel like I'm spinning my wheels a little bit here. But I think I've said all that there is to say about all of this right now. For me, like as far everything that I have to say about it, because yeah, I got into this already. Dario Nardi, Dario Nardi, Dario Nardi. More like Dario Retardi. I'm just kidding. Sorry. Sorry, not sorry. Cancel me. Yo, hold up. Hold your horses just for 1 second. 1 second, guys. Wow, yeah, I'm sorry. I am pretty behind here. Not too bad. I'm reading it. Yup, 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 yup. Oi, 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 oi. Yo, what up? Friedrich August the 3rd. I think I know who this is. I won't talk to you, but I think I know who this is. Sup, dude? Good to see you, dude. Um, yeah, the name screams ENTJ, but I think it's our ENFJ friend. Yep, it is. I knew it was him. He says ENFJ. As peer reviews. Oliver says this is why his typology is actually quite good compared to waves frantically. I don't know. But I meet plenty of people like CJ where the strict typology framework doesn't collapse well, even when you remove the obvious bullshit. Amazing truth and reality. Well, yeah, I mean, perfect example is my own dad, honestly. I mean, he types INFJ, but he has better fucking TE than me. I mean, you know what I mean? But he's also Eric's age. You know what I mean? So it's like, you know, and he says all the time, dude, if I had a nickel for the amount of times I've been sitting here ranting about type like I am now, and he has no truck for that kind of thing. He's kind of like after a while with really anything, his patience tends to run a bit short. Like I can't even tell you how many times my dad has been like, like the type stuff, like it's cool and everything, but like it's pretty good, but it's not supposed to be like it's not meant to be like a guide for like your whole life and like who you are like entirely. Like it's supposed to be like the when I did is we did it at work, and it's you get a certain baseline for like who you are, and you're like, oh, that's interesting, and like then you kind of move on. He's like, it's only until like more recent years where like it was funny because he said he was like, no offense, but you guys, he was talking about me and like kind of the TWFP gang. He was like, no offense, but you guys who kind of tried to like make it more into like a science. And he's like, but I don't really know that it's like that. Like people change throughout their lives, and I just it doesn't and it doesn't sort of well, just kind of basic, kind of obvious truths of just it doesn't really make the person, and it's kind of not a perfect science, right? And then it's funny because I'm just like, well, you must not be an INFJ then. But I'm like, do I even hear myself? You know what I mean? I mean, he very well may not be, but it's sort of that kind of mental illness of like I'm gonna doubt the truth of the what he's saying by saying he's not an INFJ. Fucking retarded. It's like it's like I'm brainwashed. You know what I mean? Well, you must not be an INFJ then. But my point is though is that I just wanted to say how he said that, but at the same, it's like he could be INFJ, he could be ISFJ, he could be ISTJ, or he could be INTP. I think those would probably be the main guesses that I would have for him. Or probably not INFP though. That would be lower on the list. But he's not very easily typable, and also like that's his kind of opinion on the general thing. And he also said that he was also saying one time he was like it would be like my nightmare to have a bunch of people like analyzing my personality like in a room with people who are all like you know like judging me based on like what I'm doing and analyzing me. He's like that, like that would give me like massive anxiety. And it's just funny because it's like INFJ or not, like I just feel like he's just speaking common sense, right? And I'm saying like, and I'm like a lot like him too. And it's like he's not easily typable. Maybe I'm not easily typable. Um, but these certain things, right? It's the point still stands. Like this is still true, and like it's like, and it's not fully accurate. Anyway, I feel like some of you, it's like maybe you're scientifically minded enough and kind of detached enough to be able to look at the thing as is and play with the model in a way that is not so like personally involving and make it your life or something, right? Me though, I just don't have the same skill. I'm inevitably going to be thinking about myself and in regard, and then and people, and is it accurate and is it good even, right? Like that's the kind of main question even for me is like, well, like is it good? Like I mean, and it's like yeah, it's good to an extent, right? I mean, I don't know. Anyway, look, consider God. You think God was looking at the MBTI system? I'm gonna make him an INFP. I'm gonna make him ISFJ. I'm gonna make her an ENTP. I'm gonna make her an ENFJ. Nah, man, it's just some stuff we came up with to try and organize our experience. Look, we love order, okay? Doesn't matter. You don't have to be an SI Dom or anything, right? We love order, okay? There's order in nature, okay? And it's not a man-made order. It's like a God-given natural order to things. Typology is a way of our feeble human minds understanding that order, understanding the natural order that underlies all things, everything. And it's helpful to an extent, but I think at a certain point, yes, it's necessary to unplug. At least for me, it's if you want to make it your career or you want to make it your even just your interest, if you're interested in that, it's that we're not God. We can't do it possibly. Just go look at our EJRND. No offense to EJRND, okay? But he called it God typing and he said he was done with it and now he thinks he's an angel. It all always comes back to the moral and the spiritual. Okay? When you go down the rabbit hole enough, it all comes back to God. Okay? I know that's going to make some people mad or whatever, but it's a way of understanding things and you can only go so far. It's just the human mind. The brain is weak. The mind, the intellect, it's a piece of garbage. No. The intellect I guess can be sort of divine, but it's like not really. I mean, it's like instinct is look, I don't know, man. I don't know, man. You look around at today and the way people are and everyone's so messed up, myself included. and this is my personal bias. Is the last thing I'll say, okay? But I just feel like it's analysis paralysis. It's like stuff after a certain point that really gets mm, beyond what we're even meant to know in this life. You know what I mean? That's all I'll say. And I'll finally catch up with the chat. Sorry, I had to do my rant. You know, I had to get into it, right? It took one time. Go in there once. Said it once. It's fine. It's enough. Once is enough. You know, it's like we're not Chat GPT. You know what I mean? You give yourself a fucking mental breakdown trying to be like that, you know? But again, some people can handle it better. You're more analytical, you're more logical. That's a reality of life, okay? And I'm saying for the fucking fifth time or whatever, right? If you can use that intelligence to better humanity, which many people do, then it's good. But I kind of feel like you're talking about like a very small percentage of people who can actually do that and not, I don't know, man, and not like become EJRND. You know what I mean? And not go pie on him, not go Max Cohen. You know, trying to understand the nature of reality. I'm just saying, consider that you're not meant to. It's beyond the scope of possibility. We can do what we can with what we have. You know, science proves God's creation. You know, but it's like an inexorable fact. Our feeble human minds, you know? And it's okay. It's okay. It's good, actually. Okay, I'm sorry. That's all I'll say. Thank you guys for listening. If you stayed listening to that. Anyway, let me finally catch up with the chat. Oh wow, that soapboxing though. I'm sorry. Look, I went a long time not doing that, and I'm not even. I'm not saying I put it off on purpose or anything. It's just the stuff Oliver's saying, and we're finally kind of getting to that point, right, in the conversation. It's like, yeah, I had to do it. I had to pop off a little bit. But thank you guys for listening. Thank you guys for being here. Anyway, yeah, it's Mother's Day though. I know I'm gonna be getting. I'm probably just gonna hop off here in a few hours and have breakfast with the family and stuff. Celebrate Mother's Day a little bit with them. Anyway, right. It's like description. You're energized around people, but need alone time. You're logical, but in touch with your emotions when you need to be. You use realities to draw abstract connections. Flexible and spontaneous. Right. Exactly. Thank you, Mom. Ruben says CJ, but Eric isn't doing TypeScript. No, no, no. He's not. That's why I'm saying again. I'll say it again. He's the best at. He's probably the best typology person around. Um, because he specifically does not do that stuff. Um, yeah, but I mean, everything I say still stands, though. Oh, that's me. Yeah, non-binary yet def a check. It's funny. Anyway, appreciate you guys, fam. 100, 100, 100, 100. Yeah, ISFJ, ESFJ, alright. If PBS on data available to session based on watching image and yeah, I mean that makes sense. Totally feel that, Oliver. And even if you are ISFJ, I mean, it seems like you have pretty good NE and things like that, though. I don't know. I mean, do you have any idea what other type you could be if if you weren't ISFJ? Like what did you originally think, or I guess more accurately, like what would be? I mean, what do you think is the most likely type for you? I'm definitely very curious because I've never really asked you. You know, I kind of was just like, oh, he's an ISFJ, and so, but he's just a particularly kind of creative one. It's like, well, let's see. I mean, is he really an ISFJ? Let's see what it is. Um, Queen's Gambit. It's Axis 12 stuff. It's like in look, I don't want to get in trouble here with people, but I've heard about that situation, and these people are like god complex weirdos, okay? I'm sorry, okay? And what I mean by these people, I don't necessarily mean DJ Granville, but I've heard about this kind of Axis 12 thing and Voltology, and like it just, I mean, you want to see the most insane stuff. It's like go the pod layer, which I think apparently was the branch that it came off of. It's a fucking alien language. It's insane. It's like I'm sorry, you know? I can't I can't let the FI or whatever simmer sit back. You know what I mean? I think it's weird. It's fucking weird. You're way behind on the chat. Straight up aliens and robots, you know what I mean? I get wanting to be, of course, objective and logical, but you don't have to um, invent a new alien language and act like a robot. But I don't know. I mean, look, if it's fun for people and they don't feel like and they're good at it and all of that, I mean, I don't want to tell people like you're wrong and you can't and it's bad. It just seems like for that's like you're probably that's it's like 80% of people compared to like 20% of people that are able to. It's like 20% of people who can like do that and not go Max Cohen, or whatever, right? You know what I mean? I know it just sounds like, oh god, lol. Oh no, that's Ruben. You're too nice, man. You really are. You're a good guy. It's like it's not you at all. This is just a general thing. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm not once have I like thought of you as you could be the fucking Ruben, because Ruben says, "Hey man, I just want to apologize for all the prodding. Probably gave you anxiety. Lol. Told me to see you as more. This is more to see you. Look, dude, I appreciate that, and you're the best. But I not even this whole time have I thought of you as being like, or anyone here for that matter. Really, I mean, although I know they kind of like Gen X and Winston's mom kind of like have their opinions here. Um, that may kind of go against mine a little bit, but that's not even whatever. I'm not mad. You know what I mean? Nah, man. I didn't become more Christianish since we talked last time. And I've actually kind of been a little bit more. I mean, I don't want to say less, but actually a little bit less. I mean, not just in the sense of like for example, like I mean, I'm very over the kind of conservative type of stuff, but the more religious stuff that's still important to me. Um but certain more dogmatic elements, certain more rigid and dogmatic elements, I feel like haven't been as good for me as I wish. I like to have it as like a home base, something that's comfortable and good, but I don't um, want to start suffering at the expense of what would you call it? I guess open mindedness. You know what I mean? I mean, I still think Christianity is probably the best, the truest, but it's also, I mean, Judaism has its place, obviously. Hinduism, they're older. You know, I like some of the Eastern stuff, Buddhism, Taoism. Um, Even Islam has certain good elements to it. Um, but no, I like Christianity the most. I think it's the most good, but at the same time, there can be a kind of rigidity and dogmatism that I may be prone to that I don't like, that I find unflattering. But that's more with conservative stuff. You know what I mean? It's if I when I become judgmental, when I become judgmental and miserable, is when I know I'm doing something wrong. And I was doing something wrong for a little while. My dad actually kind of called me out on it. You know, it doesn't change certain like facts, but it's I've had to adjust my calibration a little bit because I was finding that a lot of this stuff, not so much, again, it's not so much Christianity in and of itself. It's more like conservatism and things like that, and the culture wars. You know what I mean? The culture wars. This back and forth tug of war. I'm gonna write a book about a kid's penis, and then I'm gonna ban the book, and then I'm gonna sneak around and make sure they can get the books, and then I'm gonna get them arrested. It's like a fucking stupid back and forth that I hate. I actually hate it, and it gives me massive anxiety and makes me angry, and then it makes me depressed, and then it makes me isolated. So I'm over it, And I'm telling you, 9 times out of 10, 99 times out of 100, every time I talk to people, even people who are, more leftist or whatever it is, you know, um, they're way more sensible than people make it seem like it is. It's the fucking media. They want us fighting, right? They want warfare. Um, and boy, howdy. You know what I mean? Like when that whole thing happened with the shooting with the trans person who like shot up the Christian school. Um, I watched a video that was like from some conservative chick, and she was like, all they care about are the pronouns. And like it made me pissed. It pissed me the fuck off. And I got so mad about it. And I was like, why are trans people doing this? But then, but then, when I saw Tucker Carlson saying, it's a war, it's a war between trans people and Christians, I caught myself. I caught myself. Sorry, my cat is meowing. But I'm telling you guys, and I'm telling you, right? They want war, okay? And it's not about trans people and Christians and blah blah blah. Um, nah, man. Nah, man. It's all dumb, and it's actually kind of evil, you know. Wanting war in the streets. You know what I'm saying? But I'm not mad at anyone anymore on the um, left. Um, these days, I'm actually a little more mad at people on the right because I relate to where they're coming from, but I related to where they were coming from 5 years ago, right? And now I feel like it's gotten to a point where all it does is make me dreadfully miserable. And then every time I kind of make any attempt to speak with people and go out into the world, thank God, literally, it's never as bad as it seems. You would think that there were drag queens and trans people doing cartwheels down the street and that the cops are right there. They're going to shoot you, that it's burning outside. You know what I mean? There's trees on fire and the sun is like this. It's huge. It's right in front of the world. There's burning hell. The devil is laughing outside with a pitchfork. And you look outside, it's like, oh, nice. It's a nice sunny day. And then I go and I talk to people, and it's like, hey, like, what are you up to? It's like, not much. I'm sorry. You know what I mean? It's like there's more going on than Bud Light and Dylan Mulvaney. You know what I mean? It's like Dylan Mulvaney. At least Dylan Mulvaney's positive. That's all I'm saying. They're not this kind of trans academic getting into the gender warfare, miserable, and we got to take down the patriarchy. He's just like, "Hi, it's me." And then these Bud Light people, they're so mad because they're confused about their sexuality. You know what I mean? They're like, "My penis feels weird when I see this person that's trans. I have to go shoot Bud Light cans." It's fucking stupid, dude. And it's look, I'm pro America. I love America, but it is like an American thing. It's like a media thing, and it sucks. It's so bad. There you have it. It's like when Mr. Bobby goes in here, he's like, "Well, you got to just unsubscribe from that stuff and the Daily Wire and everything." And it's like, yeah, sure, right. Anyway, I definitely still like lean more conservative than I thought I used to, and it's all still the same, generally speaking. But dude, honestly, at this point, it's like crazy. The conservatives, they are almost pushing this stuff more in your face. You know what I mean? Well, yeah, let's not get carried away. I mean, it's a back and forth. It's a back and forth bullshit pissing contest, right? It's like we're gonna make the Black Little Mermaid, right? But then it's like it's a Danish folk tale, but we're gonna blackwash it basically, and then that's gonna be the new thing. But it's actually a very cynical thing in a way because yes, it's about representation, but they're just doing it for the money. You know what I mean? To get people to see it, and it probably is going to suck. And then, Peter Pan and Wendy, right? It's like we got to add Wendy because it's a woman. It's all just a bunch of overcompensation for the past because, yes, there hasn't been as good of representation and things like that. But then all of this stuff, all it does is then makes the fucking righties be like, grr, this is my folk tales, my heritage and everything. They're taking us over. We gotta get the pitchforks. We gotta get the tiki torches out. And it's like, how about you just don't watch the movie, right? How about you know what I mean? And then but then what they do is they're like, look at this crazy tranny. Times, but it's like Lizzo. Oh, she's so fat and she's black. Yeah, I agree. It's fucking dumb. It doesn't. But I wouldn't have heard of it. Wouldn't have heard about it if it wasn't for you guys getting so mad, getting so bent out of shape. They want you to get mad, right? They want you to get mad and they want you to get mad. The left wants you to get mad and the right wants you to get mad. It's always been like this, right? It's always been like this. It's just that in recent years, it's been much more of a sort of pendulum shift to like really getting a little out there with some of the kind of far left kind of stuff. But then what a surprise. What an insane surprise that then the quote unquote, then the far right, then these people come out. And it's like that forever and ever. And they all just want warfare, and I'm over it. Yo, sorry, my laptop died. Is it still going? Is it still going? Anyway, sure. I'll check it out, Jensennial. I mean, I'm not politically. I'm not even political. Is the thing? You know what I'm saying? Things just inevitably become political, but I'm not into it. I'm really not. It's like I'm not a Trump guy. I'm not anything. Say, Friedrich says, I see what you mean. Every time I engage with Christianity, I avoid a lot of American Christian media. Not to say that there are not good people. It's just, but it's too engulfed in culture war stuff for me. Yeah, exactly. Winston's mom said, hold on, guys. Sorry, I don't know if. Hello. All right. Yeah, Jensen. So Winston's mom says, fascinating. Jensen says, hi. Jensen says, I'm not saying it's political. I'm saying look at Jesus' words. They're inclusive. Yeah, I mean, yeah, exactly, though. Um, Oh my god! I mean, it's just a serious. Uh, I mean, I honestly, I go as far as to say, like, I mean, I understand people just disengaging entirely because of how insanely, just how mentally ill the discourse is. Um, it's like, and it's like, my goodness, right? I mean, honestly, you would think with the way these like conservatives speak on trans stuff. They're obsessed. I mean, look, again, I've said this multiple times, but that whole drag queen story time hour, it's like, yeah, I mean, look, it's not good. But when I go to look, I follow quite a diverse amount of people on my Instagram. A lot of artists and a lot of chicks. A lot of like I mean, a bit disrespectful, but just like a lot of girls, and and not a single person I know follows them. You know what I mean? It's like crazy cognitive dissonance. It's like and then it's like you still wanna me right. I still want to be like, well, it's still not good. It's like, yeah, it's still not good, but is it happening? Or like like how bad is it, right? And it's like still 1% of people. You know what I mean? It's like, yes, it's like 1% of people, but like 20, you've got an increasing amount of media representation, arts and media representation, absolutely, right? That's very disproportionate. But conservatives are only adding to that, right? And with the outrage, you know, both sides. It's like, you know, I just the Bud Light thing is the best example I have lately, because it's kind of like, you know, having like a goofy type of trans person like that who's at least kind of like hi and smiling and happy is probably better than having some miserable academic telling you about the oppression and the gender warfare or whatever. And yet they're still mad. They because they're I don't know, they get they're attracted to him. No, I don't know. That's the easiest thing to say. But at the same time, it's just kind of like it's Bud Light, and they're I don't know, man. Every time I've been saying this too. For every like one super liberal type of thing that comes around, there's going to be like 10 super conservative people to push back on it. It's good to an extent, but it's reality, you know. Um, it's reality. People aren't it's like, yes, things have gotten increasingly more liberal, things have gotten increasingly more leftist. On the grand In the grand scheme of things though, again, not to be too reductive, but just like look at Rotten Tomatoes critics versus audiences consensuses on things, right? Look, listen, I'm sorry, I'm a stickler for it though, because they've gotten increasingly more polarized, which is not good, but representative of the reality. Okay, like there's this new Mark Wahlberg movie, right? Keep my point, right? Just peep my point, okay? It's got like freaking 40% critics, 41 41% critics, okay? 95% audiences, okay? So we can sit here and quibble all day long about the critics are bought out and they don't want they don't want anything good. It's like, okay, but it's right here that the people still want what they want. Just check out what I'm talking about. Just bear with me on the metaphor. It's completely reflective, and what I mean by this, again, it is not to sort of it's a conspiracy. This and that. What I'm actually saying is specifically the opposite. It's saying no, 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 no. The people still have the power, and you can still make a movie like this. The problem is just going to be this. But it's always been like this. You know what I mean? It's just more accentuated now than ever. Because Boba Fett, it matters. It matters. You know, saying stuff like that is not. Well, anyway. My point was not to get into culture war stuff yet again. My point was to illustrate that this is a relatively conservative, religious themed kind of movie, as I put the church up here. And the critics don't like it because they think it's formulaic and tripe, right? Because it's conservative and it's religious. But the audience likes it. That's a stark difference, okay? You know, we can sit here all day. Oh, dude, who cares who did? You tell me. Who cares? Everyone. I mean, not really everyone, but you know, people who are in on this shit or whatever, right? People who are interested in arts and media, and people who are have any kind of political investment, right? You know, this is the kind of thing that says it all, right? It's like and I'm sure I can find examples of the contrary. Sorry, I'm trying to get the freaking text going here. But you know what I'm saying? It's like the critics are saying one thing that's completely opposite to what the people are saying, which is like, we want more of this, right? The people, generally speaking, are saying, we want more of this. We want redemption. We want positivity. We want religion. We want sort of, you know, conservatism, whatever you want to call that, right? It's the critics, the artsy type folks, are the ones who object to these things because it's not progressive. It's not adding anything necessarily new to the conversation. The thing is, though, is that something like this is probably actually good, and that the people, generally speaking, recognize that and they like it, and they're clamoring for more of things like this. So my point is actually not to slander anybody for being liberal or whatever. My point is that the conservatives need to calm down because the reality of the situation paints a very different picture. Like, yes, the media or whatever is still like in control of what gets put out there. But what the people like, what is considered good by the most people, is still the same. It's still the exact same as it ever was, right? I mean, this is like why people love Forrest Gump or something like that, right? It's just a timeless movie that, I'll be honest, it's corny, right? It's like, and I guarantee you that this is why, people, it's not surprising why this doesn't get some kind of massive artistic credit, Um, but in terms of what it's presenting, like morally and like spiritually, it's the kind of thing that gets people, that makes people feel good, right? Top Gun Maverick is another good example, although that was both critically and commercially successful, right? So it's like, just got critics that says Mark Wahlberg is hardworking but miscast in Father Stew, an issue compounded by the way the movie fumbles its fact-based story. Audience has a fact-based movie with a big heart. Father Stew has a terrific cast and a message is almost guaranteed to move you. A Christian movie with a bit more heft than the schmaltzy tales routinely served up for middle America's churchgoers. Except he gave it a 2 out of 5. you know? Yeah, it's so lifeless that saccharine would have been an improvement. That's a decent criticism if that's true. I haven't seen it yet, but hopelessly generic, right? But then this person goes, an adult-driven story about faith, adversity, and forgiveness. Just the movie needed for these most trying times. This was at the end of last year. And yeah, well, whatever. But you get the idea. It's like, you know, I'm not saying it's the most brilliant. It's probably not the most brilliant movie or anything, but it's just reflective of that kind of thing. It's like, it's fascinating, right? To me, at least, it's fascinating because let's see Top Gun Maverick. Now this is funny because it's like it's 96 audience and 96 critics and 99 audience, and honestly it's not that good, but like people are dying for stuff like this, right? The bar is so low, like we need Top Gun Maverick, right? And it's not religious and it's not political, so it gets 96% from critics. It's not even that impressive. I mean, it's technically sort of impressive, and it is probably a little bit better than the original, but it's practically a note for note remake, and it's just the bar is so low these days that this is what gets almost a freaking 100%. But the thing is that even critics and audiences can agree on it, right? But it's not religious. I mean, look, it's probably whatever. I get it. I'm not, fine. It's just, but you notice how it's like, dude, people are dying for it. Even like the Super Mario Brothers movie or even the new Barbie movie, right? 59 critics. What'd the audiences say? 96? You see? It's like so funny. That's so funny. Critic consensus has this whole thing, and then it's like, well, it's nowhere near as thrilling as turtle tipping your way to 128 lives. Super Mario was colorful, albeit thinly plotted, animated adventure has about as many Nintendos as Nintendon'ts. Audience says, wahoo! Amazing truth and reality. So good. Barbie's not out yet, right? I can't even believe they got Greta Gerwig and Noah Baumbach to make this. Oh man. All right, there's no reviews yet. What is this Guy Ritchie? I've never seen any Guy Ritchie movies, but The Covenant. Is that religious? It's got an 82. That's a war thriller. All right, whatever. Well, critics and audiences agree on that. People want to see the Michael J. Fox movie, or they want to see the triumph. People want to see triumph over adversity, redemption, just like faith, family, goodness, these kinds of things. It's like if you're able to do it nowadays, especially with any kind of creative flair or something more artistic, I mean, then it's like people are gonna like it, right? It's gonna be good. Anyway, my point is that mostly that it's not so much it's like people haven't really changed in this way, of like what the people want, whatever you want to call it, right? Generally speaking. And I know it's just movies, Rotten Tomatoes, blah blah blah, but it's reflective. I mean, it's entirely reflective of the culture. I mean, I'll give you another good example. Sadly, Julia Holter, who I have right here, actually scored this movie. Now, I'm going to just show this one because check this out. Check this one. This is crazy. Okay. Um, yo, I think it should work now. Sorry about that. OBS crashed because I was trying to open the window, but it's cool. You don't even need to see it. The point was that they made some movie that Julia Holter actually scored, and I was kind of disappointed by in that way because it's all about this chick getting an abortion. Some depressing movie about some kind of realistic. I turned it on the TV and it was literally a scene of a girl just hitting herself in the stomach and like taking a bunch of pills and stuff because right, but it's because it's illegal there, right? So then she goes and travels with a friend, and I heard it was like a super kind of matter of fact, like weirdly matter of fact depiction. um but when I saw Juno, yeah, it's like a nightmare version of Juno. No, hold on. um so this is another kind of perfect example of the discrepancy. As you can hear, I mean, as you can tell, the subject matter is quite kind of disturbing and disgusting, and as a result, especially given the fact that it's about abortion, um it has a 99% critics and a 54% audiences. I mean, so, the critics overwhelmingly praise it as brave and bold. The audiences are very split. um, and like I said, that one scene that I tuned into was awful. I mean, yeah, you could make some. No, come on, it was awful. No, Boba, stop. Well, I mean, the question is Biden really a staunch Catholic? I mean, I don't know. Don't get me wrong. I'm not Mr. Anti Biden or anything, or, you know. I don't, I don't think that the election was like stolen or anything, personally. I mean, I'm not, anything is possible, but it was a pretty close election, which I think is like reflective of the polarized ethos. This person's like, though the intent of is clear, so is the idea of normalizing abortion, and this isn't where the focus should lie. This intent is also why the film struck me as unpleasant from the beginning, not solely because of the content, but largely because of the tone. I get it, men are terrible for the most part, and it's understandable. Oh, so it's also anti-man, and yeah, I remember seeing that. The boss was like really mean, and she doesn't let her get a day off and stuff like that. So the idea is like, why would anyone want to bring a life into this degrading, disgusting, one-sided society? Um, the intent is clear, but writer director right. It's just so sad, this kind of anti-natalist thing. Writer director Eliza Hittman's never, rarely, sometimes, always looks to criticize the healthcare system more so than it does the lack of humanity that has brought this girl, this baby herself, to thinking that abortion is the only option. I hate the idea that abortions exist, are acceptable, and carried out despite understanding that worse things can happen where services such as this not provided, and that less abortions happen when more money is given or resources built to help young women in the same situation as on. I understand that no one in their right mind is pro-abortion. Right. Is this person literally me? Philip P. Because he's literally saying exactly what he's like. I understand that no one in their right mind is pro-abortion, that it's a last resort, and I understand even more than most people care only about whether or not the child is born rather than what happens to that child once it's born. But every child born every life is an opportunity to swing the society that is so lost and self-consumed back to the balance of empathy and love. That's optimistic, sure, but while the intent is clear and honest, it's devastating and more destructive to her and love alone. It's difficult still to not want to choose optimism over a last resort. But most people laud it. I mean, it got well reviewed. Sorry, I gotta get the cat. Hold on. Stop. Stop. Hold on, please. Okay. Hold on. He really wants to go outside. Okay. Well, if it wasn't close, then it was stolen. How about that? No, I don't know. It makes, I don't think it was, wasn't it like 52-48 or something like that? That makes sense to me, right? Stop. Hold on. Okay, well, one sec. You want to go outside? So yeah, I was just saying not to be a simpleton about it, but I would probably be way more skeptical if it was like 70-30. You know what I mean? It's like 70-30 Biden. I'd be like, there's no way, right? But it was like, 52-48. And, it makes a lot of sense why that would be. Because it's like, I mean, especially given the COVID timing, very weird, a lot of weird stuff. But still, it's like, people are clamoring for a sort of normalcy, right? Um, Biden, especially given the Obama years, right, as just being kind of generally more pleasant. Um, Biden as the VP, I think people were just kind of like, yes, okay, let's just like have a breath of fresh air, bring Biden into office, right? And you can see how that would, not only that he would win for that reason, but also because it wasn't like, yeah, it was by a lot in terms of like 7 million votes or whatever, right? But in terms of like percentage, it's not shocking, right? Um, that's why I feel like the whole thing's kind of dumb to think that it's straight up rigged. I mean, yeah, maybe elections are rigged, but we've been talking about this for years. I don't think. Look, I'm open to anything, but I don't think it's just some big anti-Trump scheme. Like I think this is honestly what happened. I think Democrats, you already know where they're gonna land, and then you've got actually a lot of Republicans who don't like him, and a general public clamoring for a sense of normalcy, wanting a sense of unity, um, or whatever, right? Just kind of, you know, the usual business as usual, right? Um, you wind up getting 52-48 Biden. You know what I mean? But if it was like set, you know what I mean? Like if it was like 70-30, I'd be like, okay, there's no way, right? But no, it's like 52-48. It's like that makes a lot of sense to me. Yeah, I mean, that's what my dad says about it too. It's like, oh, he goes to church every Sunday. Apparently, I don't. Yeah, I don't disbelieve it. I win by 4.5 points means nearly one more for every 20 went for Biden. Wait, one more for every 20? Well, that's not as good. Well, I mean, I appreciate the honesty about it because it's like, um, you get the idea. In my mind, it's much more like if it was incredibly significant, then it would be weird, right? Just based on how many Trump Trump fans there are out there, who just like diehards. They're just gonna vote for him no matter what, even if they don't even like him that much. They'll do it because oh, the establishment. You don't want to vote for Biden, etc. Um, no, I think it's not insignificant, but that it's not significant enough to be disproportionate. To be shocking. I mean, I guess you could also say, well, if it was shocking, then people would actually think it was rigged. But I don't think that's true. I really don't, because I think it actually reflects the kind of culture, of like what people want, or at least what people think they want in the time that it was done. In 2020, you're getting people in the polls. Yeah, Biden's gonna win. I mean, honestly, I honestly think that if Trump won again, there would be like mass suicides. You know what I mean, though? I mean, people are complaining about the. I understand the whatever the January 6th stuff, but at the same time, I think that honestly, if Trump had won in 2020 with COVID happening, not saying it's warranted, but I think a lot of people would have absolutely lost their minds and killed themselves. I'd be like, I cannot deal with 4 more years of this, right? Of the warfare, you know. Um, Trump be blamed or not, the warfare, you know. You can't war on people so much, you know. 2020 was insane. You got COVID, you've got the BLM stuff, and then the election. It does not surprise me that people are like, "Hey, remember 2009?" You know what I mean? Oh man, remember 2010? Can we just can we just have Biden? It's not surprising. And you know, including Republicans, right, who were kind of not liking his confrontational style or whatever, right? Well, he's also making the Republicans look bad. You know what I mean? It's like, you know, the quote unquote the sensible Republicans or the sensible conservatives. They're like, hey, this guy, he's making us look bad. You know, the MAGA Republicans, right? It's like the kind of the new brand of which look, I understand, you know, because they are relatively extreme, a lot of them, you know. Um, at the same time, though, it's all just a PR move, you know. They don't like Trump because they're all the establishment, you know. But don't get me wrong, I don't really think Trump is Mr. Anti. The look, he only would have gotten to how he to his status or stature had he made a bunch of money and rose in the ranks the way that he did. Um, you know, money is power. In that sense, he's obviously elite. He was on Epstein Island. Alas, could he have been? Could he truly be the guy who resisted that? Who is the fighting the powers that be? Potentially. You know what I mean? It's like I'm open to it. I just don't put the stock in him that a lot of people do. I mean, I don't hate him or love him. You know, I wouldn't go as far as to say I'm indifferent. I would say I dislike the culture surrounding it, but I don't know that that's even necessarily his fault. I mean, I wish he had been more diplomatic, and I wish he had been more just less confrontational and more diplomatic. Um, but it doesn't surprise me though that people just gravitate to him because he at least represents some kind of, you know, fight the power. Him being the power itself is almost irrelevant because it's just the best. Not the when I say the best we get, I mean from the point of view of the real Trump fans. It's the best. It's the best we're gonna get in terms of that kind of breaking the matrix or whatever, right? You know what I'm for lack of a better term, you know. Um, which is, you know, we can sit all day and talk about, oh, it's so ironic and this and that. It's like, well, when it's Trump versus Biden, you know, it's pretty obvious who's the real rule breaker, right? This is the thing, and people, it doesn't even matter. I'm not saying he's necessarily good, but it's like what Ben Shapiro said about Andrew Tate, right? People think people just want to see someone be transgressive, right? And I wonder what you think about that, Jen Zenial, because I know it's coming from Shapiro, but when it's Tate, right, we're talking about a guy who, for all intents and purposes, probably just hates women and fosters a really kind of irresponsible, phallocentric, I don't know, kind of view. It's like the only reason people are liking him, that people gravitate to him, is because he's saying stuff that people aren't allowed to say, right? So it's like Trump, right? It's completely the same thing, you know. So what I'm saying is, it doesn't mean that they're good. It just means that they're being transgressive. So people like that, and they'll make excuses for him, for these kinds of people, forever and ever, duped or not, you know. Duped or not, that's what happens when you have a, again, I'm not Mr. Political, but you know, when you have this dumbass kind of two-party system, and you're given, you know, establishment guy who's been in the thing forever, or guy who is establishment in the sense that he's had business acumen that obviously can be debated as its merit, right? To it, you know, if he was actually a good businessman, but nonetheless he was not in politics, right? And that's enough, right? For people to kind of, you know, and they think that they're like him. You know what I mean? They think that they're like him. They want to be like him. He's tough and this and that, right? You know what I mean? He's tough. It's the American dream. He's standing up to the Dems. You know, he's fighting the establishment. It's like, it's all just political theater, you know. But I'm saying it's just completely not surprising why people would, if you want to be cynical about it, right? You could say fall for it, basically, right? Because it's the best that they've got, and I feel bad. I kind of feel bad for them, you know, not in like a pity way of like, oh, they're these poor souls. You know what I mean? I pity them. I'm saying like, no, I understand when you're given this two-party bullshit and you want to choose the guy who's like unique. You're gonna choose Trump, you know, even if it's at the expense of whatever, right? Even it being good, right? Again, this like new versus good kind of thing, right? It's like he may not be good. That's the thing. That's perfect, right? It's like he may not be good, but he's new, or he's like he's doing something new, and like people are responding to that and that alone. Furthermore, the transgressive element, you know, that the you know, all you have to do is be fucking Andrew Tate. Again, sorry to curse, not to curse, but it's just like, you know, I've been trying to be mindful of that, you know. But um no, I mean, I'm just laughing because I know Jen Zaniel, he doesn't care. I know a lot of you don't even care, but it's I'm just trying not to, you know, curse too much here. But it's like, yeah, all it takes is to be like, women are bad, and then people are like, oh fuck yeah, that speaks to my all my experiences. I had this bitch, you know, I was done wrong. She cheated on me. She took my money, you know, and there you have it. You're set, man. And plus, Andrew Tate's dad was in the CIA. Okay, love that sit. Love that sit a little bit. But I don't mean to act like, you know, all above it or anything. It's just because I sympathize. I sympathize with the plight or whatever. But I, at the same time though, it's just so obvious and corny and dumb and like pseudo masculine, you know. I mean, and that's, you know, kind of all I have to say about it. 10% of America died. So let me see this. So only 24%. Oh yeah, well it's only gotten worse since January 6th and everything, because it's only getting worse in terms of how Trump looks. They're all done. He's done, man. You know. So you're right. It's probably it's that makes sense to me. You know, it's like only 10% of America are diehard Trump. That makes sense. Tate Trump and people like them are just insecure men with daddy issues. I mean, I guarantee it, because I think Trump actually kind of did have some issues with the fight. You never hear about his dad, and oh, and that's funny too. Speaking of Tate's dad, right? I don't know about Tate, really, but I wouldn't doubt it. He's probably gay. And I don't mean that derisively. I just mean like he the thing that's so horrible about him in his show is that he gets these, and I've said this before, but it's like he gets these like 6 out of 10 women, right? These people, these girls who are like not that pretty, and they think that they're queens, right? And they provide nothing. They think that they're 10s out of 10s, and he posits himself, him and his pseudo intellectual gang of macho men, right? They they posit themselves as the authority to humble them, right? And then people have this I get what's that like? It's Schadenfreude or something, right? You're watching these women be humbled, these, you know, and it's like it's a flawed premise from the beginning, you know. And now you have this chick just pearly things. You see her. Oh Lord, help us all. The discourse is just horrible. Horrible, horrible people. I saw this chick Brittany Venti do a takedown of her, but to be honest, I thought it was still sort of superficial because she starts talking about her looks. She starts talking about all this stuff. It's like, can you get like it's just such a cat fight. It's like, I watched that because I was happy to see it. I was like, oh, nice. She's gonna do a takedown of Pearl, because the female Andrew Tate, right? But then I watch it and she starts going off about like hair color and all this bullshit. I'm like, oh god. And she's just so catty about it, you know, and sarcastic. Just hate everyone's fucking attitude. Just the worst attitudes. At least Pearl seems kind of sincere. I mean, honestly, I wound up feeling bad for her by the end of it. By the end of the video, I was like, oh, I see. It's like she's sort of a pitiable character, but at the same time, um, one thing that I noticed that I disliked was that she would always say we or us. I get that it's the best way to sort of broadly speak of your gender, right? If like you're talking about women, but with the second she started saying we and us about women being sluts and whatever, right? I was kind of like, and I remember seeing a chick comment this on YouTube. She was like, "Speak for yourself, Pearl," and it's really I think Brittany Venti, to her credit, she did talk about this. It's kind of like this bizarre like projection, right? See, like we like women, we don't have to prove ourselves as much as men, and like we think that we deserve to be treated like queens, and like blah 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 blah. You can just see Andrew Tate, they're salivating, you know what I mean? And she's not even that attractive. I mean, it's true, right? I mean, she's really not that attractive or anything. And she apparently can't even get a guy. But that all just made me feel kind of bad. It also doesn't take away any of her points about the culture, um, but nevertheless, it's a grain of truth in like a cloud of lies, because it's like yes, maybe some of these women, of course, they kind of need to be humbled or whatever, but at the same time, how many of these chicks are actually like that? I mean, it's like Jerry Springer. I think she said that as well. It's the same thing. You just get these wacky people, these wacky chicks who think they're so great and they're irritating as hell. And then you get an Andrew Tate in there to just be like, "You suck. You're a 4 out of 10." You know, it's kind of sick. You know what I mean? It's kind of evil. And then people are watching that. Like, don't get me wrong, I don't think I'm above any of these kinds of people, but like the kind of incels and stuff, they'll be like watching that, like, yeah, yeah, have fun with that. It only leads to misery. You know what I mean? I'm telling you. And then that leads to evil. I'm sorry. No, I'm not sorry. I just know that people don't like when I say things about evil and good and things like that. But it is what it is. It's not good. Lino would love that. He always says that I say that. But it's not. It's transgression. It's transgression at the expense of progression, if you want to call it that, right? Anyway, Boba Fett says every action. I don't know what that means. Jen Zano says, in a way, they do deserve empathy. Imagine being repeatedly told by your dad that you're not good enough. That makes her a very angry person. Absolutely, and it's really something to consider. Um, a lot of this stuff, it's very I don't want to say Freudian, but kind of, right? Whether it's guys and girls, right? It's like, do you have a good relationship with your mother and or father? It's like, no. Oh, well, there you go. Yes. Oh, well, there you go. It's like when Jesse Lee Peterson's always talking bad about women and mothers. Happy Mother's Day, am I right? When it turns out he himself has these problems with mothers and women, and he's probably gay. There's so many rumors that he's gay. It's unbelievable. And without even knowing that, I thought that he seemed a little bit gay when I first started watching him. I like certain things that he says, this and that, but it's also very similar. That chat can be like a viper den. They're just criticizing people who they're all probably the same. You know what I mean? We're all just kind of watching from home and probably not even working. And and then you're gonna criticize people calling in. What a beta, what a this and that. I mean, it's very negative. That's why I had to kind of step away from that a little bit too. It's like a similar kind of thing. You know, in the sense that being progressive is good, progressing towards something good. Um, it's not progressive. It's transgressive, and that's nothing. That's either a sidestep or a step backwards. You know, usually it's a step backwards. But yeah, here we go. Getting political. I don't want to really go too hard on this stuff these days because I don't know that much about this stuff, and I start running my mouth, I run the risk of coming across as like prescriptive or like I'm like not even necessarily that I'm an authority, but that I at least think that I'm an authority, which I don't. But yeah, it's kind of all I have to say about it. This kind of thing. But that whole idea, man, I mean, that was got to give it to Mr. Shapiro there. He nailed that. I didn't even watch the full video, but I was like, that's it. That's it right there. Oh, and by the way, yeah, I mean, you know, I don't think that the left is necessarily anti-religious, but I think because they're more intellectual or because they fancy themselves intellectuals, they are less religious, and then it all kind of falls into place. It's like it's not these things, man, right? Like it's like they're not conspiracies; they're just realities. It's like if you're more, um, like if you're an artist or whatever, right? You're more creative, you're more open-minded or whatever, openness, right? And then that probably means you're more leftist, and then that means that it's and then you get a whole bunch of people who are leftist, and then the right and things, they start thinking it's a conspiracy. It's like, no, like-minded folks, birds of a feather flock together, right? And my answer to that is like, okay, if it's such a problem or whatever, then get in the industry or whatever, start making art and media and things, right? It's like, well, they're gonna stop me. It's like they're not gonna stop you, right? Like, you know what I mean? Unless you literally start advocating for like evil, you're not gonna be stopped, right? I mean, God forbid, right? But you know, I mean, I had to start doing this stream myself to even start seeing that a little bit more, you know? God forbid, I haven't had CIA at my door yet. You know, I remember someone telling me that person who goes by that boy Klaus, who you already know what that's all about, the Klaus Schwab thing. Look, I agree. I do agree. I'm just saying the talking points. It's just like, oh God, we get it. Okay. But of course, inevitably, he was like, he told me once, he was like, oh, it's really brave of you to put your name out there, saying, I don't know, some of the stuff you say. I think about, he was talking about the vaccine, okay? Because I didn't get the vaccine. Um, but, you know, it's like, I appreciated that, but at the same time, didn't appreciate it because it's like, oh, okay, so you just want to. I know he didn't mean it this way necessarily, but it's kind of like, oh, so I'm supposed to be afraid, right? That the fucking CIA or the FBI is going to come barge down my door. We saw you were live streaming and you said that you're unvaccinated. We're going to send you the vaccination camp now, right? Or whatever. And it's like, no, that's utter fucking paranoia. And look, I get it. I seriously do. Okay. I experience it, you know, a lot of times I do. But it took me to actually start streaming and to be able to say this stuff without the CIA knocking down my door to see, like, oh, you can still say things like this. It's just once you start peddling what they call misinformation about, sure, I don't know. Hopefully they didn't put me on a list. You know what I mean? But anyway, I'm just saying I didn't really I appreciated that and yet I didn't, right? It's like, oh, so I'm supposed to be afraid, right? Like I'm supposed to be fearful and I have to hide my name and I, you know, fuck that. What are they gonna fucking murder me? I don't even care. No, I mean I shouldn't say that, but you know what I mean. Gonna murder me because I didn't get vaccinated? Fuck you. You know what I mean? That's just the spirit of fear, and that's evil. It's not. It's not of God. That's the literal whole thing, and they don't even get it. The times are really bad, man. They go, oh, okay. So then, why the spirit of fear? I'm not afraid. Well, it seems like it, or it seems like there's something there. Oh, then why not put your name out there? Oh, well, because that's irresponsible. Oh, I see. So it's irresponsible, but it's nothing to do with fear. Psh, whatever, dude. You know, whatever, dude. You know what I mean? I'll be the first to admit it. It totally invokes fear. I don't know. Maybe that's why they don't murder me because I admit it and then I make them look fearful. You know what I'm saying? I'm not trying to make them look fearful. There's a whole litany of opinions that may well not be from fear. But I personally, I'm telling you personally, I just don't see how it could not come from something kind of fearful, right? If you think you're going to get on stream and say you didn't get vaccinated and that you're going to get put on a list or like arrested, yeah, God forbid, maybe I got put on a list, but it's like you're not gonna get arrested. You're not gonna get whatever. It's when you start saying shit that actually is like irresponsible, like or could be flagged for misinformation that you get your shit taken down, right? Like if I started, it's one thing for me to say, for example, right, like that I didn't get vaccinated. It's another thing for me to say the vaccine is full of nanobots and it's Bill Gates, it's the six number of the beast and their 5G and it's getting everybody whatever blah blah blah. They're going to it's the new world order blah 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 and we need to stand up and fight and this and that and I mean, I'll say it now. Honestly, who even knows? Maybe it's true. Let's see if I get pulled down for saying that. Let's see if I get pulled down for saying maybe at least some of that is true. We'll see. Okay? If I get pulled down, I will take it back, okay? But you get the idea though. It's like that is when you get flagged for misinformation, and that's when you get your shit pulled down, right? So it's like it's not brave necessarily. It's just whatever, right? I don't know. The more I talk about it, the more I start questioning it though. I'm like it makes me paranoid. But I hate that stuff, right? Cuz it's that's just fear. It's not good. The Gensaniel says the left isn't intellectual. It just seems that way because stubborn conservatism is so thoughtless. Well, I mean, yeah, perhaps, but it's like I think it's just an attitudinal psyche, attitudinal differences. Like it's like if you're more open-minded, you're more creative. If you're more wait, well, you know what I mean. It's like if you're more open minded, you're probably going to be more left leaning. Um, and in the sense that open mindedness is like associated with intelligence, right? And creativity is also, these things, they're linked to intelligence and things like that. You're going to build a kind of reputation or whatever. But I'm just saying it's like it's not really conspiratorial. It's like just birds of a feather flock together kind of thing. But no, I mean, you're absolutely right. It's just my way of explaining the phenomenon. Good 5 viewers though, and 4 likes. What's up, guy? What's up, gang? Anyway, I don't know. It does bother me though, because then I'll see people be like, "Oh, they pulled my stuff down." Like the YouTube, they're so that's the draconian, 1984. There's the thought police. They're coming to the door. It's like, dude, honestly, if you just say stuff and you're not a fucking dumb ass idiot and like inciting violence or like you know what I mean? Like you're not gonna get pulled down. Like anyone can do a stream. You don't have to do this like gay shit of like I'm gonna hide my identity and oh I have to whatever. You gotta be really secret. They're gonna look. If you feel like you need to do that, fine. Maybe it is wise in some way. I don't know. I just don't care. I mean, I do care. I don't want to be put on a list, but my stuff's not gonna get taken down. It's not going to. Well, maybe watch it is though now, right? But generally speaking, it's not going to. I've said all sorts of spicy takes like on here in the last year, and not a single thing has been pulled down. The only time it's been pulled has been because of copyright stuff. And it's so irritating when people it's a way of like making people like getting money, like getting people to like what you're doing. Oh man, they pulled me down. I got demonetized. You see that every day of life. And people be like, I got demonetized by YouTube. They're censoring me. It's like you probably said something dumb. You probably did something wrong. I don't know, man. People don't like that, I guess, right? They don't want to hear that because they're like, all I said was that there's nanobots in the vaccine. It's like, yeah, well, that's probably why they took it down. I'm sorry. Like, well, whatever. I mean, it's even in the phrasing. I mean, even if you just say there could be nanobots in the vaccine, they probably don't pull you. We'll see, though. I'll say it. There could be nanobots in the vaccine. Let's see if I get pulled. Let's see if I get flagged. I'm saying though, a lot of ways though, a lot of the stuff that I've done on the stream and stuff that I've said has almost been an exercise in just, being able to see what I'm allowed to say. But because I think I've handled it relatively well, I've never been flagged or pulled for anything except copyright. So you get the idea. Hopefully I don't get pulled now. And no, I hope I'm not on a list or anything. But I don't think it's necessarily brave or bold. I think that that's a weird like psyop to kind of actually make me or people just like afraid, like think they can't say stuff about stuff. That's just fake. You know what I mean? Like it's not real. Anyone can start a stream. You can say anything you want as long as you're not advocating murder, right? It's like, it's like real talk, right? Anyway. Angantier says, so what's going on here? Just finished work. Yeah, what's up, dude? I'm just kind of ranting. Waiting for Mother's Day breakfast. I was doing a little Eric's typing session, post game analysis. He typed me ISFJ. I don't really think I'm ISFJ, but I mean, it's much more realistic than a bunch of other types. But I just kind of got on a tear here about just kind of political social stuff. But again, I'm not a very political type of person. I just, but the culture war stuff, I don't even like that stuff. But I just, just sounding off on this kind of BS. Just like how Trump wins and how Biden wins and blah blah blah, and then how why the liberals do this, why the conservatives do that. But the last thing I was saying was how a person who went by Dat Boy Klaus, who you already know his political vibe because an anti Klaus Schwab thing, which is fine. You know what I mean? It's like fuck that shit. World Economic Forum, whatever. But at the same time, it's like he told me like, oh, it's really brave that you like put your stuff out there with your name attached to it, um, and say stuff you do. And I think he was talking about how I have said that I'm not vaccinated. And my whole point, not to repeat myself too much, because I have been talking about this for like several minutes now. My whole point was like, you know, fuck that. Like, that's a spirit of fear. It's like that's not from God. Like, you can say whatever you want as long as you're not advocating murder. You know what I mean? People are not. The CIA is not coming to knock down your door. Look, I don't know. Maybe I have been put on some kind of list. But either way, ain't nobody stopping me from, it's like my videos, they never get, I've said plenty of spicy takes, and it's like I never get pulled because I'm relatively responsible in what I say. And that's not code for, I say stuff to get a, whatever to go with the narrative or something. It's just a way of saying I don't I can say I'm not vaccinated, but I don't say there's nanobots in the vaccine. COVID isn't real. The vaccine is fake. They're the left. They're pushing it. It's evil. It's the devil. Um, I don't say that stuff, so I don't get pulled. I don't even think that stuff should get pulled. But what I'm saying is like, it's the difference between saying that is what it is and that could be what it is. And I wonder. I think maybe that's the technicality that I get off on if anyone sees it. Right? Is like, well, it's just speculation. Right? I don't say it is or it isn't necessarily. And it could also just be what Boba Fett just says. It's like flying under the algo radar. I mean, who knows? It's like maybe if I started getting more traction, then I would get pulled for stuff I say. But maybe that's the thing, right? It's like if you're not speaking to that wide of an audience, then you don't get pulled or whatever. But my point is that you can basically say whatever you want as long as you're not advocating for murder. And if it's misinformation, you might get pulled. But don't get to thinking this kind of fearful mindset like you can't say what you want. You have to hide your name and you're a truth warrior because whatever. It's like stupid. It's like I appreciate it, but I don't, right? Because it's like saying in a double think kind of way. It's telling me like that I should be afraid for putting my name, attached to say and saying I'm not vaccinated. It's like what the fuck, right? I'm supposed to be fucking afraid. CIA is gonna come knocking down my door. Hasn't happened yet. Haven't even gotten a video pulled, and if it has, it's been for copyright. And they're not fake claims. It's because I've played music. It's because I've played people's actual music willingly, flagrantly disregarding copyright that I've gotten, strikes and things like that for copyright. You know what I'm saying? Some people use right. So, yeah, I hate that though. To be honest, with the fake free speech enthusiast gets banned, it's like, you know, I don't necessarily think that they should be getting banned, but if they did, they're probably I don't want to this kind of I don't want to side with the freaking corporations or whatever, right? But at the same time, it's kind of like, well, it is their company or whatever. It's an interesting back and forth. I don't think they should be getting banned, but at the same time, it's like you should maybe consider why you got banned, right? So dumb. I mean, Owen Benjamin, for example, I like him, and he is ahead of his time. um, when he was saying stuff about trans people or whatever, making jokes about it, and then Dave Chappelle steals it. The thing is, there are many things going for Dave Chappelle that Owen Benjamin did not have that aren't just based on the time. It's like, first and foremost, I hate to say it, but he's a black man. Okay. So people are going to be less mad. And he's also not Christian or not religious or anything like that, or at least openly so. He's not. Two things. Furthermore, he, well, and he's also pretty left leaning, but he, that's another thing. But he also, I'm sorry, I had better points than just those, but that's a good start. But at the same, so anyway though, but it's like, and he's more rich and more famous. um, five things. Those are five reasons that he gets away with saying the same joke. Oh, okay, but my point was that he still got pushback for it though. It's not true that he was being labeled as like Mr. Truth Warrior, you know? And he also doesn't have the same history of like inflammatory comments and things, you know? And making very very like serious kinds of claims, you know? Um I get the sentiment, right? And I do basically agree. It's just when people get canceled like that or whatever it is, they've done something wrong. I mean, I'm sorry, right? This sounds very blue pilled of me, but your optics were off, something was off, you weren't afforded the luxury, you were not diplomatic enough. Something went wrong, right? Because it's not just the time. You know what I'm saying? It's true. Dave Chappelle gets away with it more, but he still got tons of pushback for that. You know what I'm saying? All of those factors weigh in his favor, and it's not just, a conspiracy. It's just the way it is. He's gonna get away with it more, and he's gonna get away with it more for good reasons, and barely get away with it. I mean, yes, there are certainly some people who are like, he's a truth warrior because he said the stuff about trans people. It's like, no, they're just like dumb. By and large, though, because I'd be willing to agree, though, that it's like maybe, he's Owen Benjamin's more of a truth warrior, but at the same time, he's not that great. You know what I mean? And he's super paranoid and gets angry and all of that. It's just like when people get all upset, right, about like, oh, I got banned and I got really whoa. I mean, I don't agree that people should have been sending like child services and stuff to his door and the ruthless kind of scrutiny that he seems to have faced. Absolutely not. Um, but it's not just time. You know what I mean? It's like it's not just that he was ahead of the psyop. He was. It's true. Once the psyop passes a little bit, you can kind of say more stuff about it, right? Like the vaccine and things like that. It's like you can't say it right when it's going on, but you can say it 2 or 3 years later, right? Once the damage has already been done, so to speak, right? Um, the point still stands though that it's all about like optics. It's all about your delivery. Like it honestly I think can be as simple as just saying maybe this, maybe that, and not making declarative statements. Um, they won't be able to get you that way. They're against the free thought. That's because the thing about free thought is that it operates a lot in maybes, right? I mean, look, I agree you should be able to kind of say whatever you want, whether it's yes or no. But the maybes, they can't get you on because that is that's where like the free thought percolates. But if you stay in that zone as much as possible, and then people will accuse you of being wishy-washy, whatever. But in the end, you're not going to get pulled for it because it's speculative. It's not authoritative. You get what I'm saying? The second you start making authoritatively making claims, um, they'll get you. They'll pull you for misinformation and things like that. But it's stupid because it's like that was your fault, right? Like you messed up in your optics and in your delivery, and now you're getting, you know, pulled and banned. And it's not. And see, it's not like you just get banned immediately if for saying stuff like that. You get pulled, you get strikes and things like that. If you get banned though, that means you're a repeat offender. So that means even if you are whatever correct or whatever or you know have good intentions and things, it means that you've repeatedly flagrantly like violated the so-called terms and conditions. Look, I'm not trying to side with the corporations. I'm just telling you like this is how it goes. So even if it's kind of not good or whatever, it's like you probably messed up. You know what I mean? Has been communism in 2000. Yeah, and I mean I agree with what you're saying here, Engin here. Um, but this is just a take that I never see anyone say because I think it sounds blue pilled or something. It sounds like I'm just saying it's you have to if you have a nice balance between like tactfulness and truthfulness, if you stay in the realm of speculation as opposed to like authoritarian claims, like speculative claims as opposed to like authoritative claims, they're not going to pull you. You know what I mean? Like you can say what you want. You can do good. It's a little lame, sure. But it's also their platforms. And there are other platforms you can go on, and you can always find an audience. In fact, the other thing that I've been talking about too is Charles Carroll has talked about it. It's with the Dilbert guy. You guys hear about this? This Dilbert guy? He was responding to a study that like 20% of black people in one study, right? One study was done and it said like 20% of black people 30 like 30 no. Something like 30% of black people said they like weren't sure about white people, whatever that means, while feeling safe around them or something like that, right? And then 20% of them said they didn't at all. I don't know if it was feeling safe, but it was something about like trusting white people, something like that. And conservative media then ran that as being 50% of black people are against white people or something. You know what I mean? Like it basically was that, right? Which is like not entirely accurate, but it's enough to, you know, you round up a little bit and it's kind of like, yeah, I mean, you can make that claim based on this study. 50% of black people are not sure or hostile towards white people. Dilbert guy then goes on and he goes, we got to get the hell away from black people, right? Then he's like martyred, basically, right? As this like free speech veteran or whatever, right? And, you know, Charles Carroll was kind of saying, you know, I love Charles Carroll. And he was saying, he's like, well, let's see those bank statements. You know what I mean? Let's see those bank statements. Because I guarantee you that guy is doing very well for himself. You know what I mean? It's like not only was he already doing well for himself, Dilbert sucks, right? But it's like everyone knows the comic mostly, right? I mean, if you've ever read a newspaper or whatever, just read the funnies in the newspaper, you know what Dilbert is. It's just like, but that's neither here nor there. The point is he already had money. He already was relatively rich and famous. But now he's probably more rich and famous than he's ever been in some regard, right? Now he's going to get martyred as some kind of free speech veteran. And it's like, yeah, let's see those bank statements. Let's see those bank statements. Ain't no heroism. And worse than that, it's just, again, contributing to this like spirit of fear. It's not good. It's like you're telling people they need to be afraid of black people and move away from them. It's fucking horrible. But yet again, it's transgressive and he gets martyred. Now he's a legend. Now he's a hero. Fucking stupid. Fucking dumbass culture. You know, it's like it's all it takes. You say, I actually don't think trans people are a thing. I don't think there's such a thing as being trans. And then you get banned, and then you become rich and famous. It's fun. Oh. I don't know why, but it kind of pisses me off. Like the falseness of it. Like I think it started off as like a sort of genuine rebellion, but it's been co-opted. You know what I mean? The Andrew Tates of the world, the just pearly things of the world, they've ruined it. It's it's been years and years now, right? It's old hat, you know. I'll agree there's still an element of it that's counterculture, but I think we're moving ahead in a way that hopefully is better. Um, because I think what happened was somewhere around 2012, the end of the world, right? Tumblr and things like that, the woke, I hate these terms, right? But the woke SJW stuff that began, right? And then you started having this backlash to it, and then it became Trump, and then people saw how it was with Trump, and then you get to the end, people freaking out, but then some people are like, I don't really understand, he's not that bad, right? And it's like then you start having this new wave of like counterculture right wing stuff, the new right, right? And then the more that they're demonized, the more popular they get. Because it's like, oh, they're actually not that bad. They advocate for faith and family and things, right? Yeah, maybe they're a bit confrontational, maybe they're a bit divisive, but at the end of the day, these are pretty good values. So it's kind of like weed or something like that, right? It's kind of like when you try weed and it turns out it's actually not that bad or whatever. You know what I mean? And then it's like, wait a minute, everyone's been telling me this is like this dangerous gateway drug forever. It turns out it's not that great or anything. It's like maybe it's not good, but it's definitely not as bad as I thought. That's kind of like me with conservatism, right? Then what it turns out is the reality of the situation is a lot of them are actually just as bad, if not worse, and they're not religious, they're not Christian, and things like that, and maybe they pay lip service to it, but they're not actually, you know what I mean? And they just want more views, they want more money, and things like that. And it's just as completely just like a narcissistic, jaded culture war bullshit evil. And then inevitably the pendulum swing to the left gets a little bit compensated for by this counterculture movement, right? But by the time we're in now, by the time we're in 2023, guys, I'm sorry, but it's time to move towards more good. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? It's like it's not gonna come from Drumpf, okay? It's not gonna come from uh, Milo Yiannopoulos. Look at Milo, man. It's crazy. Do you guys see that Destiny Milo debate? I mean, it's not like a lot of the stuff that he said was not true, but he's like on drugs. He's like straight up on drugs, and he's like closing his eyes the whole time. Like it was bizarre, and he just seems angry and miserable, right? And it's actually Destiny who seems together and cogent. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Just kind of whatever. I may disagree with him on some things, but it's like, I mean, Milo is still pretty funny for sure, but he's also kind of a tragic mess. And then we got this guy advocating for Christian nationalism. And then it turns out Destiny's saying, I just think we should keep it how it is. And also, I'm pro America. You know what I mean? It's like, we shouldn't be anti American. We should be pro America. I'm like, I mean, look, that sounds pretty good. Even Milo's saying, we don't even know what we're going to do because it's a new term. He's like, well, we're not going to be shipping people off to church and everything. It's like, well, then I mean, like, what is it? I mean, I agree with maybe having like a Christian ethos, as I've put it, but
I agree we've kind of lost that to some extent to the secularism and things like to the secular society or whatever, but at the same time, I don't agree with instituting it in law. In fact, a big part of it is the choice in and of itself to do good. Plus, you can be a good person without religion. It's just a good guiding metric. So anyway, um, so I would basically say, I would agree with the stuff he was saying, but the delivery is like awful. I mean, he's like the worst possible representative, right? And meanwhile, Destiny is like the best possible representative for the other side, which, mind you, is not necessarily anti Christianity or anti conservatism. It's just dare I say, I don't even know what it is. It's just anti like authoritarianism, anti totalitarianism or something, right? Um, it's Milo who's making these dangerous sort of claims because he's like a quote unquote so-called quote unquote like recovering gay man. You know what I mean? He's freaking mentally ill. I'm sorry. He's funny. He has some good value. It was really funny when there was some girl who came up and she was combative and she was like me 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 me, and then he made fun of her, and that was pretty funny. But at the same time, it's not a great look, right? But then there was a woman who was much more thoughtful about the religious conversation, and then he was like, "Oh no, you've been the most thoughtful all night," and I was like, "There you go again." It's like I agree with that with him. Nonetheless, it's very clear who kind of seems more together. Again, it's like at the expense of being interesting, right? At the expense of being interesting, Destiny is you know, the together one. You know what I mean? The the stable one. You guys should check. It's honestly, it might even be a waste of time and energy to even watch it. But at the same time, if it's like if you want to witness a train wreck debate, it's an interesting watch. I mean, it's not as bad as people act like. In fact, I actually thought that Milo got a little bit better as it went on. Some people thought he got worse. I didn't see it that way. I thought he started off like he was straight up on drugs and confrontational. And then as it went on, because honestly, I think he was coming down from drugs. And then I think he actually began to be a little bit more coherent. Not that he was ever incoherent, but that he became more cogent, I guess, right? As it went on. It's just embarrassing, the state of discourse, you know what I mean? Jen Sales says all political structures are the authoritarian coin because humans can't stop being violent to each other. It's more to do. Angie says it's more to do with advertisement. That's an interesting point. Advertisement. Yeah, well, they're not going to let you do anything if they don't get the fucking money out of it. You know what I mean? Yeah, that's another point too. I mean, YouTube wants as many people using it as much as possible. They may suppress me in the algorithm or whatever, but I'll be caught dead before I start acting like a martyr. I mean, you know what I mean? Like, because it's just a way to get views. It's just a way to get money. I'm being censored. Go to my GoFundMe. Call me cynical, call me blue pilled, whatever. It is what it is. It's what it's become. Like in the late tens, that had validity. It absolutely did, but it's absolutely this way now in 2023. I'm sorry. I still lean sort of conservative, but at the same time, I hate. I mean, I shouldn't say I hate, but like I dislike strongly dislike the culture war stuff because at least me personally, I get too attached. It just makes me miserable. You know what I mean? It's much better to me to focus on good and to just like focus on being good and doing good. You know what I mean? It's like you can miss me with this bullshit, of like whatever, talking about trans people all day long. It's like, oh my god. It's honestly just a psyop to like get you thinking about trans people every second of your life. It's like, how many trans people do you know? You know what I'm saying? I graduated with like I think there was one token trans person in my grade, and then in the last 10 years since then, there's like 2 other people that I knew that became trans. You know, it's absolutely 1% of people. Yes, it's overrepresented in arts and media, but it's on both sides, because one side they're just trans, then the other side can't stop talking about it. No, I don't think they should be in the class. They're not trans people per se, but like drag queens and all this kind of thing. They shouldn't be in the classroom. Sexuality should not be being, taught to 5-year-olds or whatever, insane evil. No, but like, how much is that really happening? Right? It's a constant cognitive dissonance issue for me, where I'm reading about this stuff, I'm getting pissed off, and then I go and I look. No one follows the drag queen story hour page. Not a single person I know in real life thinks that stuff is good. Not that I know that many people, but you know what I mean, though? Shit, there's all sorts of LGBTQ people who are like coming out in droves being like, you guys are the ones, I don't know what's going on, like, why you feel like you need to have drag queens read to your kids. But I'm telling you, it's almost just it's a psyop to get you thinking about this evil crap. It's not real. It's not real. You know what I mean? I don't know. I mean, there is like one person, I guess, like my mom has a friend who has a kid, and like questioning their gender, and they're like, suicidal over it. I mean, look, gender dysphoria is real, but again, this is like 1% of people, maybe a bit overrepresented, but both sides do it, and it's not representative of reality. You know what I mean? Again, that's from my point of view. I keep saying this stuff, and I welcome people to give me the other side of it and tell me like, nah, man, like everyone I know is trans, like everyone's you know what I mean? I don't want to be crude, but everyone is it's an epidemic, blah blah blah. It's not real. It's not real, guys. But I'm telling you, if you got a different experience, I'd be glad to know. I mean, in some sense, I wouldn't be glad to know, because I don't want to, get black pilled, so to speak. I would prefer to be white pilled. But if it's your reality, I mean, I want to know. You know what I'm saying? Because it's good to know. I just think there's a real. It's the reality distortion chamber. It's trans people everywhere, and everyone's getting abortions. It's like, no one really thinks abortion is good. You know what I mean? They may advocate pro-choice, blah, 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 but no one really thinks it's good. Try showing them abortion footage. They will absolutely recoil. The choice, look, I don't want to get too into it, but you get the point. You poke and prod with people enough, you realize the reality. You want to pay lip service to being open-minded, this and that, and maybe you really do believe it. I'm not saying it's fake or something. I mean, I don't think it's good, but I think most people, you get to that crux of the matter, and people show their real colors. They don't want that stuff. It's like, that's why they call it pro-choice and not pro-abortion, right? Yes, there's like going to be extreme fringe of people. No, I don't think it should be, it's definitely. One thing I can definitely tell you is that it's like 90% of artists and chicks that I follow on Instagram that support it, which is disconcerting, or at least are pro-choice. And it's like 10% that don't. That's something that I've seen that tragically does represent reality. But even then, the truth and reality, the amazing truth and reality of the matter, is that a lot of them are just advocating for the choice. They don't actually think abortion is good. You know what I mean? And it's like, well, why are you advocating for the choice to do something that's not good? Well, it doesn't really make much sense. But they're not. It's an indirect. It's just more indirect. You know what I mean? It's more about a freedom, a certain misguided idea of freedom. Even then, though, I mean, what are you going to do? I don't think people should necessarily get thrown in jail. You know what I mean? For like getting an abortion. I mean, it's not good, but it's not. I don't know that you should be getting thrown in jail for 10 years or whatever. You know what I mean? Like that. Nah. I mean, but it's definitely a kind of sin to atone for. You know what I mean? Just don't be unrepentant. You know what I mean? Like, but you don't really see that. You know what I mean? You don't really see that. Like this like idea of like the woman who gets abortions like it's going to the hairdresser, you know? It's like that's not real. And like everyone hate no one thinks that's good, right? You know what I mean? There's like a very fringe people who are like anti-natalist, like evil people who are just like go get as many go have as much sex and have as many abortions as you want. That's like the devil, and that's like 1% of people. Meanwhile, a contrasting like ridiculous like like 50% of people advocate for the choice to do it. You know what I mean? Or at the very least to not get thrown in jail for doing it. I don't know. Maybe you should get fined. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Sorry, it's a bit of a touchy, whatever. I mean, here I go again. Um, it's not to necessarily morally indict anybody. It's just, I just feel like it kind of speaks for itself, and that no one really thinks it's good. It's just the idea of like the choice to it's like a Clockwork Orange. You know what I mean? It's like very different, but you know, um, the whole thing of a Clockwork Orange is like, well, is it real good if you're being forced to do it? Like, you know how Alex is being condemned is evil by the state and by health care, but the whole point is that it's all in the choice to do good. It's like it's not real good if you're not choosing it. So by the same token, it's like if you want to choose to do a kind of evil, that's in some sense you're right. Um, it's also at a weird intersection, right? Of like it's like abortion is murder, but also like it's not the same as like murdering a person. It's like, I mean, I'm not delusional, I understand, but at the same time, it's like it kind of is. Like it's definitely not good. Point being that my point is that the choice to get an abortion is, I think, fundamentally, I don't like it, right? It's like it's not good, but it's still different than the choice to murder a person, right? Like that's not in any way defensible. I mean, I think, speaking of defensible, Eric has a good argument for it, where it's kind of like the only argument for abortion is basically property rights. That's it. Um, yeah, it's a very inhuman way of looking at it, though. You know. But anyway, I don't. I'm gonna be sitting here, I'm gonna get on my high horse, whatever, morally indicting people. I mean, I'm just saying, don't be unrepentant, getting a million, just think it's good actually, but no one thinks that. No one really thinks that. I mean, most people don't, right? So I'm saying it's indicative, and it's all about the choice, and then the fact of it being the choice is like, hey, look, you know, it's all the same in that regard. The choice to do evil, the choice to do good, within reason, right? With regards to evil, with regards to that kind of harm to people, it's like it's kind of part of the good and evil in and of itself. I feel like it's like it's like 50% of it is 50% of it is subjective, 50% of it is objective. So like there is objective evil, there is objective good, but part of what actually makes a thing evil and good is your own choice. That's like half of it. That's like the half of it that's like subjective, your free will, your own volition, right? And that's A Clockwork Orange. But some people think A Clockwork Orange is. Roger Ebert didn't like it because he thought it was a fascist movie. He thought it was like a libertarian fantasy that was like a the sort of fascist or something, like Fight Club. And he thought that was like fascist and things like that, ridiculous. But it's hey, look, there's validity there in that take in some regard, but no, that always stood out to me, and I also think it's interesting because there's a think piece a video essay that I haven't watched yet on YouTube that I saw that's like, is a Clockwork Orange a Christian film? And I'm like, that's amazing, right? Because I always knew there was something to it that was good, and if people are thinking in that way, then that's why it's good. You know what I mean? Um, Centennial says, I saw clips of the debate. I wouldn't watch it all because they're both intolerable, but saying a lot when Destiny is the reasonable one. Lol. Yeah, that's what a lot of people said too. That's funny, dude. It's not a side of sweating into your said advertise all about ratings because unfortunately dumbasses love reality TV drama. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, finding people because they had sex is a little excessive. I mean, well, it's not just having sex. You know what I mean? I mean, look, put it this way. I mean, look, hey, contraception. Use all the contraception you need if you're not getting an abortion, and even then, you can do adoption, right? It's like that dude just said in that review. Look, it's a last resort thing, but yeah, no, inevitably though. No, I'm just saying people shouldn't be thrown in jail. I was just throwing that out there, saying, look, like maybe you want to fine people for it, sure, but if you want to get legal about it. But at the end of the day, though, it's like, I don't know about getting thrown in jail over it. Like that's a little bit. That's a little draconian, right? A little too authoritarian. But anyway, he goes, it's not murder if it's not the same as murdering a person. It's an abortion. Murder is murder. In other words, you're right. Conflating murder with abortion is silly. Yeah, I mean they're distinctly different entities in the sense of the outward world or whatever. A person has been born. They're different words, right? But I do think that abortion, the word, is a way of like distancing yourself from what it is. Like termination. It's like it makes it sound like this robotic process. That's just kind of a computer program, that you're aborting, abort mission or terminated terminated whatever object terminated or something. It's like, okay, no. um and again, it's like showing anybody that abortion footage, makes you sick. And it's clearly evil, but it's like but it gets conflated with this like rights issue and things of like, and it's kind of like the best argument you have for that is property rights, and that's a very like a very like detached perspective to have. I just I just think it goes a little bit far, and like the reason we use the words we do is to kind of try to like sanitize, to kind of distance and sanitize the issue when it's actually a very horrible, evil thing. But no, it's a different thing. You would say, you know what I mean? Murder and abortion, right? Contraception and carrying towards adoption are taxes on sex. That's not freedom. Well, I'm sorry. I mean, that's like, if you can only go out of your way to avoid nature so much. It's like contraception is already just a way of avoiding nature for your pleasure. You know, um, and look, I'll be lax about that, but, Some people aren't even lax about that because it's not really natural. I mean, contraception and carrying towards adoption or taxes on sex. I mean, that's not freedom. I mean, like, no, you know how it is. At the intersection of freedom and responsibility, as always, you know? I mean, it's like, not to be whatever about it, conservative, Christian, whatever, but it's just kind of like, okay, it's like, I'm sorry, but, you know, don't have sex then, you know? Oh, I'm sorry. You know what I mean? People hate that, you know? It's like, well, look, if you don't want to be having just stupid. It's just stupid. It's like, okay, like have if you're going to have sex, use contraception. If you're not going to use contraception, get have the child and get it adopted, you know? But if you're going to play with fire, you might get burned. And if you do, it's not up to, everyone else to foot the bill. It's not up for, whatever, the state going to take care of you, pay for your abortion. It's not health care. I mean, look, unless the mother's going to die, right? Like, I get it, rape and incest and this and that, especially if it's like, the woman could die if she gives birth. If there's some way to whatever, it's like, but it's always a last resort, right? It's never good. But um but I do appreciate you saying this, Agento, because I understand it's tricky, but there has to be a single guiding principle. Can't have your cake and eat it too. I mean, that's why it's such a difficult topic. I mean, in some sense it's complex, in another sense it's simple. For me, it's complex in terms of the cases and like the measurement of whatever, of like how evil it is, but in the sense that it's never good, I kind of don't waver on that. You know what I mean? Um, but yeah, it's just like fundamentally though, like the whole thing of like you're just kind of making steps to avoid the natural consequence. It's like, hey, listen, I'm being, I mean, who am I, right? But I'm just saying, like, use a damn condom or get an adoption, right, or whatever, right? Like, it's just so many ways. I mean, for God's sake, right? Literally, no pun intended. It's like pull out or do whatever you got to do, But it's like the thing you're saying though about can't have your cake and eat it too is like that's what people want though with like sex and abortion. It's like, oh my god, and there's even Plan B. Don't be having an abortion pill though. I mean, Plan B at least, I mean, is fucking weird too. It's probably not good, but at the same time, it's like anything is better than abortion. You know what I mean? It's like the idea that it's just like some freedom thing. It's like, bro, like you've got so much freedom to do like anything else before that. You can not have sex. You could have contraception. You could use even Plan B. You could get an adoption. It's like the world is doing a lot, you know what I mean, to like provide that way of not of avoiding nature, you know. Um, to think that the last resort though needs to be like the sort of I don't even know, like the always allowed or whatever you want to call it. It's just definitely not good because it's like just there's no responsibility there at all. I mean, if anything, it's just tragic, There was like a Bill Burr a bit about it, right? Where he was like, he was saying, I thought this was a pretty good analogy. Speaking of cake, it was pretty funny. He goes, well, when people talk about it, it's like, sure, like, let's say you're like a pregnant woman, right? And you get an abortion. It's kind of like the bun in the oven, as they say, right? So it's kind of like he says it's like, okay, I had all the ingredients of a cake, and like just before I was gonna put it in the oven, you just smashed all the cake ingredients everywhere. just destroyed it. And it's like, well, no, it wasn't a cake yet, but it was gonna be, right? Like that was gonna be a cake. That was gonna be a life. You know what I mean? So in that regard, yeah, no, you can have your cake and eat it too. But I thought that was a pretty good analogy, you know? It's like, I guess even Chris Rock recently had a bit where he was like, "Listen, I've got more abortions than anybody in the room, but it's like it's taken a life though." And I'm sure it's the only way he gets away with it, by the way, to even say that is to not only be rich and famous and a black guy, no offense, but it's just kind of like to be able to say that it's even just not good is to just say, "I've had more abortions than anybody in the room." You have to say that first, right? I've gotten a million abortions, but it's not good. Like, if you haven't gotten a million abortions, you can't say that it's not good. You know what I mean? I'm telling you, it works. It works like that. Tragic truth. If he just said abortion is taking a life, I guarantee the bit wouldn't have been allowed. But if he says I've gotten more abortions than anybody in the room, or I've paid for, sorry, you know what I mean? I've paid for more abortions than anybody in the room, and it's not good, then they allow it because it's like, oh, so he's acknowledging his sin and evil and then admonishing people for it, and yet, so it's at zero, right? As long as you're at zero, right, it's allowed. A tragic reality that I see time and time again. I guarantee you, they wouldn't allow it. They wouldn't allow that bit if he just got up on his high horse and said it's bad, it's evil. They'd be like, no, that's not allowed. You have to say first that you've paid for more abortions than anybody and that it's evil, or you're not doing it. But then he does it, and then Ben Shapiro and people are like, oh, that's so brave. Like, that's so good. It's fucking stupid. Anyway, yes, always allowed is not good, but it's as you said, 1%. Yes. Yeah, I agree with that. Um, no, people need to adjust their reality goggles a little bit. Not like I am in any way, whatever, am super the most well adjusted, whatever, good person. It's just, I'm really not. I'm just musing about it, like thinking out loud. Cause, the reality is that like really no one thinks it's good. It's just this freedom of choice argument. Um, but to die on that hill is so stupid. I think it's like talk to me when they repeal the right to vote for women. My goodness, you would really think that the way that people acted, like when Roe v. Wade was overturned, you literally would have thought that they took away their right to vote, and it's like, no, they just made it a state issue to get an abortion. Democracy died today. Oh, shut up. Right, your right to kill a fetus died today. If you said that, though, he wouldn't get any support. They don't say that. They never say it because it's not good and everyone knows it's not good. But if you frame it in this certain way, then people do think it's good because it's about freedom. It's like, so stupid. You just gotta have that balance, though. Freedom and responsibility. You know? Anyway. I.e., only or less than 1% of people would choose to regularly use abortion as a utility in that context. I mean, yes, exactly. Like, that is, I think is the reality of the situation that some people think, oh, that's like, being optimistic. No, it's realistic and optimistic because it's like the you just you're just looking at the worst people, right? Um, it is like that. That's what I've seen, man. I mean, believe me, I'm the first person to kind of get noited about it, and then, you know, reality comes through and it's just really not that bad. You know, what people really generally seem to think. Yeah, maybe it would be worse in certain areas in the city and college kids and things like that, but most people don't really feel that way. They're, you know, but that's why I really, kind of want to know what people if people see something different from me, because that ain't what I'm seeing. You know, you think it's just just promiscuity and death everywhere you look. You know what I mean? It's like, holy shit. That's so depressing and horrible. That's not even true, though. I mean, there's a truth to it. And there's a permissiveness to the culture that allows it. But it's not nearly as bad as people think, because you're always going to have the biology, the matter, the mentality, the physicality, the morality, the spirituality, all of these things. They're always going to, for most people, guide them in the right direction towards good. Unless you're straight up psychopath, an evil psychopath. And that's like 5% of people, maybe, right? So it's something to seek solace in, you know? I don't see why people want to argue that, you know what I mean? No, dude. Way more people are evil psychopaths. They just don't show it. I'm like, shut up. It's like, no. You just think that. Or maybe you just have really high standards or something. You know what I mean? About what, qualifies as, evil versus good and all of that kind of thing, you know? I'm not saying you shouldn't have relatively high standards. You should have higher standards than most people. That's good, but you don't want to be just thinking everybody's an evil psychopath. It's horrible. It's not true. And 5% of people at most. Anyway. I don't really have anything else to talk about. And it is probably getting to be about that time, because it's almost 9:30 a.m. and I think everyone, the fam, is gonna have a Mother's Day breakfast. Speaking of mothers, so horrible. I know, I hate even talking about this stuff, but whatever. It's good to kind of just get some of that out there, because it has been a while since I've streamed and really talked about this stuff. I did a little bit on my phone stream, but I didn't get into this stuff. Well, actually, I did a little bit on the last stream, and then now get into it. It's pretty good, If anyone wanted to know my thoughts, here they are. Okay. Amazing truth and reality. Literally, though, amazing truth and reality. Yeah. So, it was probably about that time. Plus, no one's really here. Appreciate you sticking around, though, Jensennial. Appreciate it, brother. So, yeah, you too, man. Take care. Take care, brother. Shades emoji. Yeah, probably gonna call it a stream now. 9:30 on the dot. Yeah, I would have liked to do more music and kind of be a little more lighthearted. I mean, it was mostly talking about type, and then very quickly got into sort of political stuff, social stuff. It's good. It's fun. It's good, but it's like, what game for another stream, right? But seriously though, aim towards that good. You know what I mean? Like, people, it's like aim towards that positivity, towards that good. It's like, it's Mother's Day. Celebrate life and goodness, Jesus Christ and God. Literally though, people are way too focused on the evil as opposed to the good. You know what I mean? And I get it. but it's literally not good. It's not good for you, and it's not good for other people. And I've had to learn that myself. You know, it's like, and plus, you don't want to be cast in stones. You don't want to be too judgmental. It's not your place. It's not your place. It's God and Jesus Christ's place. But seriously, y'all's fam, I'm about to head out and show some love to your mamas today. Sounds weird, but to you mothers, happy Mother's Day to everyone. I appreciate you guys being here. Yeah, let me know what you guys think about, the typing session, the stream, my type. But man, from here on, I'm probably not going to talk too much about type for a while, and then I'll probably do another session with Eric soon, but give it a bit more time. And I also don't even want to be too political, or even it could be a little religious, but not too religious. Next time I stream, I kind of want to do a little more, fun and music and good vibes kind of stuff. You know what I mean? But this was a good, necessary, good stream. I think. I feel like this got into it. I was more gotten my serious vibe, my good vibe. But yeah, we'll be having fun. I'll be back. I don't know. Maybe I'll even stream later or tonight or something. Probably this week. Definitely this weekend. Yeah, it'll be the summer streaming sessions. It's Sunday. Happy Sunday. Amazingly good. Amazing, good, and God. Amazing truth in reality. Thank you guys for being here. Yeah. I'm going to call it quits now. So, I'm going to have Mother's Day breakfast with the family. Angel here says live streams make it difficult to do other stuff. I mean, yeah, exactly. But it's been a productive, positive few days here, getting some streams out, finally doing a typing session with Eric, talking with you guys. Appreciate you guys being here. It's been good. But yeah, I'm gonna be back on and probably do a little more just kind of music and fun, chill, good vibes, you know what I mean? Back to the usual programming. Programming. MK Ultra, wow. I'm just kidding, but usual stuff. Not so much type or politics and things like that. You know what I mean? But this was good. All right. But yeah, I appreciate you guys being here. Thank you guys. Maybe if Eric streams, I'll catch you guys on there or something. Probably be streaming tonight or this week. Thank you guys for being here. Peace, fam. You're on Discord? I gotta get back on Discord. Maybe I'll talk to you guys on there too. I don't have a Discord personally. Like I my own channel, but I have an account. I might actually put my Discord up in the description. But yeah, I appreciate you guys being here. And you guys up. I'll put the Discord. I'll do that now. Yeah, you can hit me up on there too. So yeah, message me on Discord if you want, or whatever. Check out my stuff. I've got a lot of stuff up in the freaking my description and everything. I'm gonna add that. I'm gonna go through videos and add some like different titles and things like that to delineate between like mostly just music stuff and like if I've had other people on and stuff like that. But yeah, you can peep my creds, my SoundCloud and everything like that. My rate your music. You want to check out my ratings and whatnot. Just plug in the other stuff. I need people to check this other stuff out too. You know what I mean? Because it's like a few different like venues of whatever, of art, whatever you want to call it. Yeah. Art and media, basically. I hate the word media. It gets so demonized, but it is what it is. It's basically art and media. I consider it art, basically. You can call it art at best. At its most objective good. So anyway, yeah. All right. Thank you guys for being